Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do do do. What's going on, y'all? Oh, yo, 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 yo. Testing. We are back. Back at it here. There we go. Much better. We're gonna play some Rust. I'm actually gonna check out this video from Tyler Oliveira on essentially scammers being exposed in Japan. Apparently, he goes over there. He goes everywhere and exposes these scammers. And this one caught my attention. Anybody that's been hanging out a bit and catching me on my little lessons here, doing my flashcards, trying to learn Japanese slowly but surely. And this one caught my eye because I'm like, hey, Japanese, Japan, scammers. It kind of all fits together. We've seen some of his other videos. We're trying to learn the language. He went over there and he's being chased around by scammers. So we're going to get into it. And then try to survive this wipe, or at least do better. I don't know. This Rust wipe has been pretty bad. Pretty bad for me. I've not been able to get my footing here. I've got like maybe 3 bases on this one, 2 or 3 that are. I just haven't really been able to get anywhere. It's so frustrating. But I'm gonna try to reacclimate myself with where I'm at and see if I can't pull something together this time around. I don't know why it's been so tough. Like I felt so much more confident about this one, but maybe it's just everywhere I've spawned or tried to build my bases just has not worked out for me. And then when I finally felt like I was getting it going, I come back and my base, I thought it was fine. Everything looked the same. Everything looked normal. Turns out it was raided. I go to the door, it's locked. I'm like, no. So that was tragic. Yo, what's going on? How's it going, bro? Dandamayan. Let me fix my chat thing. How are you doing on this fine night? Bo, 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 bo. Bam, fixing chat here. Do, 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 do. On the screen. Fix my YouTube stuff, and then we'll start checking out the video. Yo, hey, oh my God, you remind me, we got to get to it, man. That's crazy. That's awesome. Are you just starting out? Are you starting a new campaign or what? Or is this like an old campaign of yours? Starlight Drive-In. I use that. I don't know if I told you as like my base camp. I feel like on one of my playthroughs where it just felt like it was in the middle of everything, even though it's kind of to the north. Don 8K 47. I need to get used to that username. How are you doing? I need to check it out. At first, that username threw me because I was like, "Who is this?" Oh, I'm sorry. You just reminded me of Fallout because I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I have not played that in too long." You said technically it's new, but I play through Nuka World before I start the story. Wait, is that like a DLC? How early can you play the DLCs? Like you could play it right off the bat in the beginning? Oh, nice. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I think there's somewhere it like recommends you be like a higher level, otherwise it's going to be very difficult. K9. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not used to this username here. You can start off whatever, but it's made for level 30. Okay. Because one of them, well, this is more of a Fallout New Vegas one. I've not played enough to know the DLC for 4, but I don't know if you played Fallout New Vegas, but you know the casino. is it a casino or is it just like an underground bank or vault or something? But you go underground, and I think it's this giant casino underground. It's like this DLC, and towards the end of it, well, I don't want to spoil it, but it's very fun DLC. But if you try to start that one really early off, it's difficult to play through. I feel like even with being leveled up, it's a little difficult. Dead Money, yes, yes, yes. That was a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. Have you played it? Because I just don't want to spoil it. Because at the end of it, man, let me just say this. Never let go. Just say this. Freaking, I was running very, very, very slowly out of that place at the end of the campaign. Very, very, very slowly.
You're doing great. How do you plan to outsmart them this time? Remember, a stealth approach can really pay off.
Ignore whatever that was, okay? Whatever that was, just ignore it. Always get all the gold. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Towards the end of it, because the place is falling apart around you, and I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, there's this gold here, and its value is like 20,000 caps each bar or something along those lines. And I'm like, is this whole place gonna fall and kill me like if I walk too slow? But I just scooped it all up, and I'm just like, as the place is falling down around me. I thought that was so much fun, though. I don't even know if I got all the gold now that I think back to it. Wow. All right, so my stuff should be set up. But yeah, we're going to check out this guy here. Boop, 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 boop. Bam. Tyler Oliveira. While we run around and, I don't know, try to survive this game, we were going to check out his exposed scammers in Tokyo attacked. We've seen some of his other ones when he's gone to other places, so I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the chat, the link to it, before we start. I used a glitch I figured out on my own to get out of the vault and C4 to kill the old man. Wait, what do you mean you found a glitch? I hardly remember that. All right, bam, posted it to the chat. I need to actually pop my chat out so I could post things to it. Boom. If you run at the force field when he comes in, you could get out the trigger C4 you left on his side. Boom. Oh, wow. I'll have to remember that if I play through it again. I was, so I got to basically ran into Kellogg, I guess, in Fallout 4. At least that's where I'm at right now, or the part I just got past. That's kind of where we left off. And that just reminds me of how I had to kill him, basically, because I don't know if I wasn't leveled up enough or what, but he was a headache. I used the alien blaster, and it felt so cheesy the way I did it, but I tried like 20 different ways, and that actually worked. Oh my gosh, you haven't been to Diamond City? And you're level 40? Okay, I don't even know what I am. I might be like a level 20, who knows? So that's crazy. I've probably been that far. What's going on, Desiree Johnson? But that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Have you been to, what's the other one? There's Diamond City and there's, you know, that city that's like really, it's like right next to it, the other place. Oh, I can't think of it. Yeah, he does the stealth boy thing, but I don't know, man. He would shoot me like once or twice and not die. And then he had those robots there too. It was ridiculous. Or synths or whatever. Good Neighbor, yeah. So you've been to Good Neighbor. I don't even need this at this point. I guess just all right, let's I'm gonna pull this up though. Give it a listen here.
But why is there a gang of African thugs scamming, robbing, drugging, and beating tourists in one of the most famous nightlife districts in Tokyo, in one of the safest and most ethnically homogenous countries on Earth?
This is what we're getting to the bottom of.
My wallet was stolen, everything. And I woke up next to another guy who the same thing had happened to.
So I had to check in on America's greatest ally, Japan.
Back up, back up. Hey, hey.
I'm honored to die for my country. I'm not gonna fuck my country to any foreigner. Come on, let's go.
Oh, we're thieves? You're a fucking criminal attacking people. All right, prepare for the chase. These fucking Nigerians pimping out women. You're real fucking tough, yeah?
So, to make sure the third world plague wouldn't claim another victim, I met up with young James, a fellow American.
It is kind of blowing my mind that he finds like the same types of scammers in all these different countries. And then this is right after, I think sometime in the last few months, we saw a video of there being, or at least I don't know if I watched down here, but there being protests in Japan over immigration. And people were like, oh, we need less immigration, essentially, which kind of surprised me. I don't know. I just didn't think Japan would even have that much immigration in the first place. You said I play to about level 21 for some perks, while totally avoiding all plot. Then I do all Nuka World. Then you get all the rewards. Oh, interesting. And Preston won't hate you. Oh, so you're saying that if you do too much of the plot early on, and then you do Nuka World, Preston will hate you? So I haven't done Nuka World. So I might be screwed. So you're saying if I, with the way I'm going, I might get hated by Preston. If you meet Preston at all, you have to choose him. Wait, really? What do you mean if you meet him at all? Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. You said Good Neighbor. What's the name of the first place? No, that's Sanctuary. Okay. Don't you meet Preston right off the bat, pretty much? Or you, I guess... I mean, can you just not meet Preston? We're talking about... Am I thinking of the wrong character? I'm thinking of the Minuteman, right? If you meet him at all, so I guess, okay. Huh. So it's a whole nother faction. Norton! Hey, appreciate you, man. You stay out of Conqueror and don't save him so much later. Are you not supposed to do that first, basically? I mean, I don't know like what you're supposed to necessarily do, because I know like that's kind of like part of the game is just being able to do whatever. I just kind of always have gone there first, pretty much. Okay, but I'll have to remember that way of doing it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I've kind of let go of doing missions for him. Like, I want to make it over to the castle at some point, but I kind of get lost in doing all the other stuff. You are, but you don't have to.
Who moved to Japan for its safe, polite culture and was punched in the back of the head by an African scammer while walking through Kabukicho. I think your friend behind us, legit. I swear to God, I think it's your friend. I think we found our friend here.
Bro, be careful with your camera, please. You know what you're doing now.
Huh?
Be careful with your camera. There is camera there now, I see you.
Camera?
I'm warning you now.
What do you mean you're on to me?
What the hell?
On to me for what? On to me for what?
You can't be
walking,
filming
keep
people.
walking,
What are you
Buster.
doing?
Fucking clowns out here. All right, I think we found our friend who attacked young James. James, what's going through your mind right now? I think we found him.
I'm just trying to get out.
You're like, I need-
There's a common misconception about Japan. A lot of people say that it's illegal to film in public, it's illegal to film other people. It's actually not true. They can ask for their faces to be blurred.
Sure.
But if anybody tells you you can't film here,
shit.
you can't film here,
Damn.
that's a lie. They don't know what the they're talking
should
about.
probably
They're
try to,
assuming that
like,
you don't know
get that
what you're
guy.
doing because you're just a foreigner here anyways. So
The reason I'm speaking with you is because I saw a video of you getting punched in the back of the head by who?
by a tout, apparently is what they're called. In Japanese, we call it kyakuhiki, which means like a catcher.
Kyakuhiki.
They try to get people into their bars and offer drugs to people and such in the nightlife areas of Tokyo. Yeah, in the past they called it the red light district. These days they say that it's actually cleaned up a bunch.
Okay.
So now they just call it a nightlife area more or less, but amongst Japanese people this is definitely known as the most dangerous area in Tokyo.
Which goes to show how safe at large Japan actually is.
100%. In this area, Kabukicho specifically, there are a whole bunch of fights occasionally between drunk people all the time. But in terms of people being attacked
There are a
for
whole bunch of fights
seemingly
occasionally between drunk people all the time.
no
It's funny,
reason.
that completely makes sense. It just sounds really funny. To be fair, it's all the choice between some powerful perks or the Minutemen. I haven't got far enough to even know what that means, like end game. And yeah, Japan is not happy with immigration right now. That seems to be the case. Or at least I've seen, social, stress or whatever over there. How much is it overplayed? Is it not most people? Or is that like the general sentiment?
It often tends to be these African tout kyakuhiki guys, maybe because the tourists don't follow them into their bars, they refuse their scams, they get scammed out of money and then they fight back and they get beat up, which is really sad, and it's been an issue for many years now. Definitely an area.
I see one of your friends to my left over here.
Yeah, I hope they don't bother us anymore. I'm not trying to bother anyone, just like I was in my video. I was minding my own business. Basically, the guy was really angry that he happened to get in my shot and he didn't want
That's
to
what
be on.
surprised me is I just figured they wouldn't have much of an issue with immigration because they'd probably be so stringent with it or strict about it. So that's why I was curious to see, like, oh wow, there's these protests about it. Do they really have an issue with it? When I would think they'd be very slow to let people in even nowadays. So be sad to just see it all close back up, but I don't think it will to that extent still.
Camera.
He was
which
barely
is,
in your shot too. He was creeping and crawling. He almost wanted it.
It's been on Japanese news outlets. It's been all over social media. It's nuts. So
From my understanding, a lot of these guys own or work at some of these bars. They try to lure you in with the prospect of a cheap bar experience. And then what happens next?
from the stories that I've heard,
Yeah.
basically they invite you to an international club. They say, hey brother, we speak English. You're probably tired. You're in this country where nobody speaks English. It's difficult. Check it out. You want to meet some foreigners, actually mingle with some people where you can really talk.
Okay.
And you think, hey, you know what? That sounds kind of nice. I've been in
Attractive
Japan
prospect.
for 2 weeks. This guy seems really friendly. And you say, yeah, you know what? I'll follow you to your international club or bar. You go inside, and there's a couple different things that may happen. The most common one that I've heard is they
get
tell you
scammed.
one price at the door or something like that. Oh, drinks are this much. There's a small door fee. And then they give you the tab, and the tab is much higher. If you try to dispute it, they block the door. They don't let you.
I think that's just a normal, well, I don't want to say it's a normal thing, but it's just like a pretty decently normal scam. I feel like that happened in Mexico. Like, we went to some bar or something. Some people got us to go in, like, oh yeah, this, that, and the third. I think it was like a hookah bar or something. I don't know. And, oh, it's going to be this price. It's going to be this price. And then by the end of it, somehow the price seemed to have changed. And, you know, we're kind of going back and forth about it. Like, we agreed to this other price. What are you talking about? This is more than what you had stated. So it could have been a miscommunication, although I'm pretty sure between all of us and like what we agreed to and everything, it's not a miscommunication.
You leave until you pay the tab, and you will read constant stories of people talking about getting drugs. So they go to these bars, they meet some English-speaking women, maybe they're Filipina, maybe they're Thai or whatever. Yeah. They go there, next thing they know, it's 2 days later, they wake up, they don't have their wallet, they don't have their keys, they don't have their passports, all of their stuff was stolen. Even though there are very, very few foreigners here as compared to other countries, still the foreigners here are very, very adamant about implementing their culture here, not learning the language, whatever it is. And that bugs me because I came here to experience Japan.
Can you say something in Japanese?
Minasan konnichiwa, yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Getting circled, bro.
Japanese as possible, so.
They're circling us like meat in the water, bro.
Fair enough. Should we move?
Yeah, we should. I'm annoyed right now that we have to feel that's the death direction.
Japan is an incredibly safe country. It really is just this area, so you have that to be thankful for. Because really, I'm not saying this to pander. There are a lot of Japanese people and Chinese kyakuhiki as well who also try to offer you things, get you to follow in. Most people who are trying to get you to follow them into your bars are selling some shit, scamming. And let's be honest, we know the places that are really badass and the most popular bars, restaurants around the world,
they don't
outside, need to put people out on the street. Hey, follow us. The food speaks for itself. People are lined up out the door, so yeah.
For clarity, no joke, as we're walking around here, I'm keeping my head on a swivel.
Yeah.
With the camera, you have to.
No, you have to, totally.
And they're aware of us fully with the camera.
Hey, man, when I was hitting the back of the head,
it's freaky because I would just never anticipate this. Like, I can see, and again, not that it justifies it, if you were like harassing people with your camera or just doing something extra, but if you're just like minding your own business and you're just getting harassed like that, and then if like you're filming, you get attacked, I would just not anticipate that going to Japan. Or a lot of these like tourist spots, I wouldn't anticipate it being so aggressive and bad. You would think that when somebody does something, or the police would come arrest them or something, or there'd be enough police there that people wouldn't do stuff like that, like get super aggressive because it's like a tourist area and you kind of want tourists to come and spend money. You know, you don't want to have this hostile experience. So that's what really throws me off. It's just how hostile some of it seems. And it just seems so obvious. And then he'll be like, oh, this looks like the guy. And if it's like the same person from earlier, did they not get arrested? Is it not a big deal? I think they speak to this a little bit. Oh, stop. What are you doing?
That dude had a running start, ran up and hit me right in the back of the head. That's a very dangerous area to be hit. I mean, there's a reason that in boxing and MMA, they don't allow you to hit to the back of the head. So,
and if I get hit in the head and I go to the police, what will they say?
They will likely say, what were you doing? How did you get hit in the head? Why? What made them hit you in the head? Okay. And then they'll say, be safe.
So that makes me think, what happens if you like retaliate, if you guys get in a fight? So who gets in trouble in that case? If the police basically don't care, and it's kind of just, they shrug their shoulders and say, oh, well, we gotta be careful. Then if you just retaliate and you guys get into a big scuffle, are there gonna be repercussions for that?
This area is dangerous. You should know that. There are streetcars running around occasionally that give announcements that say, be careful, don't follow anybody. This is basically what the police did to me. They victim blamed me.
日本は本当に安全な国で、こうして安心して暮らせることに感謝してます。でも、歌舞伎町だと油断はできないって今回はすっごく実感しました。
Even though I did that, I woke up the next day to a whole bunch of my subscribers and people messaging me on Instagram saying, you're racist for posting the video. You posted the video knowing that racial tensions are high. You are trying to stir up more racial tensions. A couple different people said, I hope more happen to you. I hope that in 2025 you will get called racist for existing.
Facts. And I want to hear a truth bomb. Of the few up violent things you've seen out here, who has perpetrated them?
The Nigerian African touts, 100%.
And while we were walking around, my professional bodyguards blended into the crowd and were performing a risk assessment of how many African scammers were out here, if they had a network of informants on the ground, to see if we could get out of here alive if we got ambushed.
Peripheral scope, how many of them are there?
25 to 30 down on the bottom corner of where we walked up the hill.
Okay.
There's the right-hand turn there, and they're all congregated on them two corners.
And could we take them in a scrap?
Well, there's 4 of us and 50 of them. Further up to that side, you know, they've got more on another street corner, so we are heavy outnumbered.
Every single person that was like engaging with you, they would move to the corner of that square as you would leave the square and just eye you down with their phones out, just like paying attention to where your movements are.
So we went back out and tried to give these African touts a chance to speak for themselves.
Question, gentlemen. Can I interview you guys? On video? No? Okay, thank you.
But it quickly became clear that they tended to congregate in front of the family marts and hated the mere sight of my camera.
Where's my friend? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, boss. Wonder if can I interview you? For a YouTube video, we're trying to interview people of different walks of life out here.
You know what's going on the street now, right?
What's up?
Interview people, don't interview me.
No, we just want to interview.
Take it there.
We're trying to do documentary about. Whoa! No.
Kind of a little
We're trying
aggressive.
to do interviews for documentary. We want to speak to people from different places in Japan. Ask about life.
So he needs to speak Japanese. I think they don't understand.
We just want to interview. I just want to interview
Never mind. They understand.
I just want to interview you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm very good. Are you doing good? Merry Christmas to you. That was a peaceful Christmas spirit. Can I interview you, my friend? No? Huh. Sugoi. Okay, now they're calling the backup squad. We're gonna keep it moving. As you can see, they're repelled by the cameras. That is like their kryptonite. And then I spotted a tout predating on this poor tourist traveling alone. What did he sequester you for? Bar?
Yeah, he asked me to...
Don't go to the bar.
I know.
There's a notorious reputation for date raping people out here. Giving them scopolamine.
Bro, his face.
Drugs that make you...
So bad?
That's the reputation out here. These businesses are sketchy.
He was like, that's
Spread
not
the
what I
word to
was
your friends
signing
and
up
family.
for.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Germany. I mean, they're friendly enough. It's just that every 5 meters you encounter one.
They're friendly until they're not friendly.
Oh, see, that's annoying.
If you're going out of this
That
place.
would be really
'cause,
frustrating.
I can't go 5 meters with them without.
Okay, you've been harassed by so many of them. You want us to guide you out of here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That would be nice.
Let's
if
go.
you can.
We will guide you. So, what's
But
your
it's
name?
only in specific areas.
Okay, so we have a German friend
the sounds
here.
of it.
How many had come up to you today?
You go 5 meters and you encounter another one. One after the other. Next time I come here, I'm going to go with a friend because
It's too much.
they don't leave you alone when you're alone.
Well, friend, be safe. It was good to meet you.
Thanks a lot.
And then we walked over to Golden
That
Guy,
was
a historic
wholesome.
drinking area with over 200 small
Slide
bars,
buster.
sprawling with foreign tourists getting hammered, and the perfect hunting ground for African touts.
You want to do an interview with me? We want to talk to people who moved to Japan who are not from Japan. So we want to hear their story, how they got here and the work they do and how it is in Japan.
How much will you sell?
I don't know, enough to
Businessman.
get you a drink?
There's more now. Heavily populated corners, so there's more than 1 and 2. It's more like 4 on each corner now.
Yeah.
It seems like they've almost like put a satellite on. As soon as we're spotted on one street, they're pinging where we are.
Question for you guys. Can I interview you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you guys live here?
Please don't put the camera on.
Okay. Tough,
Can I
tough to get
interview you?
interviews.
And then I met a British
Goes on to try to
tourist who
interview.
believed these touts were victims of a bigger criminal organization orchestrated by the Yakuza.
You're not trying to drink. What's the magic you're looking for?
Scammers.
Oh, you're just trying to.
You are the guy. You're the man.
They're the victims. Trust me.
That's debatable. Debatable. How is it not debatable?
Look, the Nigerians, they're the victims. Okay, they're the slaves of the Yakuza. They're not here to like scam people, right? The actual criminals just bring them over and make them do the jobs. Like it's not them, bro. They're coming over from a country where they have nothing, yeah, and they're getting brought over by the criminals.
Maybe.
No, it's
Some
not.
suspect the Yakuza are involved, right? We don't know that for a fact. That would be a more
He
interesting
needs to interview
story.
some Yakuza.
Do you think the Yakuza are trafficking them here?
Absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Of course. Do you think these Nigerians are coming over from Africa to sell drugs to Japanese people? No. Bro.
Not Japanese people. Tourists.
To tourists, to
Yeah.
Japanese people,
Not
whatever.
Japanese people.
They're all homeless, right? They all have a boss who's making them do selling all of these drugs. They're literally below minimum wage, right? Give them a little bit of grace. It's all I ask. Give them a little bit of grace.
We're going to try to talk to them. That's our goal. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone's forcing them to be here in Japan. I think the door is wide open back home in Nigeria or Guyana, whatever it is. And if you're bringing havoc, chaos, and crime, I think it's probably about time you go back home. No amount of sob story justifies aggressing and criminalizing the native population here. And then we stumbled upon the same guy who attacked young James again. He seems to be the attack dog of the gang, doing the dirty work of beating anyone in the area holding a camera. That's our boy. My friend.
No way.
My friend. Come talk to me. My friend. Why are you punching people in the face? Why are you attacking people? Why are you attacking people, huh? Why are you attacking tourists? Why are you punching f***ing tourists? This guy right here. What's your f***ing problem? Hey, show yourself. Show your f***ing self. You're real tough one-on-one, huh? You're real f***ing tough one-on-one. You attack people for no f***ing reason out here. You, man. And you'll notice he too is almost geo-fenced in the area surrounding the Family Mart. This guy right here, he's a serial beater. We got footage of him in 4K beating people down. You are sick, you know that? You are a dirty bastard. He's not as aggressive as he is because there's more than one person. He's looking real tough. Look, hey, don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it. You can't go around punching people in the face and act like they're not gonna come back, huh? Kore wa nan desu ka? Name wa nan desu ka? As he fled our shaming ritual, this violent thug tried to lead us straight into an ambush across the street.
Well, no
as
shit.
other criminal associates were ready to outnumber and ambush us. No more! No more! Go back home! Yeah. You need to be careful. All right. We gotta retreat. Tactical retreat. Huh? Oh, come. I'm not a dumbass. They want us to go meet their 500 buddies in the alleys. They think we were born yesterday. Look, he had to recruit. All right.
I mean, you're in there a few deep as well, my
Just
guy.
like he pulled up on you.
Yeah.
We met another foreigner who moved to Japan that also had a nasty experience with these touts. Come over here. I love you too, bro. Sorry. You just had me spooked a little bit. I was like, oh, is he a hostile force? Where you from?
I'm from Miami. And you're badass bodyguard. Right. why are you here?
We're investigating the touts.
Oh. I was walking, right? And then they're like, yo, can I have a second? I'm like, please leave me alone. And then another guy came up to me. There was like 5 in a row.
Okay.
And I just had it. And I'm like, yo, leave me alone. And then, yeah, bro. And then he started following me like that. And then I'm like, bro, you good, man? And so I turned around. So he started following me again. He's like, I'm gonna beat your ass, bro.
What?
And I'm like, I just kept.
Do you know what he looked at? Did you get
Probably. No, I didn't. But if we go there, I could identify him. Yeah, let's go.
Join our party?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, welcome to the party. What's your name?
Albert. We're right over there by the family.
joins the
Right up there by
party.
the Family Mart? Yeah, the one that just kept following me.
He said, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. I'm gonna beat your ass, bro. And I'm just like, whoa, dude. I just kept walking. They're like security or whatever.
Yeah.
The guy with the yellow. And then I asked them like, what do I do in that situation? And they're like, don't hit back. Just take it, hope it's on camera, and then go to the police.
Bro, that's no way to live. Dude, how hard was it to get your visa to come over here?
I got it through an AOT company.
Okay.
And then I switched to another visa, to the humanities visa, and now I'm working as an engineer.
That's badass.
Thank you, man.
A real engineer.
Oh yeah, doctors and engineers, bro. I went to a random bar. That was my first mistake. And then I ordered one drink, and then I ordered another drink, and then after that, I blacked out.
No way.
And I woke
They drugged you?
Yeah, they drugged me.
What?
So they drugged me, and I woke up at 5 p.m. the next day.
Damn.
I woke up in the hallway next to another guy who the same thing had happened to. My wallet was stolen, everything. I have a Japanese credit card, Rakuten credit card. They took 400,000 yen, which is like 4,000 USD.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It was a Filipino bar.
Filipino bar?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so don't go to Filipino bars in Japan.
We're
Got
trying to
it.
interview people that live here but are not born here.
We want to learn about Japan.
Okay, no worries. Excuse me. Can I interview you? No? I'm chill, I promise. There's a few questions. What's up?
Walking, right?
Walking, yes.
But I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you go to Japan,
do you live-
and then there's like a Nigerian comes up to you and is like, "Hey, you should come over to this restaurant." It would already just throw me off that it's not like a Japanese person, right? I'd be like, "Well, that's kind of weird. Like, I'm here for like the Japanese culture." It would just be, I don't know. I think that would already just automatically throw me off.
Live here.
Because at first, I think I would assume that they're another tourist. Like, oh, you must be a tourist here, and it's like, oh no, I'm working on the street here to get people to come. It's just, I don't know. It's just odd.
We're trying to ask people that live here but are not from here.
Hey,
Okay, we're just doing interviews, you know what I mean? You guys live here?
Yeah.
Okay, we're trying to talk to people that live here but are not from here for an interview. Ask them about their life in Japan. For a little interview? Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. How you doing? Doing good, man. Good to meet you. Huh? How are you? Oh, we're cooked. Immediately. Is that bar? Question for you.
I'm gone. Why are you hanging camera?
It's on my... Yeah, I mean, a little bit, yes.
Camera. I'm the camera. If I touch you.
Shake my hand.
Shake my hand.
Okay, this shoulder cam is a killer. It was clear the only way to see what was really going on here was to go undercover as a drunk tourist, get lured into these bars, and see if they drug me,
That makes
rob me,
sense.
or sell me something on their secret
He
menu.
needs to go undercover.
Real quick, when you travel as much as I do, the first thing you need when you land is data. And the sponsor of today's video, eSIM Forever. No mugs, we're just willing to get robbed. And then if they try to rob us, we kind of let them rob, and then boom, they come out of nowhere, save the day. Let's get robbed.
Well, the one or two times I have had to come here, I was harassed by crazy touts, drunk people, just a bunch of idiots that I don't want to involve myself with. And my friend got mugged here by knife point, so.
So if you really want to be safe, but have a really good time and not have to stress, go like 8 or 10 people deep. Anywhere you go.
That is very unusual when you consider Japanese hospitality and their reputation for safety. Totally.
See, that's the thing. That's why I don't want to say my guard would be down, but I feel like, yeah, over there, I would just not be thinking about it as much. But I guess that also depends where you are too. If you're in a more upscale place, then I would hope not. But obviously, if you're in like a seedy kind of place, you should definitely be wary.
Whatever your instincts tell you to do the opposite. And I think we'll end up in a hairy situation. We're gonna go to the bar.
Whatever your instincts tell you to do the opposite. I'm pretty sure that'll put us, yeah, probably, right?
That James had someone email him saying they were drugged.
Yep. About a day and a half later, his wallet, passport was gone.
That's freaky.
Day and a half.
Yes, he purposely
Holy
dropped.
shit. And as James and
But what do you do when your passport, like if you lose your passport in another country? That just sounds like such a headache.
pulled up to Kabukicho undercover as stupid American tourists trying to pick up some Japanese girls. We immediately stumbled upon a pimp lingering on the street waiting for perfect victims like us.
What's up, G?
How you doing, G?
How's it going?
What's good? Konbanwa.
Konbanwa.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm very, very good, man.
Where are you from?
South Africa. Like that right here is like they have a bar where you can drink with
Japanese
girls. What kind of girl do you like?
Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese.
I mean,
Mexican. Like, you know what I mean? I'm in Japan. Yeah, I like me some Mexican. It's like, what do you mean?
I got that yellow
you like
fever.
Taking a look.
Yeah.
Taking a look is free.
Just peek?
You take a look. They speak English.
That's the issue.
Oh, you know girls?
Of course, man.
Bro, it's the exact same thing everywhere. I swear to you. I swear to you. It's just like, literally just, it's this exact same shtick. I don't care like what group of people it is running the scams. It's always the same shit.
Okay,
Are you looking for girls, or I thought you were looking for girls? Yeah.
No, actually, I'm working deep itself. But
I see.
We scout women.
Oh, scouts. Okay, like modeling.
We scout
I go
women.
to schools, to universities.
No way.
What?
They work with different kind of bars.
Okay, like hostess girls.
Also, it's good. I got scout women. Look for girls that want to earn more money, live good life. They're pushed to different kind of bars. We have 2 good bars right here.
Should we go check out the bar?
Dude, that just sounded horrifying.
You like the big? You like the girls?
Let's go see. Let's go see.
Like, how much is it expensive to hang out with the girls or like drink with the girls?
Drink with the girls. And have a blue. Have sex. Have
really?
The bar.
Wait, at the bar?
At the bar.
I was trying to rizz them up though. I was trying to rizz them up, no payment. You feel me? trying to use that American rizz.
This guy.
You know what I mean?
This guy.
I'll be like,
No payment. The dude just starts laughing. The fuck are you talking about?
konnichiwa, kawaii. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, konnichiwa. Yeah, man.
What the fuck?
I get women. That's my job.
I'm like, yeah.
What do you mean you catch women? Yo, this is horrifying. This is why I don't want cameras around.
They like guys like this.
Bro.
You got big dick?
Bro, what? They are feeling to get. I'm glad they have security because yeah, this is gonna end horribly.
For what?
No, not big dick.
Okay.
Relax, calm.
Relax, calm.
Okay, so they're 18 plus, right?
18, 19, 20, 21. You can Inside here.
Love Hotel?
Inside? Inside. They have a VIP. They have everything.
I'm glad he didn't go the other way. Yeah, I'm sorry, I keep double clicking. I'm glad he didn't go the other way.
It became clear that these touts weren't just promoting drinks. No, they were pimping women, selling a penetrative VIP experience, which is illegal in Japan. If you want to see the full uncensored infiltration of these adult clubs
check
that
out his
YouTube
Patreon.
won't let me upload, go subscribe to patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for $5 a month.
You're gorgeous.
1 hour. Let's go 1 hour.
1 hour we can go?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a sinner.
Maybe you need to drink.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love you. You know, ski des. I gotta go though.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need to wait a little bit.
When we got up to leave after not buying the VIP package, the girls said we had to wait to say goodbye to the pimp who brought us here.
No,
I gotta go. I'm gonna make a mistake.
She said you wait a little bit.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you though. I gotta go before I make a mistake. You know what I mean?
These women were suspiciously insistent on extracting my swimmers.
Frank will come to say thank you to you.
That's okay. Thank you.
No,
I have to.
just tell Frank, you know, I said thank you.
Listen to me. It's nobody will know. I swear to God.
Yeah.
They are really trying to sell it.
Lap dance, you will never experience.
Let me think.
How are you gonna lead with the blowjob and then be like, and listen, the lap dance? Oh my God, it's the best.
Okay, all right. You made a moment.
Oh man, it was amazing.
But why did the Japanese authorities allow underground brothels operated by the same African thugs beating people on the streets to exist?
That guy's a
it's not like he has to do like some crazy investigative journalism here. He just walked down the street as a tourist and they pull you into these places. So if they're so illegal, why are they so just prolific?
He said he goes to the universities, and he actually told me when you were in the bathroom that was doing this in LA previously. He goes around to colleges, campuses, talks to girls. How are you feeling after those drinks? Are you feeling different than usual?
I would say there's heightened adrenaline and stress right now because I was filming the whole time.
I'm sure you didn't catch it on your phone, but there were a couple different foreign guys going back into the back room with them. I think I heard some
For sure, some clapping going down.
And there were bars all over Kabukicho with an African hustler that seemed to run the show and somehow always had access to alcohol and women.
Oh, pole dance.
We were going to go to a club.
Oh, wait, we're gonna go to a club.
And despite the aggressive and sometimes violent techniques of these touts, some of these clubs appeared to be legit bars, seemingly with the sole purpose of getting you drunk enough to upsell you to one of their brothels.
Killing it.
New place?
A new place.
If you go there,
Tell me where, damn.
let me see the time.
I'm just having too much fun.
It seemed like all of the African-ran bars here led back to the real moneymaker, the VIP experience.
Let's go. I trust you, because you're my friend. I trust you. No, it's the same place. I came here. I already came here. It was prostitution.
No, yes, drink.
I'm back.
No, yes, drink. No, prostitution. No, yes, drink. Oh my gosh.
He let me back.
So that's interesting. So they just loop you. It's like a whole bunch of, almost like a chain of them, and they all just try to lead you back to that place.
We met each other already.
I told you.
God led me back.
Of course.
Bro, God led me back. Of course.
I have to go though.
You have to come. You don't have to
You have to come.
I told him I cannot do prostitution though.
And there was more than one club out here offering VIP experiences.
Is this a bar?
Baru.
Baru. What do we get?
4,000 1 hour free drink, unlimited.
You got me?
Yeah.
You promise?
Yeah.
Wait, but he did say 4,000 1 hour free drinks. I mean, I get what he means, but it's like, well, no, you're paying 4,000 for an hour of drinks, right?
Arigatou gozaimasu. For everything. And what is your name? Tiger. Rah! Arigatou gozaimasu. Well, good to meet you. We had unlimited drinks.
5,000 each.
He said 4,000 though. My friend.
That just keeps
you
going
said
up.
4,000 apiece, right?
Every time somebody says something to him, it's gonna go up.
Okay. We're gonna go home. They have wives and kids to talk to.
Really?
If you didn't buy the VIP experience, a magical 5,000 yen service fee would be thrown onto your bill at the very end.
There you go.
Pull out a dusty menu that they never give to you while you're there drinking and point to the fine print at the bottom as if it were obvious. But I had, of course, already paid 4,000 yen for unlimited drinks for the next hour. Kabukicho was notorious for these service fee scams they try to finesse you with at the end.
This is EA. Scammer.
You have a gun?
Scammer. EA. EA. Scammer.
No scam.
Scammer.
No scam.
Scammer.
No.
Scammer. EA. They never showed me this stuff. Principally, EA. EA. Onegaishimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu.
静かにしてください。
Arigatou gozaimasu.
あなた
I'm sorry. I have to settle my morals. 1507. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Wow, your voice is low.
It's a scam.
No, you scam.
You're scamming me.
You scam.
EA.
It sucks that you have to act like that. I mean, it really does.
I'm gonna fucking throw down. No, they tried out a $5,000 service fee out of nowhere. No, it was a scam.
No, it's not tax. It's like, what are you talking about?
The 5,000 at the end. I said no. Yeah.
And she started calling someone on the phone in Japanese. She's saying, come fast.
They know you're recording.
See, that's ridiculous.
What we're doing here. Yeah, they're all fucking talking. We all know. They're all following us. They're starting to follow us now.
Should we get out of here or what?
We're setting patterns. Yeah.
Tell her this.
Okay, come, let me show you one.
Okay, let's go. Beautiful women, beautiful alcohol, beautiful times.
Boy, I don't like you. I don't like talking to stupid guys like you.
Oh, I'm a dumbass.
Wait, what?
Then go f*** yourself. Then go f*** yourself, you dumb motherfucker. How about that? And then go back to f***ing Africa. How about that? Come, let's go. Bishop.
Yeah, I'm the bishop. And how are you?
Bishop Tyler. Thank you. Name wa nan desu ka? Bishop.
Discount, right?
Tyler. Oh my God, thank you. We've been waiting to meet someone.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
These guys stationed outside the Family Marts knew exactly what I was up to and were trying to blow my cover.
This is the guy. You know this guy? This is the guy always taking photos. Are you sure it's real? I don't know if it's real or... It's not real. I'm telling you, bro. Really? Guys, no, it's just somebody in Facebook on this social media. This is the guy.
All right, sir. Is there any problem? Unc needs to get a partner set before I beat his ass myself because I don't like to disrespect and I really have a good time.
They were following us.
We're all compromised now.
They were all starting, congregate in bigger groups on the corners.
I underestimated how much prostitution was out here. So everything's a bar becomes a brothel.
Yeah, it's wild.
Snap of a finger.
So, they've obviously worked out what we're trying to do, and clearly we've worked out what they do.
And tomorrow is the final battle, it seems like. We left Kabukicho and came back the next night to see if Yasuke the Samurai was still harassing drunk
Hey, the
tourists.
samurai.
Hey, my friend. How are you? Good to see you guys. How are you? How have you been? Hello. How are you? Do you think he'll hit someone again today? Do you think he's gonna punch someone in the face again today? Let's go see. How you doing, my friend? Who will you punch in the face today? Who are you going to punch in the face today? Are you gonna assault another person today, huh?
I mean, I think it's great that he like blows their cover. Kind of makes it so they have to just run around and try to avoid him. So I guess they're out harassing other people, but it's crazy to think that they just go out there and do this all day.
Back into the family.
Being a promoter is one thing, but going way over the top and attacking people and everything is something completely different.
Mark, this is the spotter hole. He's called the cops. Do you think he can get away with attacking people? He punches people in the face, thinks he can get away with it. How you doing? How you doing? You gonna hit me? You gonna hit me like you hit our friend, huh? You gonna hit me like you hit our friend?
He's calling you thief.
Oh, I'm a thief? You're stealing people's sense of safety. He punched our friend.
Why?
Nothing. He was walking through. Yeah. Don't touch me. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back the f*** up. Back up. You're a drug dealer. You're a pimp. You're a pimp. Hey. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't f***ing do it. Don't f***ing do it.
This is some weird Black Mirror shit.
Don't f***ing do it. Try some shit. Try some shit. I suggest you don't f***ing try some shit. I suggest you don't try some shit. Just walk away. Just walk away then. Just walk away. Just walk away. They're attacking people, punching them in the face, pimping, you're dealing drugs. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're real fucking tough, yeah? You're real fucking tough. Pimping out women. Look, it's our friend. It's our friend. It's our friend right here. Okay. Hey. He attacked. He punched our friend. He punched our friend in the face. And then this innocent tourist trying to enjoy a drink in Kabukicho got caught in the crossfire.
This is like a 360 degrees.
Wait, what the hell? It's like a drive-by where only the innocent people are hit. I'm just so confused. Like, this guy just appears out of nowhere. He's minding his business, it seems, and then bam!
In the crossfire.
This is like a 360 degrees.
Like, what?
Stop. Hey, stop. Stop. All right, call it there. Call it there. Why do you attack someone for no reason? Why are you attacking people? Or you work with them?
It's so odd to me. There's just like, does nobody call the police? You have a bunch of people chasing each other around in like a little mob, and then people like attacking each other, and it's obviously you're causing a commotion. There's no police anywhere or anything. Nobody's coming over to be like, hey guys, stop fucking around.
Wait, who do you think you are? Prepare.
This is so ridiculous.
Hey! Oh, we're thieves? You're the thief. You're a f***ing criminal attacking people. What are you doing? Okay, bye-bye. Go f*** yourself. Go back home to Africa. F*** you. Game over. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move it. Let's move it. Right, move. They're gonna chase.
They need to run with their hands.
The streets of Kabukicho are infested with a gang of Africans pimping, robbing, drugging, and beating anyone they want. With a gang of Africans pimping, robbing, drugging, and beating anyone they want, while the Japanese government does nothing about it. Japan is still one of the safest and most ethnically homogenous countries in the world. But some Japanese patriots are worried that their tiny island nation could see what's happening in Kabukicho all over their country if they don't tighten immigration policy now before it's too late. Just take a look at Great Britain. So I met up with Japanese YouTuber Kenobi Ken and Joker the politician in the city of Kawaguchi that's become a hub for Kurdish refugees since the 90s, giving it one of the highest foreigner populations by percentage in all of Japan's cities. After an unemployed Kurd seeking refugee status sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl, received a suspended sentence, and then went on to rape a 12-year-old girl, widespread anti-immigration protests in Japan erupted.
We are at Nishikawaguchi, where the Kurds are occupying the city.
What is this right here?
これは日本人ファースト、すなわち外国人よりも日本人の方をまず幸せにしましょうという政策を訴えています。で、私はいわゆる保守、
日本人 first, so Japanese first. It sounds familiar. Oh my gosh, guys, I don't know. The movement is spreading.
Tell me about the current state of immigration here in Japan.
埼玉では2つの人種が問題を起こしている。まず1つは中国人、チャイニーズ。だから、日本人とチャイニーズの違い、ジャパニーズとチャイニーズの違い、分からないかもしれないけど、僕らからしたら全く違う。なぜならば、僕らは民主主義国家で、資本主義国家である、まともな国家であると。中国人は共産主義で、やばい国家。中国人があまりにも増えすぎてて、僕ら日本人は中国人が増えすぎることで侵略されるんじゃないかって恐れてる人たちもいる。中国マフィア、チャイニーズマフィアがここにはいて、で非常に治安が悪くなってるけど、もう一個の駅はクルド人、有名なクルド人が多くて、そこで悪さをしてる。隣の駅はここは中国で、向こうはクルド人だった。クルド人はトルコとかイランにいる国を持たない民族なんですが、その彼らが難民だと嘘をついて日本にたくさん来ている。そしてここでいろんな暴動を起こしたりとか問題を起こしている。まだこういうような店も日本と同じように、あなたたちからしたら見えるかもしれないけど、俺らからしたら全然違う。中国の怪しい店がたくさんある。あそこたちからしたら見えるかもしれないけど、俺らからしたら全然違う。中国の怪しい店がたくさんある。あそこのマンションで中国人が爆破事件を起こした。もう日本でありえない、そんなこと。世界一平和な日本でそんなこと聞いたことがない。この辺の店なんかも、これは日本の店じゃない。香港とか中国の店なの。これは日本語じゃない。日本の店じゃない。香港とか中国の店なの。これは日本語じゃない。あれ。
That communistic country, the Vietnam, that red color red means communist. You see a lot of those communistic flag around here, everywhere here.
そう。もっと日本人の
communist. You see a lot of those communistic flag around here, everywhere here.
そうそうそう、もっと日本のアイデンティティを示すべきなのに、外国人ばっかりが中国やベトナムのアイデンティティを示して、日本人の方がこう肩身の狭い思いをしていることがおかしいという主張をしています。
Okay, Chinese panda. Not Japanese panda.
No, no
you guys
panda.
don't have pandas.
No panda in Japan.
Okay.
で、彼が今埼玉県の知事で、彼が知事になってもう外国人が急増している。彼はリベラル、左だから彼のせいで外国人が増えた。だから私のような保守の政治家、コンサバティブの政治家が彼に勝った。
While we were walking, I stumbled upon these Bangladeshi fellas chilling in the parking lot.
Oh my gosh. Right, Norton? Oh my gosh, you're killing me.
Do you work here or do you study here?
学生もいるし、私も学生として来たんだけど、今は自分のお店作ったんで、そう
あ、なるほど。
そうそう。
お兄さんどうですか？
日本語大丈夫です。
全然2年ぐらいでも全然あります？
私今学生終わったら就職しましたです、ロスンで。
何年ですか、日本来て
？11年です。
11年？
And what is the biggest difference between Bangladesh and Japan?
これが安全な国です。バングラデシュよりが日本がちょっと安全な国です。
Do you feel welcomed here as a foreigner?
そういうことないです。仲良くやってます。
Do you see yourself living here for the rest of your life?
ずっと住みたいです。
And what are your thoughts on this?
まあちゃんと合法に来てるんであれば別に何も問題ないと思う。
Do you wonder whether or not you'll stay here forever?
今はずっとは9年住んでたんですけど、ずっと住みたい。
And what is the number one reason you left Bangladesh?
日本の頃は前は私の友達も日本に住んでて、私も思って友達と一緒に日本に行って勉強して、あとは日本の勉強システムもいいだから、あとは経済とか、あとは安全な国だから。
Is it easy being Muslim here in Japan?
So very difficult.
In what ways?
Food.
Food? Are you happy he's here?
On a personal level, I would say I'm not happy at all. I don't want it. The reason why they be nice is because they're minority here. When they become big in number, I know they're gonna become a little aggressive. Their country's being really aggressive and dirty, and girls have been raped. Well, if you bring those people into my country, it's gonna happen the same thing. So I would say no. I don't want any migrants from a third world, especially a Muslim country.
Do you want more Muslims in Japan?
No, まさか。
Why?
文化があまりにも違いすぎる。で、そのハラル食もそうだし、あとモスクも最近増えてきている。そして隣の町、私は戸田にいるんですが、モスクが一つあって、お祈りする日になったらブワーッとイスラム教徒が来て環境を荒らしてくるのを日本人は嫌がってるし、とにかく環境が違いすぎることに違和感を感じ。
This is so interesting because yeah, there's the same reaction here to some extent to mosques coming up in some places and the call to prayer and all that kind of stuff. I just saw something where people were complaining about it in New York in like Times Square. So I don't know. I see a lot of these complaints popping up around the world around the same period of time. Maybe they've always been there and just growing over time, and now social media, whatever, the general sort of consciousness of the populations or whatever are just turning an eye to it. The algorithms are feeding it to people or whatever. Or maybe it's just become more apparent to people, or people have just become less tolerant of it, or I'm sure it's a multitude of things.
もうだってイスラムが世界的に見ても一番危険な民族だと思っているし、世界的に見て一番戦争も起こしているし、そんな人たちが大量に入ってきたら、せっかくこの島国で一番東に極東。
I mean, that's true. I mean, exactly. I mean, if you had like 100 million people move to Japan, that would, from another country, that's going to change Japan fundamentally.
島国で最高の環境を僕たちの祖先が作ってくださったのに、それが崩されるということにみんな怒っている。
The Bangladeshi guys, did they speak good Japanese or no?
Their Japanese, after 11 years, very bad. I studied English for like 4 years.
Your English is quite good.
They barely speak Japanese.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
How long have you been here?
It's almost 11 years.
Why did you come here?
First I came here for student, then now I doing job.
What do you work as?
I work as a IT specialist.
And what do you work as?
I'm student now.
What are you studying?
Japanese language. It's
I
very
see
fine.
him in Facebook and
Do you know who he is?
yes. 知ってますよ。
あ、そう。
Do you agree with the idea of Japanese first?
俺のこと嫌いでしょ？そんなことない？
You don't like me either.
なんて言うんですか、自分の国だから自分で好きなようにルール作って自分でなんていうかハッピー
なんか幸せになれるように何でもやってもいいですけど。
And what do you like more, Bangladesh or Japan?
Every people they love their motherland. I think Japan is my second country. That's why I love both Japan and Bangladesh.
You said that Japan gives you a lot of opportunities.
Yes, of
What do you give to Japan?
I give Japan my brain, my knowledge, and my strength, and my honesty.
If you had to live in one place, where would you live?
Obviously Bangladesh. It's coming here for the study.
You don't think you'll stay much longer?
No, I don't stay long here. The study, and after I want to back to my country.
What is some advice you'd give to an immigrant that comes to Japan?
I want to see every people, please obey the Japanese rule, stay happy and work hard and do something for yourself, for your country, and also Japan.
There's one question I ask. Bangladesh grooming gang problem in UK. They've been raping, selling drugs.
This guy goes in hard.
There's too many problems in UK. When we see the problems there, how can we trust that? Something might happen in Japan
I think
too.
they are this environment. I think maybe Pakistan, India, and I think in UK environment they did there, but in Japan we Bangladeshi people nothing do.
Do you think most Japanese knew the extent of the immigration here?
No. Until he does the rallies.
So his work is extremely important in highlighting
Yes,
what's
what
actually
he's
going on
doing
here.
is like great job.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. So we interview them. Hi. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Interview. Can we interview you? We're doing interviews.
今インタビューできますか？
日本語は？
日本語できます。僕らとインタビューしてくれませんか一瞬日本語で。
今タイミングはダメですね。
タイミング悪い。
社長に電話しないとダメですね。
今インタビューできますか？
He doesn't f with us. Okay, let's keep walking.
彼らしたら俺敵だから取材なんて受けないよ。
What's he showing us now?
クルド人ある。
His name.
Question. Do you know our friend? Do you know him?
あの人知ってますか？河合さん。
私わかんない。
Can you ask him his thoughts on Japan first?
すみません。日本人ファーストについてどう思いますか？
ダメ。
I said no.
何よこれ。トリス私わからない。Okay? 私。
わかんない。わかんない。
He's tourist. Is that what he said?
ジャーマニー。
Huh?
これジャーマニー。
German. You're German. German, all right. Okay.
Let's go. Do you like Germany or Japan more?
私ジャーマニー。
Germany?
今のあそこの店がクルド人の有名な店で。
He's recording. So we.
It's just like so much pandemonium going on here.
So we.
で、この上にあるのそのクルド人教会っていうのが。だからここがもうそのクルド人のとこなのこれは。
Do you think they could kick your ass?
Nah, bro. You don't know the kamikaze mentality of Japanese people. Ready to die. Think I care about my life? No. I'm honored to die for my country. I'm not gonna fucking give my country to any foreigner. Goddamn. 絶対かな。別に日本で別にインタビューしてます普通に。
でも店の営業妨害してるんじゃないよね。
してないです別に僕してませんよ。
失礼じゃないの？
違いますよ別に。
何しに来てんの？この人たちは何しに来てんの？
別に僕は日本人で日本の街作ってるんですよ別に。
この人たちは何しに来てんの？だから店の前にだから営業妨害するなって言って。
してない。
それだけやめろって言って。
Don't touch it. Hey.
No.
Don't.
Shut up, man.
Touch
Go
me.
home.
You go home.
You go home. He's my friend.
Yeah,
He's
cool.
my friend.
だからここに何しに来たの？
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, don't touch it. Don't. No. Hey, Fred.
Exactly. This is my land. Why did you come here then? He's my guest.
Hi. Konnichiwa.
That's it.
それで何？
We haven't entered your store. Oh, this is the guy that's getting handsy.
Hitler?
No.
Hitler?
Why are you touching the camera? Just go back inside then. Go back inside. Hitler? That shit doesn't work anymore.
Hitler!
You come out here calling us Hitler. Hitler family.
So everybody just calls everybody Hitler all over the world. It really is just the most absolute craziest insult. Everybody gets it. We all get it. Nope, you're Hitler. No matter where you go, everybody just jumps to calling you Hitler.
Why did you call me Hitler?
Or Nazi, I guess, right?
だからこんな差別やってる人とずっとこの人が一番日本で差別やってて有名な人だから。
He's the most racist people in Japan, he says.
How am I racist?
だからこの人と絶対歩いてる人は絶対レシストだから。
Whoever walks with him are racist.
So why is it racist to want your country to be homogenous or safe?
それはそう日本人の国にすることはレシストじゃない。それは当たり前日本の国だから。
Of course, yeah.
それは誰も口出す立場でないし、うちらもその立場じゃないから、でもやり方があるでしょ。例えばこうやって変な風に来て人を怒らさせて喧嘩するより普通に来てやれば誰も口出せない。もちろん日本は日本人の国だからそれは誰も口出すことじゃない。あなたたちがそうやって口に出すから逆にこちらから見るとなんかバカじゃないかなと思うんだよ。だって誰も役のこと言ってないよ。当たり前じゃん。これ日本の国だよって。
Do you think it is racist for Japan to want to deport all of the Kurds and the Bangladeshis, even if they are behaving?
クルド人みんなじゃなくて一人がやったことはみんなのせいにしないよ。
I mean, yeah, it's a little ridiculous. I mean, if people have been living there a while and they're just, following the rules and living their life, and then, somebody a part of their group does something wrong, you can't just deport all of them. I mean, you can, but it's a little ridiculous.
でもだからどこの国でもやってるでしょ。それ
話してるけど、
クルド人はやってるのはもちろんすごい悪いよ。こちらもクルド人として恥ずかしいのね。でも一人がやったことをみんなクルド人は同じことをやってるわけじゃないでしょ。日本人も同じことやって日本人みんなやってるわけじゃないでしょ。同じこと。犯罪は日本人、トルコ人、クルド人、ドイツ人関係ない。犯罪は犯罪。いや違う。国関係ないよ。いやあるあるある。だからレイシストなんだよ。ある。あなたたちのお仲間さんが怒り出したんですよ。あなたたちが例えば彼にも聞いて、どこの国でもあなたたちがこうカメラ、ビデオいっぱいこう持ちながら急に入ったらどう思うの？あなたの家にこうやって入ってきたらどう思うの？あなたがお皿の話したでしょ。勝手に俺があなたの何人で家の中にこうカメラとかビデオで入ったらどう思うの？私の店の前に営業妨害してる。営業妨害じゃないですよ。
I mean, to be fair, I mean, he's got a point. He's just like, yeah, if you show up with a bunch of cameras and stuff, act aggressive, it's going to put people off. I mean, I don't think he's wrong for that. And also his point about, yeah, if somebody, a part of a group does something wrong, it doesn't mean you blame the whole group.
こんにちは。
知らない人だから勝手に撮ってるの見てこれ勝手に撮ってる見てこれは普通なの。
It's funny, out of all the things we've seen the police arrive to, there was this situation. There were just other situations. Maybe they just cut it out or, it wasn't put up or whatever. But there were other situations where I'm like, where's the police?
ちょっとリラックスして。
リラックスできないよ。リラックスできないよ。
He said he cannot relax.
普通にあなたたちが話しに来ればね。
Relax.
最初聞いて話すれば問題ないの。中に入ってビデオ撮っても問題ないの。それ別に何も変なこと。でもこうやって来るから頭に来るの。それを伝えてほしいの。YouTuber でも何でも別にどうでもいいの。
Relax. Quit flinging your hands everywhere. Is he allowed to vote?
No. Okay. He's telling him what to do as a politician, and he is disrespecting him, calling him Hitler. We are fighting against these people because we are not gonna give my country to anybody. No Mongolian empires, no Spanish, no Kurds, obviously. To death, obviously. We're not cowards. Samurais. Let's go. Yamato Damashi.
What needs to change for this to stop? Because the kebab cannot be worth it.
はい、だからたくさんのクルド人が今強制送還されてると聞くんで、ちょっとずつは解決に向かっていくと思いますけど、でも完全な解決にはならないので、引き続きね、滞在資格のない外国人はどんどん追い出していただきたいなと思います。
In my opinion, because
well, sure. I mean, if you are there illegally, I mean, obviously you should probably get deported, right? I mean, right?
Of this, he's really known. He's famous.
They're mad because he's here, and we're here with him.
They're angry with us.
We have backup Kurds right here.
俺のこと知ってるはずだから絶対。
They're just spawning in right now. A few more have come out. There must be quite the community out here. And I think officially we need to rename this from Happy Kebab to Angry Kebab. If you want Angry Kebab, come here. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Try some. You're gonna end up on the ground. You're gonna end up on the ground. And this gang of Kurds seem to get more aggressive and emboldened despite the police being here. You're too arrogant.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you would think at this point things would have settled down, but they're only heating up more. It's like, geez.
All right, we gotta move. The Kurds are mobilizing. Immediate hostile appearance of a lot of these guys out here. Are you concerned right now?
Yeah, because they're gonna bring more people.
Just more and more keep spawning in.
And my phone became broke.
They smacked the hell out of it.
As the cops escorted us out of the area, despite these Kurds attacking, the solution here was clear. Deport all of these people and don't let any more of them in. Japan is an amazing place because it's majority Japanese. Japan, if you love yourself and your people, please keep it that way.
Interesting. Definitely check his videos out. He goes all over. Does these types of interviews, breakdowns, and whatnot. Again, I don't think it should be like, oh, deport everybody. Obviously, if you're an asshole, criminal, illegal, whatever, then yeah, you should probably get deported. No shit. And then, yeah, they should probably be, cognizant of like how many people from other places you bring in and how fast, because it's obviously going to change the culture of your place. I mean, that just is what it is. If you have 100 million people in a place and you import another 100 million, you are no longer the same country that you were before. That's just pretty simple, right? Because you are bringing in a whole other culture and like a one for one with your culture. So they'll blend and mesh in some ways, but in a lot of ways they're going to like have little bubbles of communities and whatnot and not mesh. So I don't know. It's pretty obvious. If you move like 1 billion people into Japan from other places, it's no longer Japan. That may still be called Japan, but culturally it's going to be a different thing. So now whether that's good or bad is like up to each individual person, but it wouldn't be what we consider Japan today. Although I would hate to see them completely close it off or anything. Like, I think you should still, you know, hopefully be able to like become a citizen or at least go there and visit or work or whatever, and just throw the assholes out. Like if somebody's being an asshole, throw them out. If somebody's harassing people, throw them out. If somebody's attacking people or just, you know, all that kind of shit, doing criminal shit, throw them out. Pretty simple. Let me drop the whatchamacallit. I was like dropping the link to whoever we watched. Boom, in the chat. All right, beautiful. I've gotten nowhere in Rust. I kind of figured it was too much for me to even pay attention to once I started getting into the video. That was like really interesting. I don't know if I'm even trying to get into it, honestly, at this point. I don't want to lose this pickaxe, though. That would be sad. This or I guess a couple tools. I mean, the sulfur I'm not really too pressed about. It's 100 sulfur. What if I extract? I don't think I've ever gotten a nucleus from that. Lost these. Well, actually. Oh, no, never mind. That was 2, now it's 1, so. Yeah, I lost. God, man, because I found this base over here, and I got like a bunch of resources from it. Built a base over here, and they destroyed it. Or rather, took it over, so that's freaking frustrating. I don't know what this stuff is. Yummy. Craziness. Yeah, Maduro claims he's a prisoner of war. Captured, pleads not guilty. Can't imagine that's gonna be open to the press. When is I'm curious when the Charlie Kirk assassin, when their trial is. I saw something on it, but I didn't see a date. I might check out this Ty Rivera video though. It doesn't even look real. That is so stupid. Sounds good, Longbong. Let me know. Probably get a couple matches going. Oh, got too hooked on Rust right now. Ooh. No way. You said my wife loves slavery. Slaves in the U.S.? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, this one. Are you saying you don't identify as a slave, Danda man? Is that what you're saying? It sounds like what you're saying. All right, Norton, get some rest. Have a good night. And yeah, y'all gonna just forever argue in circles about communism versus capitalism and this, that, and the third. It's kind of all, I don't know. It's like a conversation about a conversation, a meta conversation. It's interesting to a certain extent, but at the end of the day, you're just gonna run yourself in circles and go nowhere. So, though, for like, I guess philosophical exercise, it's fun. Just gets a little old. Gets old. Sometimes it's fun. I'm probably just communism, capitalism, doubt, or whatever. Comes and goes in waves. Identify as a cactus. Pokey. I will, oh, wow, I don't even know what to call you. I'm still gonna call you, Dan DeMan. But I guess your name should be Dan DeCactus. One of the pokey ones over here. Now, let me refill my cup. Refill my cup. And then I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna check out this Ty Rivera video. I haven't watched one of his videos in a bit. I'm just trying to decide which one. But probably this one. I agree, but I like the system that lets you choose. Are you saying in between capitalism and like communism? Is that what you mean? Because that's also kind of where I fall as well. One kind of seems to force you into a group think, and the other, albeit not, I don't even want to use the word fair. What's the word I'm looking for? There are inequalities. I don't think inequality in and of itself is evil. I think it's just sort of is, right? And it's like, well, how much inequality is there is really the question. What's the general quality of life? Blah, blah, blah. Don't know that you'll necessarily be able to make it perfect for everybody or equal for everybody, but being able to at least move around within it, make your own choices and whatnot, is kind of nice. But I'm assuming that's what you mean. I'm not sure. Again, I'm just not really interested too much in the conversation right now. Socialism, communism, capitalism. Just throwing words around. It's like, when we get to like a specific at some point, we could talk about it. But until then, I just, speaking of these really like vague general concepts, and they are vague at the end of the day. It's like, show me a specific policy and a specific thing in the real world right now. We could have a conversation about it. But just these like really broad ideas, Again, I think I've just talked about them too much as of recent, so I'm just kind of like tired out. They were just wanting to define something. Oh my gosh, well that's capitalist, and that's imperialist, and oh my gosh, well that's socialist technically. And you're taking some right-wing ideology there and you're sprinkling it in. It's just like, oh my god, who gives a fuck? Well, I don't know why you don't go ahead and do that. Why don't you go ahead and nationalize all of housing and rent it out for 7% of everybody's income? Why don't you go ahead and do that? Let me know how that goes, and then we'll talk about it. Again, I'm just not really interested right now. It's like, yeah, but to each their own. Let me refill my cup. We'll get some caffeine in me here. All right. Good luck on the MRI, Danda man. Hope all goes well for you. I'm sure it will. Good news and all that. He said for never pain. MRI in the morning for never pain. Oh, nerve pain. Gotcha. Oh man, what's beeping at me here? What's going on here? Oh, it's just boring after a certain point. I'm so annoyed. It's just boring. Again, like I said, looking at the framework through just one, or the world through just one framework, constantly kind of hammering away at it. I don't think I speak in capitalism in every single sentence I speak. I think I just, sometimes talk about other things. It's like just kind of being like over the conversation at certain points in time. Like I said, sometimes it's interesting, sometimes it's not. It's really not that deep. It's just like, just not interested. Just not interested at the moment. Like we've kind of said before about other things, everything in moderation. Yes, that even includes conversations about economies and shit. Like, it just, sometimes I do feel like it's looking at the, I don't know, losing the forest for the tree or vice versa or whatever. I mean, to each their own again. I mean, just, if you're asking me about my personal interests and stuff or, what have you. And it's like, well, yeah, at a certain point, it's like, just not interesting. It's like if I went on talking about cars every day, if I just sat here I don't know, I'm just picking some random subject. If I just sat here talking about cars all the time, I'm sure some people would be like, not interested in cars. Or it's like, I'm always so interested in cars. I don't know, it's a bad analogy, but I think you get my point overall. As if you were even responding to me. I'm pretty sure you were. I just didn't open the whole apparatus, but I'm also confused as to like, you did send that to me directly, and then I'm like, well, what the fuck? Why don't you just say that here? Or is it because I walked away? Which I was like half walked away. I was just making my coffee. Briefly. I take it you bailed or something. I'm very confused. You talk capitalism in every other word you say. I don't think so. Well, see, there you go, Dan the Man. Exactly. See? I could chase you away talking about aliens. And see, if I talked about aliens all the time, like I try to be careful not to harp on it too much. But then again, I have like periods of time where for like a week or so or whatever, it might just be on my mind more, and there's gonna be people that are gonna tune out after, well, some people after the first time, some people after, they could deal with it a little bit, right? I think that's just sort of the idea, is if I stick on it, they're, some people are into that, right? But I think it'll turn a lot of people off. And I mean, to some extent, fuck them, right? Because it's like, well, but at the same time, it's, it's understandable. because it's just kind of human. Unless you're like super into a topic, you know, if you don't really care for the topic too much, if the person's always talking about it, it just gets old after a while. It's like, I've heard it. Cause shit, I could go on a whole tangent about it. We could sit here and talk about aliens for the next 10 hours. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. Plus, I mean, it's just being honest about, like, not even an annoyance. It's more just sort of like, I don't think I'm able to give my full sort of attention, or I don't know how to explain it. Like, if I'm not really interested in something, it's like, why force a conversation, right? I'm not really gonna be putting my full thought into answering the questions or really thinking about the topic at hand. You know, I'm just gonna be kind of like, oh, okay. Oh yeah. And that just seems like a dishonest conversation to have, or just not really fruitful, or just, you know, a waste of the other person's time if, like, you're not really taking it serious, or myself isn't taking it so serious, or just not paying too close attention to it. So it's like, instead of just giving like half-hearted answers or half-hearted thought or whatever to it, it's like, I'm just not interested right now. I just think that's more useful to everybody's time and everything. If I'm like really sitting back and analyzing myself here for a second, it's like, why am I saying all of this? Well, that's probably why. Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like these conversations and debates all the time. That's what I'm saying. I mean, for y'all, I mean, go crazy. I mean, if I'm like looking at it at this exact moment, I'm just like, I don't really care. I mean, every now and then something will pop out to me and I'll be like, that's kind of interesting, but I guess I'm just saying at this exact moment, I mean, go crazy, go stupid, whatever. You know what I mean? Go super into it, go in the weeds. I don't really care. I just am like, not so interested. I find it stimulating as well, and have found myself engaged in the conversations for hours. And then the next thing happens. So. But go crazy. Talk about, 7% income, nationalizing housing, the government owning everything, people owning nothing, whatever floats the boat here. Yeah, it's probably just as silly as me talking about, guys, there's UAPs, there's aliens. I mean, I don't really say it like that, but I mean, honestly, to a person uninitiated, that's probably what I sound like. So I'm just projecting my own tastes or thoughts at this point, so don't stress it. I'm gonna check out this Ty Rivera video though. Finally, where's my button? Boom. So Ty Rivera, I like his channel. He's a comedian. Yeah, I don't know. I just like randomly found his channel, and every now and then I'd like, or maybe I check out his videos maybe like once a week or something. Or I don't know, as they pop in my feed, like it happens. So I was gonna check out. I'm trying to see if there's one specifically, but it was really just is this one or the Will Smith one? A Will Smith accuser. I must have fallen asleep to this one. Same. I'm in a similar boat. I'm like out of tobacco here. So you're just sitting there, just grinding your teeth together. No, actually, I don't care about this. That's probably why I clicked on it and clicked off before. I could try this one.
Another guy in the women's changing room at Planet Fitness. Okay, I'm gonna have to censor this, but you can see the uncensored version on my Patreon.
Okay, I almost didn't care for a second, but now I'm like super curious. What do you mean? Like censor what? What could possibly be on the floor?
But for those of you that are watching on YouTube, what you're seeing right here are the feet of a male. And then in the shadow, which some of you can't see, it appears that this person is stroking.
Oh, stop it. No fucking way.
And a very important side note is, this is happening in the women's locker room of a Planet Fitness. And this is the
I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
Witness this event.
I go out to wash my
Not
hands
really like bullshit, but it's just like, really? I mean, really?
Shower stops and this dude comes out, okay? Literally straight up dude. Tall and just masculine, everything.
You're smoking extra fat. Oh my god. Well, teeth grinding is what I needed. Oh damn, yeah. Wait, really? Like while you sleep you grind your teeth, or? I hope I don't grind my teeth. I don't think I grind my teeth. If it works in a small, it works in a large. Again, constantly show where I take world. Is North Korea, it's workers co-ops. And only you.
I don't want to sound like I don't believe you. And this is at the very least unladylike behavior. But for the home viewing audience, may we please see the young lady in question? Isn't she lovely? I really should have warmed up before doing that. What's up, everybody? And in case you haven't figured it out, Planet Fitness is allowing the trans madness once again. And by my count, this is number 3 that we know of. That's right, once, twice, 3 times, and still not a lady. And just to jog your memory, there was the first time when I covered Phyllis, who was the trans woman shaving her face while looking like a total man. And if you don't remember the way that story went down, I'll include a link up here. But if you don't remember the way that one turned out, the actual woman who recorded Phyllis, just so that they had proof that there was a male in the women's locker room, ended up having her membership terminated for recording in the women's locker room. Then recently, and
I mean, to be fair, I kind of get it on both sides there, because it's like, people recording in locker rooms is really weird. When I've gone into locker rooms, there's like people walking around naked. I kind of expect if I'm in a locker room, well, I don't know how it is at Planet Fitness, but like the YMCA, it has like a shower and stuff. So if you're in the locker room, there's like, you're like with naked people. So to be filming there, it would be really weird. Maybe, I don't know if people just don't, maybe you don't, are there showers at Planet Fitness? Do you get like naked and shower? I don't know. I just don't think you should be filming in, you really probably shouldn't be filming in bathrooms, and you really shouldn't be filming in locker rooms. It's just weird. It's just weird.
I didn't make a video about this one.
But then again, I do also get it. If somebody was doing something super duper inappropriate or like what have you, or illegal, what have you, you're going to take out your phone and record. So it's like, obviously there's some gray area there, I suppose. But at the same time, I mean, if you're doing it for evidence, I guess, to show somebody or to show the authorities or something. But in general, probably just shouldn't be recording in the bathroom and locker room.
but there was a man in a crunchy wig that was literally recording women in the women's locker room. And in that case, that person didn't even identify as a woman. And if I remember correctly, according to reports, had a wife and children at home. And
Jeez. Yikes. My God. Yeah, I think something that would help solve these issues is maybe just no cameras, just no phones. Just like maybe just areas where you're not allowed to have phones. It's like you come into the gym, you have to put your phone in this locker. I guess that'd be in the locker room, right? But no. Before you get to the locker room, before you get to the bathroom, you can't even work out. You can't even use the workout equipment. If your phone is seen, boom, you're kicked out. Nope, we don't care if you're trying to listen to music. No, you're gonna listen to our music that's playing through our speakers. You're gonna have to deal with it if you want to be here. No filming each other, no filming here, no filming yourself. You're here to work out, and that's it. Well, I want to listen to my music. I don't care. You know what? We'll have a DJ. You can put your request in with them, but at the end of the day, you're gonna be subject to our music. Otherwise, go to the park, work out at your place, buy some equipment.
And now we have Sir Strokes-a-Lot getting in innumerable sets of rubs and tugs in the women's.
That's just, I can't. It's so over the top that there's no way they were in there doing it. The thing is, I've been around crazy people. That's the thing. Like people that were watching adult content in a coffee shop. Like I've seen that. Just sitting there watching that shit. Just people are fucking weird. So it's like, there's no way they were doing that. But I know people and I've heard stories of people just doing weird shit. Like, I mean, jacking off in the bathroom. Like there's people that will like just go and have a session in the middle of like a place. Just heard stories from people. And I guess this isn't that crazy because this is just like the next level of it. But why would you do this? Especially if you're, oh my gosh, you're just asking for trouble. You're really just asking for trouble. First off, you should not, let me just state this. You should not be jacking off in a public bathroom. You should not be jacking off in a Planet Fitness. Really anywhere in a Planet Fitness. The bathroom, the lobby, the bench. You really probably shouldn't be doing that anywhere, okay? Needless to be said, but you know.
Bathroom. And mind you, this is going viral today, but it happened.
I was gonna, at the end of it, the dumb devices, I was gonna say something like that, like a CD player, MP3, but you can't trust people anymore. It's gonna have a camera on it, or it's gonna be a phone that looks like an MP3. Just no technology. You're here for this one specific thing. You're going to come here and you're going to run the treadmill for 30 minutes. For 30 minutes, you're going to disconnect from your phone. You're going to disconnect from your technology for 30 minutes. And if you cannot do that, that's totally fine. Stay the fuck out. You don't have to pay for a membership here. I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to see establishments that have that kind of sentiment around them start to pop up and become popular. Like you're not allowed, like it's going to be to facilitate community and also privacy. I think we're going to start seeing that. It's a niche. How big of a niche it is or will become is yet to be seen. I feel like they messed around with that idea when they do stuff like certain comedy shows will have it to where you can't take your phone in or you can't record the show. It'll be something like that.
Happened all the way back in May.
I have no idea why all of a sudden my video is blowing up on Twitter and Instagram. This happened back in May.
So let's let her pick it up from here, and I'll give you my thoughts as
that's crazy.
We go.
So pretty much I was just at the gym. I go in to use the restroom, and the shower is going because at Planet Fitness there's showers, and the shower is going. Didn't think much of it. I go out to wash my hands and the shower stops and this dude comes out, okay? Literally straight up
she says
dude.
That, dude.
Tall and just masculine everything. And
okay, I hope that's a joke. Like I hope you're just being a little bit over the top. There's no way your oven wants Wi-Fi. Are you kidding me right now? That's a joke, right? Like, I know, like, everything is becoming smart, this, smart device, smart that, but that's actually crazy. Like, when your toaster needs to be connected to your Wi-Fi, I have a couple devices that make me a little uncomfortable like that. Certain lights, They have like smart light bulbs now. And it's like, okay, do I really need that? Now there's like one set of lights that you could connect to an app to change the color. And it also can have a microphone built in to hear music and play, you know, a light show to the music. Just seems a little over the top. It connects to your Wi-Fi. Really, so can you turn your oven on with your phone or something? I'm trying to think of like, what's the use case? I don't know. You're at the store, you decide what you want to make for dinner. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make that for dinner. Let's preheat the oven for 450. So you're at the store and you could preheat the oven, I guess. It's a little, I mean, oh my gosh, it's such a, is it really adding that much utility? And that's only if you keep your oven empty. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I put the pots and pans in the oven, so I have to take them out to even preheat the oven in the first place. So it really depends on your scenario of how you have it set up.
He's naked and wrapped in a
You
towel.
can turn it on before it's preheat. Is that really it though? And then you have, okay, so like the refrigerators. I'm not gonna lie, I was at Best Buy recently and I was looking at some of the refrigerators, and I mean, they're nice. They're so modern. It's very sleek, and they got this like giant screen on them, but it's like, why do I need a screen? Why do I need a screen on a refrigerator? What is happening? It's like, well, you could see what's inside of the refrigerator. Motherfucker, I can open the door. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh my gosh. It's like we're solving problems that are just so insignificant. Sure, is it cool, I guess, to be able to not be at home and be able to see what's in your fridge? Maybe. But I guess it's neat if it keeps track of it, but it's also like, fuck, dude, you should just figure that shit out, you know? Like, do I have milk? Shit, we might have a half gallon. Let me just buy another gallon. All right, we'll figure it out. Type of a thing. And send you shut the fuck up. See, that disgusts me. That actually disgusts me. If I get a fucking ad, if you buy an appliance and it has an advertisement on it, I'm done. What I mean is like some sort of like advertise. Oh, you could pay a subscription. If you have to pay a subscription for an appliance, there's cars, apparently you'll have to pay a subscription to use like their heated seat function. The function's built into the car, but in order to access it, you have to pay. Otherwise, it'll be turned off. Shit like that is dystopian to me and just should not even be allowed. Really. Yeah, things that actually last a while as well. Instead of, what is it? Planned obsolescence or planned, the shit breaks. The shit just fucking breaks. Let's call it what it is. It's like they want it to break or they want it to slow down. That way you buy a new one. It just in some cases, it doesn't make sense to have a new car or a new phone come out every year. There's not enough people to buy the shit at a certain point unless the old shit breaks down.
And keep in mind, this is her. You know, not for nothing, but the ladies sure do look different these days than they did when I was a youngster. Maybe something in the water, maybe I have a bad memory, what do I know?
And he goes across into the changing room.
Okay, well okay, now you're going a little farther back in time. You said manual windows. That's crazy. I remember when I was a kid, like one of the family cars we had manual windows. The car I drive now is pretty old. It does have electronic windows, but It's a manual car, though. It's a stick shift car, but it has the electric windows and locks. Who's Kai? I'm so confused. What is happening? Well, I don't know.
And
though manual windows, don't those? So I don't know why this like comes up in my mind every now and then. Maybe it's just a concern I have. But let's say you're driving over a bridge and your car flies off the bridge and you go into the water. You can't open the door, right? Once the car is submerged because of all the pressure, I imagine. And then I think they make special devices that you could break your windshield with or like windows with. I assume the windows might not open on their own. If they're electronic, you might not be able to get them to open, right? So if you have manual windows, if you think about it, the safest vehicle in one of those instances would be a car with manual windows, right? Because you would just crank the window and it opens up. Anyway, sorry. Kai is the guy with the tattoos and piercings on his face. Oh, you mean Ty? I call him Ty. I mean, his name on like YouTube is Thair, Ty Rivera, right? Or is it Kai? Is that how they say it? All manual, no computers. Manual was nice though. Wait, you got into an internet beef with this dude? Or are you talking about somebody else? I haven't tried it, but I heard that works. You haven't tried running, like opening your windows underwater, like the bottom of a lake while you're in your car? We need to test it. Why are you switching between accounts, Kami? It's so confusing. You know what, whatever. Be whoever you want to be.
I was kind of just in shock and just didn't really know what to say. Like, I mind my own business, okay?
Very important. This young woman was willing to completely let it go that there was a trans woman in the women's locker room that...
To be fair, I mean, let it go. I mean, she did record it and post it on the internet. She just, the video didn't do anything for like 6 months. So it's like she let it go, I guess, by not reposting and like trying to bring more and more attention to it. But she also recorded it and posted it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but...
Look exactly like a man. What does she care? Not her business.
Yes, test it for the commercial. Isn't there like that gentleman? I think he tests, or he doesn't test, but he makes like bulletproof glass. And in one of his commercials, he sits behind his bulletproof glass and has somebody like shoot a gun right at it. It's like that's a product you could trust.
Different strokes for different folks. No pun intended.
So you want to start a coding career?
Do you want to start a coding career, guys? Well, watch this ad. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that.
To dry my hands, I turn back around and I see that shadow, and I'm just like...
Girl, I don't blame you. But I also want to say this should absolutely never happen in a Planet Fitness of all places, which is why it kind of surprises me every time it does happen. Because I've been to many Planet Fitnesses across the country. And when I say across the country, I mean all over the country, because they have Planet Fitness locations in every small town that is off the beaten path. And I performed in a lot of small towns that are off the beaten path. And what I can tell you about Planet Fitness in the men's locker room is that in the men's locker room, there are usually at least 2, a minimum of 1, completely private changing room. And when I say completely...
I thought he was going to say naked old men, because I'm like, bro, Every time I've gone to a public locker room, there's like a naked old man who, when I say naked, I mean he's like not wearing his towel. He's just like walking around butt ass naked with no fucks given. And it's just so odd because it's like he's almost trying to be naked. It's like everybody else, they go by their locker, they change and stuff, where you go to the shower, you come back, you put your towel on, But there's just like this one old dude that's just like whatever, bro. And he's just everywhere in the locker room naked. And it's like, what are you doing, bro?
Private, I mean a full door, and it's the size of a fitting room at a store in the mall. So I think that Planet Fitness for trans women that may come in, that maybe if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, which I would not give this person the benefit of the doubt, but if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, maybe are early in their transition and don't at all look like women, could make the women feel uncomfortable at the very least. What they can do is just go ahead and, if they want to be ultra inclusive, put a sign on that individual locker room, in the men's locker room that I'm telling you about, that has the trans symbol on that. And just make that the official designated third space for these trans women. Because the fact is, their biology and their anatomy is still the same as a male. They still look like any other man. And if any of them were to come at Planet Fitness and say, I'm not comfortable being in a locker room with men, Planet Fitness could quickly say, neither are the women that come here, and just leave it at that. You can either take it or leave it. That's the option that's being offered to you. That's the best compromise we can make. If you don't feel like this is the gym for you, then it's not the gym for you. We'll cut our losses here.
Okay, there's no way. Maybe I'm just being delusional or imagining this, I don't know. So I go back out into the gym, and about 10-15 minutes later, I come back into the bathroom, and he's still doing that. Like, the shadow is still going. So I'm like,
bro.
okay.
That's kind of crazy.
15 minutes. By that time, she has lit some candles and is listening to slow jams in her earbuds. This is no longer a wank. This is an actual jerk session. And to that I say, no sir, no ma'am, no turkey, no ham. I'm gonna need you to pinch your nipples at home, madam.
So at the time, I was by myself. Both times I went to the bathroom with him, and so like I was really uncomfortable. I'm just glad it wasn't a minor that was in there, and saw that.
I think another good way to solve the issue is just you make a gym with no bathrooms, no lockers. You show up. Whatever you're wearing, dude, show up with your gym clothes on. You need to take a shit, go home. Go to the gas station next door. That's what they're going to start doing, you realize. They're going to start either doing single stalls, or where you have to pay to use the bathroom, or there's just going to be no bathroom. There's just going to be no locker room. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck everybody. Go home. Stores, no bathrooms. Go home. We're not dealing with it. We're not dealing with it. No single stall, no multi-stall, just nothing. Nobody. All right? That's really a good way to solve it. Or just put everybody together and just say, fuck it. Fuck it. We're all together now.
But it was bad enough you had to see it. And this is what I hate for young women coming up right now, is that they've actually been led to believe that they should have to be apologetic or outright apologetic.
A pool, let me think. You don't even need a locker room. No, you don't even need a locker room for a pool, because you know what? Show up with your swim trunks on. Show up with your swimsuit underneath your clothes. Even when you go to the beach, they have those little showers outside that you like rinse the salt water off of you with, right? You don't need, just have one of those at the pool. You rinse the little chlorine water off of you, you're good to go. Let air dry or just dry off, put your clothes back on over top of it. Let's be honest, we really don't need this. Right? I mean, you really don't even need it. All the lockers could be outside with locks on them so, you know, people can't steal your shit. But you really don't even need this private space where you get naked. You could really just come prepared. Am I crazy? Or it's like, really, it would not be that hard. And then you would completely get rid of this issue for everybody. Nobody would have an issue because there would just be, you would just do everything at home. We do everything at home. Now nobody is in any type of a private space where gender or sex or anything becomes an issue. Yes, I'm advocating for outdoor showers. But you know what I mean? Those showers that you use to like rinse the sand off of you and stuff at the beach.
Apologize for feeling uncomfortable with something that should have never been normalized in the first place. I mean, this is definitely not the world that people like me grew up in. And while we've always had trans people used to make efforts to pass, and they knew that behavior like that would be unacceptable. And why would they want to pull that kind of behavior anyway? Because then,
I'll be honest, it's unacceptable regardless if you're trans or not. I mean, dude, if I go, it's like already I don't really want my ass touching the seat in a public restroom. You know, if I have to sit on a toilet seat, I'm laying down a barrier, a partition of toilet paper, right? It's gonna make me even just want to touch everything in the bathroom less. Like if I walk into the bathroom and there's some dude jacking off, I'm gonna hold it. I'm just gonna hold it. I don't want to touch the door handle. I don't want to touch. Just get me out of here. Get me out of here. So yes, if you walk into a woman's bathroom and there's a dude jacking off in there, that's even, I can't even imagine just how much worse that is in your mind.
them being transgender really used to mean that they were uncomfortable with their bodies. So in a lot of cases, the trans women back in my day didn't want to acknowledge that that part of their body even existed, let alone massage it in a public space. I mean, I've heard of trans pride, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I was pretty uncomfortable, so I called my boyfriend and showed him, and he was like, yo, what the f***? And I think to myself, okay, yeah, no one's really gonna believe me about this, so I start recording it.
And it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but because of Planet Fitness's policy against recording in the locker rooms, she's lucky they didn't ask her to leave. And I am 100% in support of not allowing recording in the male or female locker rooms.
Exactly.
But I think in situations like this, where you're basically collecting evidence because somebody's doing something
exactly.
that is
like there's like this gray area to like, okay, if somebody's doing some like, if somebody's murdering somebody, obviously you should probably be doing more than just recording. I mean, if you could step in and stop them from murdering the person, obviously do that. But for evidence reasons or whatever, yes, recording for some sort of instance like that, and then I guess let the court decide at that point whether or not it was appropriate. But yes, generally just recording in a bathroom, just fucking weird. Just weird shit. You don't need to be doing it. Well, don't be such a narcissist. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do it. It's that simple.
Very least,
like you're probably doing some weird shit. Let's be honest. You're probably doing some weird shit.
I don't know if it's criminal because you do have an expectation of privacy in the stall, but that definitely should not be happening in any of the stalls in any women's bathroom. And recording it should be completely excused because how else are people going to believe you? Then it turns into just your word against theirs. And this young lady definitely does have a right to be uncomfortable with having had to witness that.
Once I get that video, I go and tell the workers at the front desk.
So now let's see what happens when the staff comes in and confronts him.
Whoa, okay, never mind. I did not expect it to get this far. Okay, never mind. Like, wow, okay. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on in this part of the... Oh, wait, does it cut it off? Well, you guys can kind of see it. I think it cuts it off a little bit. Let me see if I could pull it down a bit, maybe. I mean, I know you guys are going in on like communism and capitalism and all that good shit, but you know, either way, I'm still gonna try and make this fit a little bit better. Man, I don't know. I don't know why this is just freaking me out. This little like, I think considering what they're talking about. Oh, you can't see my mouse, can you? Hold up. I don't know. I keep thinking that's a bulge. I know it's not. I think it's just like a wrinkle in the shirt.
Because if you think this person is out of line now, wait until you see what he comes back with.
Nobody's saying you're drugs, bro.
Okay, so the first thing he says is that he's not on drugs or anything, which I'm going to say that if anybody ever just out of nowhere...
That's generally the first. When I get pulled over by the cops, I generally start the conversation when they're walking up to the window. I'm like, sir, officer, just to let you know, I'm not in any drugs right now. Just so they feel more comfortable and at ease.
Where volunteers the fact that they're not on drugs. They are definitely on drugs.
You just want to leave, or like?
The reason why I'm looking in here is because I hear there's people, there's girls in here that tell me to go because it's clear practice. I've never talked to anybody. I've never done it. I've never had anybody say, you're better off using that bathroom though, because she can't go.
ChatGPT can now create.
You notice how when the staff tells him that she feels uncomfortable, they immediately turn it into them feeling uncomfortable, and all over a situation that they created themselves. I mean, the balls on this trans woman. Again, no pun intended.
You were really comfortable touching your shit. Bro, I literally saw your shadow, bro. Like, come on, now.
Listen, you saw my shadow representing anything. I was scared. I was getting myself together.
For those of you who couldn't hear, because I know the volume is bad on this part of the video, what they said was they were getting themselves together. That's definitely one way of...
That is a way to put it. That is, hey, I was just getting my head straight. It's like, okay.
Putting it, and we do agree, you were getting yourself together.
Okay, pal. Okay. Yeah. Okay, pal. Okay, pal. Whatever you say. Come on, baby.
No.
Let's go.
Hey, y'all gonna call the cops or do something about this? Cause this is.
We already informed, man.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure this properly gets handled, bro.
Okay, so in case
Those
you guys
poor
don't know what's
employees,
going
they
on
just
there,
like,
that's her
like,
boyfriend
fuck.
actually coming into the women's locker room. I would imagine the locker room has been cleared out at this point. Everybody knows there's a situation going on in there. Everybody knows that there's going to be males in there because obviously the staff is trying to address this. And there were males as a part of the staff that day, as you could see in the beginning of this particular clip. But I just want to say, I commend this young guy on how perfectly he handles himself. Because if he puts his hands on anybody or gets physical in any way, that will quickly turn into a crime of the hate variety, no matter how in the right or how justified public opinion may think he is. And that's what gets me about some people when they hear about situations like this and they're like, I would have gone in there and done blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no. I would never encourage any young person to do that unless it was absolutely necessary and there was no way to avoid it, because there is no reason for a young guy like this to completely ruin his life over some idiot that doesn't know how to behave themselves in a public place. And
that's the unfortunate part. You're going to end up getting fired and then like sued or something. It would just, your life is like fucked up.
Nothing but turn themselves into a victim in that situation as well.
This is crazy work.
Yeah.
Bro, we have a video of what you were doing, bro. The shadow says it all, bro. Don't act innocent, bro. I saw the fucking video. I was on FaceTime watching you, bro. That's fucking crazy work, bro. You're in the fucking females' locker room beating your bro. Come on, bro. That is some weird ass. Doesn't matter who you are. That's inappropriate to be doing with females around. As a listen, as somebody with a penis, I'm not gonna walk into the women's bathroom and jack my shit, bro. Doesn't matter if I'm gay or if I'm trans. That is so inappropriate.
I mean, that's a good way to put it.
On the lines, bro.
Say what you want. I was in the stall. Right?
Hey, nobody's gonna hurt you, bro. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
It doesn't matter that you're in the stall. It is inappropriate. Do that shit at home. Don't go be in a public place.
Wait, tell me he's not admitting to it and saying he was in a stall, which makes it okay. I'm sorry, I don't care. He could have been in the men's bathroom in the stall. Come on, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. Like, come on, just go home.
Bro, you go to the Taco Bell bathroom, bro. What the is wrong with you, bro?
It just makes me just... Because you know this probably happens a lot. I bet you this dude's jacking off all over the place. This just makes me not even want to go out. I don't want to go in public. I definitely don't want to be using the bathroom. I can't be using the bathroom anywhere, man. This is nasty. This is nasty.
Right, minors, like...
You guys? I was in the stall.
It does not matter, bro.
You're not harassing me in the stall.
You were in the women's bathroom.
I'm allowed to be in here.
Okay, two things I want to point out here. They are 100% correct that a minor could walk through. And as a matter of fact, during the summer months, Planet Fitness has this deal where they offer free memberships to minors so they can keep themselves busy over school break. So there is that, and that is very valid.
Bro, I'm sorry, Limebong. Like, you know, you shouldn't be jacking off at a stall. Like, why are you jacking off? Like, if you don't think that's weird, that's just odd to me. That's odd to me. Like, that's just generally something you would do at home, I feel like, right? Maybe your car, maybe. But, like, really, we're doing that in the stall in, like, a public bathroom. It's just, come on, man. Come on. I don't need, like, semen all over the place. You're going to jack off. Are you really going to get all that shit off your hand? Or are you going to reach out and touch the handle of the door? Now you've touched the handle of the door. Are you going to wash your hands? I'm sorry. I don't know how many public bathrooms I've been in where I've gone to take a piss. I'm going to wash my hands. And a dude will walk in, take a piss, and walk out without washing their hands. So you already know if they're doing that, they're going to be jacking off and not washing their hands. They got their shit all over everything. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. That's just fucking disgusting. And it's weird. Like, you should not be, I'm sorry, you probably should not be in public jacking your dick off. I don't care that you're in a stall. This shit's a little fucking weird, bro. Like, am I crazy? Am I crazy for that? Is this a crazy take? Like, I don't care if you're taking a shit. I don't care if you're doing this or doing that. But, like, when you're hanging out, like, in a bathroom, let's be honest, a public bathroom, you should be in and out of that bitch. Unless you could be taking a shit. Maybe you're taking a long shit. But outside of taking a long shit, why are you in the bathroom a long time? If you're spending 20-30 minutes jacking off in a bathroom, that's fucking weird, bro. Not your own bathroom, but a public bathroom at like a Walmart or a Planet Fitness or like they said a Taco Bell. That's fucking weird. Like, I don't know. I don't care if you're a chronic masturbator. Do that shit at home. Do that shit at home. It is what it is.
But in one of the other stories that I covered about this, which was the one about Phyllis, the woman that reported that had said that there was a young girl in the locker room during that situation as well. So that doesn't make Planet Fitness budge either. And the other thing that's really baffling to me about this situation is if you heard this person right at the end of what they were saying, they said, I'm allowed to be in here, which tells you that this particular person and people like them think that because they're allowed to be in the women's bathroom, that they're allowed to do that in the women's bathroom as well. And also, these people fail to understand.
No car. Yeah, and probably not in the car either. You know, but I'm trying to be like meet halfway, but I mean, I can't even. What are we even talking about here, guys? Like, what are we talking about? You got to do this at home, all right? My God.
And that this is the reason that so many women are against any trans women being in the women's bathroom, because it allows for people like this to come in under the same umbrella. And one thing that really bothers me about this situation is that I'm sure nobody from the community, nobody noteworthy from the community is going to come out and speak out against this, because they know that it's not politically correct within the LGBTQ community to actually stand up to this kind of behavior and call it out. And to me, that's another place where the LGBTQ community, and more specifically the trans activists, are really dropping the ball. Because if you at least let women know that you understand their concerns when it comes to safety and being comfortable in their own spaces, it at least could buy you a little bit of goodwill, even if letting women know that you stand up for them didn't.
Wait a second, stop. What are you talking about now? There's cameras in the bathroom. Where are there cameras in the bathroom? What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Ronbong, I think I don't know. You're trying to push this idea of like jacking off in public bathrooms, and it's like, look, that's a you thing. I gotta disagree. It's a weird hill to die on, but I'm gonna go ahead and say, nah, man. Nah. I think you should only do that shit at home. Ronbong, if you're talking about like this, I don't know if you just started paying attention like 5 seconds ago or 5 minutes ago. You might have to just rewind, because if the context loses you, I mean, all of the employees are standing in the bathroom confronting the person in question of the possible just weird abuse or like whatever is going on here. Just, you know, being inappropriate in the bathroom. So that's why the camera would be in there. It's sort of like saying, oh my gosh, a cop walked into a bathroom with his body cam on. What? Like what? Like what? Oh my gosh. It's just hilarious to me.
Cast you in the most favorable light to the rest of the LGBTQ community. There does come a point where even as LGBTQ and trans activists, you do have to stand up for what's right. And you do have to stand up for women who are the people that you're trying to emulate.
Doesn't matter if you're allowed to be in here. You're not allowed to off in here, bro. That is so weird. Bro, we have video proof.
Are you allowed to video people in the stall? No.
And there they go, turning themselves into the victim by asking if you're allowed to record people in the locker room.
So why?
It doesn't matter. You are a male in the female bathroom jerking your bro.
I'm a transgender.
And I quote, I am a transgender. So hiding behind being transgender.
Again, it's like, the response should be, I was not doing what you accused me of doing. That's really what they should focus on. It's like, regardless of what I am, where I am, when I am, what I wasn't doing was pleasuring myself in this stall. Okay, that is a lie, a fabrication. Okay, that's really what they should be focused on defending.
And just for the record, I've known trans women my entire adult life. I have never heard a trans woman describe themselves as being a transgender. Just saying, I'm not buying the story on any level.
It does not matter. You have a and you are in the female bathroom.
I was not.
Yes, you were.
There we go. Okay, at least they're defending it.
I was on FaceTime.
What were you doing? What were you doing?
I was drying off like I just.
Okay, I as a biological male have been showering and drying off for my entire life. Never once have I dried off in that particular way. And if you see the actual video, you'll notice that there's no shadow of a towel. So exactly.
I mean, maybe they were aggressively air drying.
How were you drying off, smam?
Bro, let's be on some real right now, bro.
The real shit is you were filming me in the stall and you're saying that I was doing something wrong.
Now they've resorted to doubling down on the you're recording me in the stall.
Yes, you were off, bro.
Can you guys listen to this? He was filming me.
It's alright. We got you on camera. Like, you're in the women's bathroom off. That's in the one. It's good. The manager will handle it. Maybe the cops, however they choose that.
Well, I think what you're missing, Long Bong, is the way this seemed to have, what the hell? My camera off? Oh my god, my camera just stopped working. The way this seems to have started was this girl was in the bathroom. She looks over and sees a shadow of somebody jacking their dick off at a stall in the women's bathroom, which makes them feel uncomfortable, which I think is understandable. I don't think I should have to explain why somebody jacking their dick off in a women's stall and like the women's bathroom would make somebody feel uncomfortable. She felt so uncomfortable that she thought, wow, nobody's gonna believe me, so let me record this. Talks to her boyfriend about it on FaceTime or whatever, goes to the employees about it, and then they confront the person. I mean, this kind of seems like step by step by step. You could say mind your business. If you want to mind your business, you go and you take your shit and then you leave the bathroom, then you go home and jack off. If you don't want to mind your business, you go into the stall and jack off. When you do certain things in public, you are going to draw attention to yourself, and you can't really be mad at that attention. And if the attention isn't appropriate enough, people are going to take out their phones and record to have some sort of evidence to then go and tell on you, essentially. This all just makes complete and perfect sense. It shouldn't even have to be explained. Mind your business. Minding your business is not jacking off in a public area. That is generally minding your business. You kind of, like, for somebody else to mind their business, you also kind of have to mind your P's and Q's as well, right? You can't, like, break into somebody's house and then when they are, like, recording you or, like, shooting at you or yelling at you, say, mind your business. I mean, there's kind of a line somewhere that's drawn, right? Doesn't seem like it has to be explained, but
Let's go, babe. Have a blessed night, you guys. Sorry about that.
No. See, I think you're missing something. You said calling people out because they're trans. Again, maybe you're just like tapping in and tuning in here, and you didn't hear everything else I've said throughout this whole thing. I don't know. Maybe in this instance, well, for the woman to call out the person. Okay, I want you to just think about the selection bias that you are engaging in here. One, the instance here is it happens to be in a women's bathroom, meaning the only instance of a man jacking off in a women's bathroom that would be permissible. First off, it's not even permissible for a man to be in the women's bathroom, a biological male. They would have to be trans, or at least claim to be trans, right? So the way a person with a penis can be in a woman's bathroom is if they claim that they are trans, right? So it has nothing to really do with the transness. It just so happens to be that way because of the nature of the scenario. Now, I stated earlier, if it was a dude in a men's bathroom jacking off, it's still the same issue. This isn't a trans thing. You know what I'm saying? This is just, if it was a woman flicking her bean, I mean, now, of course, seeing that from a shadow would be difficult, right? I think we understand the anatomy. Okay. But a dude jacking off in the men's bathroom would be just as uncomfortable. I even stated that. I went on a whole tangent about, damn, that makes me not want to go into public bathrooms because dudes probably obviously jack off there and are touching everything and not washing their hands. So there's probably just fucking semen all over everything. So this really isn't a trans issue. See, that's the weird thing. And again, it's kind of what Ty was talking about this person trying to do, trying to make themselves into a victim. They're not a victim. They are not a victim. There is no victim in this. The victim is the person, like possibly, even though I don't know if she's necessarily victimized by just seeing a shadow of a dick. But regardless, that person is closer to a victim than the person jacking off in a bathroom. Like in a public bathroom. Like it's such a weird thing. It's like, well, they're trans. And it has nothing to do with the transness, really. Like that's kind of the last part of it. It just so happens to be that because they're in a women's bathroom, and that's kind of the only way a man could be in the women's bathroom, or a person with a penis could be in. You see what I'm saying? It's just such a weird thing to fall back on. It's so confusing.
And if you didn't hear, they also just tripled down on being recorded in the stall. And that was the end of the bathroom confrontation itself. So the follow-up video where she's describing it was actually recorded more recently because, like I said, this has just started to go viral. And one thing I really do appreciate about this young lady is that she still keeps it classy.
Honestly, no hate to the word.
Again, it makes it worse, but it's also, I mean, I guess, but it's also like, it doesn't even need to be worse. It could just be in a men's space. A dude could call out another dude or whatever the fuck in a men's space saying, bro, don't jack off here. Like, what the hell? Like, it's just, I'm pretty sure we could all wrap our head around this. I don't know why. Like, let's try this, for example. Fuck it being a trans person. Let's say it was just a straight dude, a straight cis dude sitting in the women's bathroom jacking off. Is that acceptable? Is there a difference because it's a trans woman versus a cis man? Would that make a difference? Same scenario, sitting in a women's bathroom, cis man, trans woman in the stall jacking off. Is one of those things worse than the other? I don't think one is. I think they're equally bad. Just like I think it's equally bad if it was in the men's bathroom.
Workers at all, they seem pretty young, and it's an odd situation. They just didn't really seem like they knew what to do.
See, and that's what I mean when I say that she keeps it classy, because she still doesn't blame the employees because they probably didn't know what to do, especially since I'm sure that they know.
Well, the thing is, I don't even care. Like, assuming it's true. Now you don't believe the story. First it was because they're trans, now you don't believe the story. I would pull up the video, but he censored it in his video. I could go look for the uncensored version, but I don't know that I could show it on YouTube because that's why he has it censored. So let's just assume for a moment that it's true. Would that be bad? Would it be bad if it was a trans person? Would it be bad if it was a cis person? Would it be bad if it was in the women's bathroom? Would it be bad if it's in the man's bathroom? Why do we keep trying to find these caveats for this not to be bad? If the situation is as it appears, is it acceptable? I would say no. I don't know why we keep trying to find some sort of way. Sure, it could be a lie. It could all be bullshit. I don't think you're paying attention if you think it's all bullshit. This doesn't feel like some sort of weird trans hate thing. This feels like a person probably doing something inappropriate. And yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know if you haven't been around much or like what, or how old you are or whatever, but like I've been around and I'm pretty young. to have seen some weird shit. To see people do very weird shit in public. People trying to get their dick sucked in public on a public bench, okay? Like, I've had to come up to people and tell them, hey man, can you pull your pants up because they're passed out with their dick hanging out in public, like, or people jacking off in like coffee, or not jacking off, I'm sorry, watching porn in public spaces and shit. So I've seen that shit. So it's like, this is not like such an alien thing out of the billions of people on this planet or 300 million people in the country that this is something that could possibly happen. I don't care if they're trans, I don't care if they're straight, I don't care if they're gay, I don't care what it is. I can look at something and say, yeah, don't do that. That's fucking retarded. Like, it's just so weird that when it gets around certain types of groups, like, oh well, this group, well, we can't criticize it because it's this group. No, we can absolutely criticize it, bro. Keep your dick in your fucking pants and jack off and put it in your hand and jack off when you're at home, okay? Like what the fuck? Like, it's so fucking simple. Like, I don't even care about all of the extra fucking details about like what they feel like that day. Like, I don't care how you feel inside, okay? Like, it's pretty simple.
That's part of Planet Fitness's policy. Planet Fitness has already been boycotted over this back when the Phyllis situation happened, which was maybe a year and a half ago if I really think back on it. And initially there was backlash and Planet Fitness's stock dropped and a lot of people did. And
look, if you don't understand why doing that in a public bathroom is just odd, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we're just in different worlds, all right?
Planet Fitness memberships. Planet Fitness
such a
weathered
weird
the storm
defense.
and then still kept their policy.
So I guess my question to you, Long Bong, is, should a guy, I'm not talking about a trans man, I'm talking about man or a trans woman or whatever the fuck, should a man, would it be unacceptable or socially unacceptable for a man to go into a women's locker room or a women's bathroom, go into the stall and jack off? Is that socially acceptable to you? If it is, we'll agree to disagree. Whatever. If it's not, then I don't know what you're arguing about. I don't know why you're saying, well, they have some sort of right to privacy. It's just like, what are we talking about? It's a shared space. It's like a stall, but the stall is not like this perfectly sealed off, like, single room. Like, it's so stupid, because by that same logic, why do we have men and women's bathrooms? Why do we have men and women's spaces? We could just have a tiny little partition between us and everything would be fine. What are we talking about? I live in reality. I'm sorry.
So I don't really know what it's going to take for Planet Fitness to take this kind of thing seriously on any level, because as it stands, they really don't seem to care.
Looking back, I do have regrets. Like, I should have done more. I should have called the cops. I thought about it, but I was like, there's no way anything is going to come of this. Like, people are just going to say I'm transphobic. Like,
see, exactly. And it's like, and what was like one of the first things to come up here is like, oh, well, it's because it's a trans person. No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's just so I just think that generally, I mean, I don't know. Okay, how do you spell it out anymore? Why is my camera not working? Like, what the fuck? Bruh, it's got me frozen in like the dumbest look. Oh my gosh, let me see here. Why are you not working? Oh, now I'm gonna have to end it. Ooh, let me try fixing it. I'm not even talking about charging. Laws are just like, we're not even talking about law. I don't care a fuck about law. Just again, if you feel comfortable with that, then more power to you, man. All right, like, okay, cool. You're cool with people jacking off in stalls in public bathrooms. Got it. Again, weird hill to die on. I would say that's weird behavior. That person's probably a bit of a weirdo. That's all I'm saying. Look, maybe they're a nice person. That, you know what? I'm sure they're probably a perfectly fine. You know what? There's people that probably jack off in public places that are fine people. Okay, I'm sure. Some of them are probably, most of them, weird. Probably weird. Probably weird. What can I say? You know, I mean, look, we just have a different viewpoint. It's pretty simple, really. You don't find it odd, or you think it's acceptable or whatever. Cool. I guess it's a difference in taste. It's a difference in taste. That's all. Again, it's a weird. What? Oh wait. Okay. Wait. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I think it's working. There we go. Oh my gosh. I'm such a mess. Like I said, it's a difference in taste.
We have got to the point where literally
Not wrong, and that's one of the worst parts of this. And what I also don't like is that, again, she feels like she has to apologize. Like she feels like she didn't do enough. She feels guilt about not being able to actually do anything about it and make it so maybe other people didn't have to be subjected to that as well. But instead, she has to internalize that and accept that she's just not allowed to do it because the entire public could turn on her. And I don't know what
do you
town
expect
or
some
what...
sort of privacy? Sure. I just think it's weird behavior, man. I don't know. It's weird behavior. Should you be thrown in prison for it? I don't know. I don't know necessarily. I mean, it doesn't seem like they did anything exactly. I mean, I don't know. Like, so wrong to anybody. I mean, this person was obviously offended or scared or whatever by it. Does it rise to the level of criminal? I don't know. You know what I mean? If they were running around whipping it out and, like, you know, doing the helicopter right in front of her face, that would be a problem, obviously. So it's like, obviously we're in this weird gray area, but the gray area wouldn't exist if the person wasn't doing this in the first place in the women's bathroom, which, you know, if it was the men's bathroom, it'd still fucking be an issue, but yeah, I don't think doing what she did is weird behavior really that much. It's just like if somebody's doing something inappropriate and then you are like, well, I'm going to get evidence of them doing something inappropriate and then go to the authorities or what have you, that it's kind of, or like the staff in this case or whatever. It just kind of seems to be, because otherwise, like they said, it would be your word versus theirs. You'd be like, bro, I swear this person was doing this in the bathroom, which is kind of fucking weird. And then they're like, well, no, I wasn't. And then it's like, well, who do you believe? Because it is a pretty crazy claim. It's like, oh, this person was jacking off in the bathroom. It's like, yeah, but there's no evidence of that. So it's just, again, it's not really that weird. Like one thing was a person's choice to do. Okay, they decided to do this action. The other person was reacting to that person doing that and like getting evidence of that. I think these are different things. I don't know how to describe it really. But either way,
what city she's in, but depending on how politically correct the town is, that could kind of ruin her life.
Oh,
and here she is, a young girl that's clearly been raised with some manners, being put through an uncomfortable situation and having absolutely no recourse and not even knowing what steps to take if she did want to do something about it.
So yes, I do have regrets looking back. I should have called the cops. I don't know what would have been done if I could have pressed charges or anything. But yeah, I do have regrets. Like I said, this was back in May, so I don't know if it's too late now, but yeah. All that did happen was the day after the owner of Planet Fitness called me and just kind of like condemned me for doing what I did. He just said I was really brave and like apologized.
Okay, I'm just interrupting because on that part she clearly meant that he commended her.
Commended, yeah. I was like condemned. I was like, what?
And I'm not trying to be like the word police or whatever. I'm just clearing that up myself because I don't know about you guys, but when I heard her say that the owner had condemned her and hadn't heard what she said after, my heart kind of dropped and my blood started to boil. And I was kind of like, how dare he condemn her? And then she went on to say what she said. And kudos to that owner for actually commending her on the way that she handled it. But we don't need a pat on the back when it comes to women at Planet Fitness. What we need is some sort of action. What we need is some sort of policy. What we need is protection for women in the states where it's allowed. I understand in certain states your hands are tied, like California, which we've discussed, where it's actually in the law that you cannot discriminate.
Oh, you're talking
against
about like his piercings and stuff. They threw me off at first a bit, but I don't know, they're just growing on me over time. I mean, I've watched a handful of his videos and I was like, oh, I like this dude.
Person based on gender identity. So I understand that the locations in those areas will have their hands tied because they will shut them down. It will turn into an actual thing.
Well, anyway, not much more to see here. I mean, probably not. Towards the end of the video. But yeah, Ty Rivera, I mean, that was an interesting little thing. Not really a big, like, crazy big deal. Like they said, it was like some old video from like 6 months ago or 8 months ago or something. And I mean, it's a little crazy, but also, I mean, people do crazy shit like all the time. So it's like, it's not, I mean, just another thing, really. But definitely check out Ty Rivera. How does he sleep? I'm assuming that kind of stuff doesn't hurt. I don't have any tattoos or piercings, just not really ever had much interest in them. So I'm assuming they just don't hurt. I can't imagine he takes them out every night. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I don't really know. It's an interesting question, really. Apparently, she saw the shadow of the dick. I mean, in the beginning of the video, he
Introducing augment code.
Oh my god. Give me a sec. I mean, I'm sure we could find the video. I just don't want to show it because, I mean, they don't show it. So I'm assuming YouTube's not going to like me showing it. The hell is it?
In May, I was in.
She cared of your is.
Ah, never mind. I was in the beginning.
Mama, sound the lunk alarm.
I mean, obviously,
okay, I'm gonna have.
I obviously can't see it. That's what. This is what grabbed my attention when I first clicked on it, because I was going to click off the video because I was like, I probably don't really care about this too much. But then I was just curious. I'm like, well, what are they censoring? And then he went on to explain. And yeah, if I mean, should I look it up? I mean, I could look it up, but let me just like, okay, let me look it up and just see what it looks like. Hold up. How do I type this into Google? Let me try, I guess, X. We're gonna try X. Oh. Okay. Yo. Holy shit. This person was jacking off. This person was jacking off in the stall. This person, like, look, I don't know what I thought I was gonna see. There is no, bro. I know. Hold up. I don't think I can show this. Look, allegedly. Look, I'm just saying allegedly. Look, from what I just saw, I don't know what else that could be. I mean, what else? I mean. They said they were drying off. Bro. If you just type in trans Planet Fitness on X, I mean, it's like one of the first videos that pop up. I don't know. You can't really. You should know that. I mean, they should be able to see the shadow of themselves doing it and know that somebody can see them doing it. At that point, it is so obvious. I would not say they're even in a private space anymore. It is so obvious to anybody that looks over and sees that shadow, what you're doing, that you are basically doing it in public. You're actually doing it in public. I kind of want to, I want to show it, but it probably is over the top. Because, I mean, it's so obvious what is happening in the video. So, I just, my mind is blown. I'm trying to think, like, what else they could be doing. I think, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. My verdict at this point is, yeah, that looks like they were choking a chicken. That's what it looks like. You can't sleep if hair's touching your face. Yeah, well, I could definitely do that. Dude, obviously, I passed out in this pillow, but I don't know. I'm assuming the piercings, you just don't feel them or something. Damn, that was okay. That was so much work. I don't know what I expected. I thought, like, okay, it was gonna be like vague. Like, maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but that was just so explicitly what that was. Oh my lord. That was crazy. Jeez. Ay, ay, ay. Did not expect it to be so bad. I guess everybody's just, it must have just popped up and now everybody's reacting to it. But again, it was like, I mean, not to downplay it because it was 6 months ago, but somebody else, Amala Ekpanobi, I always mess up her name, but it looks like she made a video on it 6 hours ago. So I guess it's just in the rotation for everybody now that kind of does that type of content. But she has a good channel too. I think we've seen some of her videos.
Richard Dawkins, the most
I mean, you can make a donut shop. Go for it. I don't know what you're talking about, but go for it. Oh, I'm not catching you up to speed. Or rather, Tommy. I don't know why I'm even calling you that. Wait, did you hear Dawkins? There's no way you could have heard that.
Richard Dawkins, the most renowned.
Oh, never mind. You did hear that. No, I didn't realize he said Richard Dawkins. I was like, wait a second. I don't think I heard Richard Dawkins speak yet. But yeah, we're gonna click on this one next. This is actually Warren Smith. But we're gonna see what Richard Dawkins has to say. On, I guess David Pakman. Next. These people have less piercings in their face. Richard Dawkins, Warren Smith, David Pakman. But they're still all right people.
Renowned biologist alive today sits down with David Pakman, of all people, and it's spectacular. He's absolutely outmatched here. He quickly realizes it.
You've said many things over the last 2 years.
Wait, Wait, isn't Darth Dawkins? Hold up, is that I'm actually probably gonna refill my cup here, but I'm gonna look this up real quick before I forget. I feel like that's not Richard Dawkins, right? That's he was like in the debate sphere. He was on like modern day debates and shit. He debated Destiny, maybe. Oh my god, yeah, Darth Dawkins. Wait a second. Oh my god, is this that circular? I haven't heard this in so long.
So it turns out that the atheists actually violate the principle that they're standing on. They require rational justification for the absolute known as God. But
okay, we're in... bro, no. I think I've heard like 2 or 3 videos with this guy, and I think that was enough for like my life.
The absolute that they're reasoning from, they have no rational justification for it. And then they'll say, oh, it's axiomatic.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, good to see you here. Would you like to continue the conversation?
Yeah, I absolutely would. I have a better working vocabulary.
He fucking like railroads you into his dialogue tree.
You want to start where we left off?
No, we can actually start from the very beginning.
If I remember correctly.
Okay, good. So you're an atheist. What is your principled criterion of atheism?
I don't believe there's any justification for the belief in God.
If there was rational justification for God, would you believe in him?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, would God by definition be an absolute upon which everything depends?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure.
God by definition would be, let's say, in the Christian God is an immaterial mind who has the power to initiate and bring into existence everything that exists and sustain it. So by that definition, God would be the absolute, right?
By that definition, yes.
Okay, good. So that's the working definition that I'd like to work with. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah.
So you reject the belief in an absolute known as the Christian God because it's not rationally justified, right?
Correct.
Is that an arbitrary principle or a consistent one?
It is somewhat consistent.
Well, it's either arbitrary or not arbitrary. Which is it?
So I understand now what the technique is. So what we're going to get into is presuppositionalism, right? Do you want to just start that conversation?
Is it arbitrary or not arbitrary?
I can't answer your yes or no like this because I understand how the trap works.
Is your principle one that you use consistently?
Past presuppositional beliefs, yes, it is.
Okay, so you're consistent in applying rational justification for your ultimate beliefs. Is that right?
Past presuppositional beliefs, yes, it is.
I don't know if Destiny's playing Minecraft or what. I have like Rust in the background, just kind of. I'm not even playing it. I don't know why I'm listening to this for a split second. I don't know what he's doing on his screen or what Darth Dawkins is doing because it's like Destiny. Well, hold up. But this is so old. This is 7 years ago. So I don't know what that sound is. It could be something from his chat. It could be something from maybe Rust. I don't even know.
I don't know what that means. Okay, that's more verbal misdirection. Do you require rational justification for your most ultimate beliefs?
Are you going to let me to explain this, or you're going to keep talking over me?
Well, I'd like just like a non-evasive response.
Sure. So the response is past presuppositional beliefs, yes.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Can I explain it?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why my shit just went super out of sync.
Is it arbitrary or not arbitrary?
I can't answer your yes or no like this because I understand how the
It might be on his side. I don't know.
Is
That's
your
weird.
principle one that you use consistently?
Past presupposition of which we build our reason and our life.
Okay, actually might be my side. I don't know why my shit is so laggy.
Logic on is on
That is
presupposed
annoying.
beliefs. So presupposed beliefs such as I experience things, or causality exists, or I can create logical rational statements. These are things that are by definition unjustified, that every single person that engages in any sort of argument has to rely on.
Is that true?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because that's the bounds of what we can prove as humans.
Oh,
yes.
okay. So our most foundational mental states don't have a justificatory path?
Correct.
Good. So that necessarily entails the falsity of the Christian God.
It what?
It necessarily follows from that the falsity of the Christian God. Are you aware of that?
Not necessarily. Well, unless your definition of the Christian. Okay,
necessarily it would, because in the Christian worldview, by definition, the Christian God has ordained and sovereignly given us our most foundational beliefs about reality, and they're therefore, by definition, not axiomatic or assumptions.
Okay, sure. So I can accept that. Sure.
Great. So what your assertion that our most foundational mental states are axiomatic or unjustified assumptions, then from that it necessarily follows the falsity of the Christian God. So agreed?
Sure.
Okay, good. Do you have a defeater for the Christian God?
Can you explain what you mean by defeater?
That's what it was, the defeater. Sorry.
You don't have a defeater that falsifies the Christian God. Then your stipulation that our most foundational beliefs are axiomatic or just assumptions is not necessarily true.
I don't think that I need a defeater for a belief.
Yeah, you do. You need a defeater for the existence of God, for the existence of the Christian God, because in the case that the Christian God exists, unless you rule him out, then in the case that he exists, then your stipulation is not necessarily true, that we start from foundational assumptions.
If my foundational assumptions lead to your definition being incorrect, then I guess foundationally I would acknowledge that your definition is impossible.
I'm waiting for a defeater for the Christian God.
I've already applied one. If my presuppositional beliefs are the defeater, then that would be the defeater.
And giving me an if is not a defeater. Do you have a defeater?
I'm going by your definition. God? Your definition was that my presuppositional beliefs rule out the existence of your Christian God. Can I please finish my sentence, please, before you cut me off? Okay. So you asked me to provide a defeater to your Christian God after you told me that my presuppositions were a defeater for your Christian God. So I don't understand why.
After you told him that it was a defeater,
you're asking me for a defeater when I apparently already provided you one.
Are you using circular reasoning?
Can you please let me finish a statement before you cut me off?
I thought you were done.
Okay, I was almost done.
At a certain point, it's all circular reasoning.
Next fallacy, okay? So just let me finish this statement before you go on. Go ahead.
So you're done?
I'm done now, yes.
Okay. Is your defeater for the Christian God circular?
If you consider an unjustified presuppositional belief circular, yes.
Okay, so you show that the Christian God is false because of an unjustified stipulation?
If those unjustified stipulations are presuppositional beliefs, yes.
Okay, so the Christian God doesn't exist because you just imagine it.
This is completely non sequitur. I'm sorry. Can you explain?
Okay, so what fundamental idea that you hold to falsifies the Christian God?
The fundamental idea is that we cannot epistemologically defend causal chain of events or rational forms of argument or our observations as conscious beings. That these are indefensible. That we cannot do as humans.
I'm not understanding what you just said. How does that falsify the Christian God?
It falsifies it because you told me that my presuppositional beliefs necessarily falsify it. That was your statement. You connected those two things together.
No, I didn't say that. I said what necessarily follows from that.
Okay.
I didn't say that your stipulation falsifies. You see, you need to listen more carefully to what I say.
I'm listening very carefully to what you say.
Good. Well, what you just said to me showed me that you weren't.
Okay, can I summarize?
If I say what necessarily follows entails the falsity of the Christian God, that doesn't mean that stipulation falsifies the Christian God. If your assertion can be shown to be veridical, then you would have a defeater, but you didn't show that it was veridical.
Whoever does that, I'm going to end you, okay? No nobes on this stream.
Okay? Now, I'm still waiting for a very cogent, very circumspect falsifier for the Christian God. Is it your basal assumption that falsifies the Christian God?
It would appear so, according to your definition, yes.
No, not my definition. I'm asking you, what is it in one sentence or two that necessarily falsifies the Christian God?
I presuppose things such as my ability to observe or have a conscious experience.
What are you presupposing?
I'm presupposing that logic or reason exists. I presuppose that causal events happen. I presuppose that I can observe things.
Let's go through these one at a time.
Sure.
One at a time. Okay, so you presuppose that logic exists. Are you talking about reasoning, or are you talking about the laws of logic?
I'm talking about our epistemological understanding of logic, that A can lead to B can lead to C, truth tables, basic things like that.
No, we need to get even more rudimentary than that.
Okay, how about this? Deductive reasoning? Let's go with that.
We have to go even more foundationally than that. Let's talk about A equals A and A cannot equal not A. Does the stipulation that A cannot not equal not A, does that falsify the Christian God?
According to you, it does.
No, it doesn't. I never said that. I want you. Does the assertion A cannot equal not A at all times in all places falsify the Christian God?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It depends on your definition of the Christian God.
Wait a minute. I'm still waiting. I just gave you my definition.
Okay, well then I would say necessarily no. That particular thing necessarily no.
I'm still waiting. Still waiting. And give me a circumspect case that the Christian God doesn't exist, because in the absence of you falsifying the Christian God, then your stipulation that we all start foundationally in terms of unjustified axioms is not necessarily true. So you have to falsify the Christian God at least.
Do you realize that you're talking in a circle?
I'm waiting.
Or do you not believe you are?
I'm waiting.
Well, one, he's talking in a circle, but it also just throws me off because I'm like, well, why does he have to falsify? Like, why does he have to put an argument against yours, like when you can't even point to and just like prove your argument? I don't know. It just, the whole thing just seems, I remember listening to this and the guy just was very, combative as you would be in a debate, but just, it felt disingenuous. Like he was following some sort of dialogue tree where he just forces you to answer these yes or no questions, or essentially, and puts you into a corner where he could just keep saying you're wrong and you're not falsifying it, or you're not, by his definition, falsifying it, or just like whatever, or your reasoning is circular when it seems like his reasoning is circular. So I don't know. It was fun to listen to. I remember in the past, but I was like ripping my hair out during it because I was like, wait, what? It just, to me, seems ridiculous, personally.
I'm waiting for you to falsify the Christian God, sir.
So what I've said is that I believe in certain presuppositions that are necessarily unjustified. You said that those presuppositions necessarily entail that God doesn't exist, and now you're asking me why God doesn't exist. Do you want to talk about whether or not we can presuppose those things?
Listen, sir. If you see, I debate hundreds, if not thousands, of people over the last couple of years. If you think
that's what it was too, yeah, it's.
Your evasiveness.
Oh my gosh, he is so fucking frustrating to listen to.
I'm not being evasive. I'm trying to.
I asked you a question, sir. Can you falsify the Christian God?
Do you understand that you're talking in a circle?
Can you falsify the Christian God, sir?
Are you just a troll? Is this all? No, I spent so much time today looking at this argument. I think you're just a troll.
Okay, good. You can say that all you want. Now, I'm still waiting for you to falsify the Christian God.
I don't have to falsify the Christian God. We have to talk about
what fucks me up is he. But it does seem like he started off by saying the way that you're putting this falsifies the Christian God, and he's like, okay, sure, fine. And then he's like, okay, so lay out your argument to falsify God, and it's like, well, you just said that I did that. Well, no, you have to give me another one. That's what it sounds like. It's a very weird thing.
Can I please finish my statement responding to you?
Falsify the Christian God?
I say that I have presuppositions, and you say those presuppositions necessarily entail that God is not real.
Do you have any objective stipulations that falsify the Christian God?
I don't understand the question.
Do you have any truth claims that falsify the Christian God?
I don't need any truth claims.
Can you falsify the Christian God?
I have, by assuming my presuppositions, according to you.
So what you were saying is,
the presuppositions.
In virtue of something that you imagine, because it doesn't cohere and conform to the Christian God, therefore the Christian God doesn't exist?
If that's your argument, sure.
No, sir, that was a question. It wasn't an argument.
But that's what he said, though, at the beginning. If I'm not insane, that's what Darth Dawkins said in the beginning. And then he's putting it to Destiny as a question. He's like, well, okay, yeah, about your definition of like kind of how you've laid everything out. Yes, that's. And he's like, no, not by my definition, by what you think. What do you think? But it's like, he's just going off of your definition for the sake of the argument. So it's like he's agreeing with you, and you're kind of putting it forward as that, but then you're asking him to put something else forward. It's just, oh my gosh, it is so stupid.
It sounds like you're just rephrasing what we've already stated 5 minutes ago.
Listen, there's only so much evasiveness I'll put up.
I'm not being evasive at all.
One more time, I'm going to ask you, what is your objective statement that falsifies the Christian God?
And again, I will answer the same way, that I have presuppositions that are necessarily unjustified, because epistemologically we cannot justify some presuppositions, and according to your definition of a Christian God, these presuppositions necessarily entail that he is not true.
Okay, so you falsify the Christian God from your foundational starting points, and are they the product of your imagination?
I'm not sure. I can't really say.
So you don't know where they come from?
That is exactly what I have just said to you.
Okay, good. So the Christian God does not exist because of you have ideas that you don't know that they're veridical.
Exactly.
Good. So the Christian God is falsified in virtue of I don't know?
Correct.
Okay. Do you realize how absurd that is?
Can you justify your presuppositions to me?
Do you see? I hope somebody's recording this. Okay.
Why you act?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I just wanted to move past this part because I can't remember, because I want him to answer Destiny's question.
Why are you acting like presuppositions need to be properly justified?
Do you realize what you just said?
He's grandstanding right now.
You just stated that the Christian God does not exist because I don't know.
Can I hear your justification for your presuppositions?
Okay, sure.
I will be glad to discuss with you my point of view, but I'm waiting for a cogent defeater for the Christian God. Saying the Christian God does not exist in virtue of you stipulating I don't know is not a defeater for the Christian God.
I don't appreciate characterizing our epistemological limits as I don't know.
Sir?
No, I don't. I reject your characterization of my argument.
Good.
So can I rephrase my argument? Can I rephrase my argument?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So epistemologically, we cannot evaluate whether or not presuppositions are true or false. It is not possible for humans to do. For you to summarize that position, can I finish my statement, please? Sure. For you to evaluate that statement and claim that it's the same as just simply saying, I don't know, is an incredibly harsh characterization of what I'm saying.
Okay, do you know what's possible, sir?
Using what we have agreed are reasonable ways to make deductions.
I'm not interested in what is we. I'm asking you. Do you know what's possible?
Truly, I don't know what the question means. Truly, no. The answer is no. The answer is always going to be no to a question like that. No.
Okay, so you don't know anything is possible.
Correct. From a very foundational level, correct.
Right. So then why are you here stipulating anything if you don't know anything is possible?
Because I'm curious how you can make those same claims when you rely on the same presuppositions that I do. Sure.
Okay. So anything that you assert, you don't know that it's possible, right?
Okay. I want to hear your justification for your presuppositions. I've already answered yes a million times, sir. I don't want to talk about my system anymore. I want to hear you justify your presuppositions.
Okay, good. So I will explain to you justifying the Christian worldview momentarily, but I want to go on record here.
It's already been on record, sir. Nobody is hiding.
Oh my God! You ever talk me on server meetings? Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy. Right. Yeah.
Destiny.
Now, I wanted to go on record here, and I hope somebody's recording this, that he has stipulated he doesn't know anything is possible. Okay.
Welcome to epistemology. Yes, that is correct.
Good. I'm going to remind you of that further on in the conversation. I'm going to Mirandize you. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Now, we can know that the Christian God exists in virtue of the Christian God's revelatory acts in natural revelation, which include how he's constructed this world.
Okay, wait, before we do this, can I stop and ask you questions? Because I don't want to hear you preach for 2 hours where I can. If not, I have no interest.
I didn't even finish.
I don't need you to finish this.
Okay, I don't want to have to server mute you, sir.
So I don't want to listen to you preach.
I don't want to have to to
All right,
serve.
calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Okay,
Calm
good.
down.
Okay,
Stop.
I server meter.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. No, unserver.
No, Darth, that's not a smart move.
Darth,
you just.
Oh my gosh,
Shut the
this
fuck
is
up.
so
My
fucking
goddamn
stupid.
server. All of you. Destiny, you the fuck included. Because I don't know who the fuck you are. All I know is that you're doing some bullshit AMAs on fake fucking politics servers. So you're gonna shut the fuck up. And Darth, you're gonna shut the fuck up. Because Destiny, the only fucking thing I know about you is that you have the same name as a fucking video game. So here's what we're gonna fucking do. We're gonna unmute Destiny, right? See if he's not as shitty as the video game, okay? Then we're gonna go and have this shit make sense, right? And if you don't like it, get the fuck out of my server. Destiny included. Because in case you forgot, we are the largest politics server, always will be. And we don't ask for AMAs. People like Destiny just show up here because, well, they fucking have to if anybody gives a fuck. So,
how do you even find out the size of a server?
Here's how we're going to start. You go on and say your point, but do not cut Destiny off if he asks a question. So you go and say your point, but don't drag it on too long.
Okay,
we're not going to do the bickering.
Yeah, he asked me a question. I was answering when he cut me off.
Okay, so this is my question. This is what I would like to do for a discussion.
No, you asked me a question. I'm going to.
All right, hold on. No, we're going to restart. We're restarting, Darth.
Okay.
He asked me to defend the Christian worldview.
That's not what I asked.
Darth, you've defended that for forever. We get it.
This is
Destiny's
how.
going to ask you a question, and then you're going to answer, and you guys can go, and you could go back and forth. So how we're going to do it is, Destiny's going to ask questions. The Christian worldview thing, what just happened before, let's pretend it didn't happen.
We found our moderator, boys,
Destiny, go ahead with your question. And if it leads to where we
ANGELTHUMP.
just were, great. But let's have a fresh restart. So Destiny, go ahead.
Okay, this is how I would like to do this discussion. If you don't like to do it, I acknowledge that, and that's fine.
Now, your opinion does not matter.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Darth.
Okay, well, ask your fucking question. We don't want to hear how the debate's going to go.
Okay, I'm not talking. I'm talking to Darth. If Darth doesn't want to participate in the discussion this way.
No, you're talking to me right now.
Okay.
You're going to answer the fucking question or get the fuck out.
I thought I was asking the question. Are you getting lost?
Don't say how it's going to go. Ask the question.
Okay, I'm good on that. So, Darth, if you want to have this conversation, I want to move through point by point rather than me asking a question and then you giving me
I'm not hearing a question.
Bring up
Okay,
your point.
my
Bring up
question
your point. Bring up
is,
your point.
can you justify your presuppositions without talking about the whole history of your Christian faith? I want you to justify your presuppositions. So, for example, you interpret the divine word of God by reading it in a Bible. How can you trust your senses there to lead you into some kind of like ability to perceive words on paper? How can you justify that presupposition?
Okay, sir, you're asking more. You're asking.
Yeah,
more
that was a little
than
bit
question.
low, dude. I mean,
Okay,
shit.
listen.
My
Yeah,
girlfriend,
you need to listen, Destiny. Yeah. Now, how do I justify?
This shit blows my mind. I gotta stop. I gotta stop listening to this.
I think Destiny, correct me if I'm wrong, in a way that doesn't
justify child pornography.
the entire. Okay, mute them. Destiny, I think you're trying to say, can he explain it without explaining the entire Christian worldview? Correct.
I just want to know how he can trust his senses. That's
Right.
my basic question. Justify that
So
presupposition.
there you go, Darth.
How do I trust the basic reliability of my sense perception?
Yes.
In virtue of God has ordained that mankind, insofar as we don't have a major defect in our senses, has basically reliable sense perception.
How do you know you don't have a major defect in your sense?
Why? How would I know?
So are you telling me you don't know? You're basing your
No,
entire
no,
worldview on a sense that you can't justify?
No, I do know because God has revealed it.
How do you know that God is revealing it to you?
He revealed it in the Bible.
How are you able to read the Bible and trust the words that you're reading?
With my eyes, because
how do you know your eyes accurately give you?
I'm going to explain to you because the way that I know things is I'm starting with my absolute. My absolute is the Christian worldview as an entire package. Okay.
How do you justify your absolute of the Christian worldview?
By God's revelation.
How does God reveal things to you in a way that you know He's revealing things to you?
But how do you know?
Through His sovereignty and omniscience and omnipotence.
And how are you capable of perceiving that?
Okay, how do I do that? Through the way God constructed this world.
How can you perceive it at
You're
all?
not answering the question.
I am answering the question.
How are you able to perceive the world?
Like, it's all circular. The
How
whole
do I
idea is
perceive
it's
the
all
world the way that
circular.
God designed it?
How were you able to perceive what God designs?
How do I did it? He gave me senses. He made molecules.
How can you trust those senses?
How do I trust that? Because he has ordained that my mind doesn't even question the basic reliability.
Your mind doesn't question it, so it's unjustified. No. Can you repeat that? That your mind does not question your senses? That these are unjustified? That is exactly what you're saying.
Okay, no, I didn't say it was justified. Justification has to do with a justificatory path. I can know something even though I may not be able to articulate how I know it. We can know things ultimately because of the way God has ordained things. So, for example, can a child know certain...
But then how does... okay, if that's the case, what if somebody knows of a non-Christian God that created everything? What if they just simply know that? And then what if this other person knows that no God created anything? And it's just been preordained to them or whatever through the universe. There's no God. It's just like the universe. It's just like cause and effect. There's no real God or anything or any like main moving apparatus here. The whole point is it's like how is it just divine revelation for everybody? That means that everybody should be able to arrive at the same point. Why aren't we all arriving at the same point? Why isn't everything just self-evident?
Things without knowing how it knows it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Does that child know some things without knowing how it knows it because there's some justificatory path?
Sure.
Good. So I can know things such as my sense perceptions are basically reliable because God has ordained me being made in his image that I don't even question the basic reliability of my sense perception. Now I question that I might be nearsighted or farsighted or things like that. But that is not the same thing as questioning the basic reliability of my sense perception. So I know that my sense perceptions are basic reliably because the way God has ordained mankind's sense perceptions and cognition to operate.
If you can presuppose that, then why can I not presuppose
I didn't say...
You just did. You gave me a reason for why you presuppose it. Unjustified.
Well, when you say it's a presupposition, what do you mean by that?
A presupposition is something that is necessarily unjustified. You've told me that you're incapable of justifying it because you don't know the words or whatever, but that's you telling me that.
And those fundamental mental states do have a justification. They have a justificatory path in the way God ordained it.
And how do you know that?
How do I know that? Because he revealed it.
And do you understand that you're moving in circles?
Yeah, it's called epistemological circularity. Do you object to that in principle?
Not necessarily, but you made it sound like I was the only one that was circularly rationalizing my beliefs.
No. Here's the situation. Either you're going to be employing epistemological circularity or non-epistemological circularity. Now, when you were employing circular reasoning yesterday, was that epistemological circularity or non-epistemological? Okay,
when I say that I have presuppositions that are unjustified and I just assume them to be true on the merit of themselves, yes.
All right, but epistemological circularity has to do with your ultimate authority. Are you aware of that?
I don't think I believe that's true.
That's how I'm defining epistemological circularity. It deals with what your ultimate authority is. If it doesn't deal with your ultimate authority, then it is non-epistemologically circular. Yesterday, you were not appealing to epistemological circularity, unless, of course, you want to change your mind right now.
No, I believe I was appealing to something. Do you have anything else to say insofar as justifying your presuppositions? Otherwise, we're done with this discussion. Do you have any other way to justify your presuppositions?
Okay. No, the justification for anything ultimately that it conforms with the mind of God and how it has been revealed through God's revelation. Now, Darth
Dawkins was brought up, so I looked up a random Darth Dawkins debate, and Destiny was like one of the first ones to pop up. So I haven't heard this, man. I haven't heard this debate in years, and I just remember it cracked me up back then, and I'm over here losing my mind to it again. I haven't listened to Destiny in a while, though. It's been a few months, or like 6-8 months, maybe.
You stated earlier that
you're not going to answer my question.
Well, what's the question? I'm not answering.
Can you actually justify any of these God is revealed as divine, whatever, without talking in circles? Can you admit to me that you have no justification for these presuppositions?
No, the ultimate,
so that we can be done with this discussion.
When one appeals to one's ultimate authority, it is inescapable, circular in terms of epistemological circularity. Now, do you object to that in principle?
No, this is what I just told you 5 minutes ago.
Okay, good. So you don't reject my invocation that the Bible is the word of God in principle. So
I absolutely do.
What? Oh, okay. Well, what
because
is
I don't.
Hold on a second. Please don't overtalk me. Now, Either you object to epistemological circularity in principle, or you don't. Do you object to it in principle?
Of course not.
Okay, good. Then when you object to the revelation of the Christian God, is that it does not conform and cohere to your ultimate authority. Now, what is your ultimate authority?
Basic presuppositional beliefs. Things like inductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, the trust of my senses.
So we're back to the beginning of the conversation, essentially.
Is it the basic reliability of your cognition?
Sure. That's one of them, yeah.
Is it the basic reliability of your sense perception?
That's one of them, yeah.
Now, is the basic reliability of your cognition that is the ultimate authority? Does it have a necessary prerequisite of causality and laws of nature?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Can you ask it in a different way?
Yeah, your fundamental basic cognition, does it depend on your brain states?
I would say yes.
Okay, do your brain states have a prerequisite of causality and laws of nature?
Yes.
So your ultimate authority, which are your brain states and your basic reliability of your cognition, depends upon the prerequisites of causality.
Correct.
Now, okay, good. How is it the case that there are causal connections between events?
Causal connections are an unjustified presupposition. I cannot justify.
So, exactly. So, but is he basically going to say, well, how does material exist? How does causality exist? Well, we need God for causality. Otherwise, you're just a collection of causal events, and that's, that means there's no meaning. Which is really what people that argue this, I think, are afraid of, is there's just like no meaning to anything. Like there must be this greater plan. I'm kind of in the middle. It's like, there could be a God, there could be this creator, like some sort of like consciousness. It could just be that there just is stuff, and it just so happens we're here and we're experiencing the universe, which is kind of odd. I could see why you'd want to believe there's a God, because the fact that we're having an experience at all is just kind of odd. Like, why do we even experience the world? Why do things live? Why do things breed? Why do things multiply? It doesn't really make sense. Why do things try to survive? Like, if matter just existed, it's like, that's one thing, but a living being is so odd because it tries to survive against the elements. But to what end? Well, to pass on its DNA. But to what end? Well, to replicate and multiply. But to what end? Just to experiencing? It doesn't really make sense. There's like no reason for it, which I think is where like the whole God talk comes in. And then you have like like morality and whatnot of like, well, this is the right way to live. And there's some sort of, endpoint or just point in general to everything. Because otherwise it does seem kind of scary. It does seem kind of just like there's nothing. Like what's the point of even being alive? Especially if like you're only alive for this short, insignificant amount of time, and then it's nothingness and darkness or whatever for like all of eternity. That's kind of scary. And that there's no reason or point to your existence. It just so happened to come, to be. That's it. And you're gonna come to be for this like split second in sort of like the cosmic timeline, and then you're gonna be gone. As quick as you were here, you're gonna be gone. Like, I don't know. I mean, I can see why that's freaky, and we want to like sort of live on or believe that there's more purpose to everything. And I don't know. Again, I'm in between. I can't really know. I feel like we don't really know one way or the other. Like I have some sort of spiritual feelings and stuff where it's like, there might be. I think there's probably something more going on around us, and I like to think there is, but I'm not really sure. But I feel like that's where this guy's like arguments come from, because it's like this inability to just kind of imagine that there really is just things just are how they are, and there's no real reason for it. It just so happens to be, which is really weird, because it's like, well, where did everything come from? Why is everything here? Why did the Big Bang, or why did this happen? It's just like, it just did. It just did. You know what I mean? And God does answer some things, because a being that has no end or no beginning kind of helps you wrap your head around like the question of, okay, well, where did the Big Bang, like the matter for the Big Bang come from? It's like, okay, it came from this. Well, where did that come from? Well, it came for this. You're always going to be able to ask the question, well, what came before that? Because then people would ask, well, what came before God? So then you just give the answer, well, they just always were and always will be. And that kind of wraps it up with a bow, although it's hard to wrap your head around, because it's like, well, this sounds infinite. How does that even work? How does something have no beginning and no end? But at least if it has no beginning and no end, you don't have to ask the question, what came before it? Right? Although you could still ask that question, but it's easier to sort of ignore that question. It's like, what created God? Well, they were just always here. But couldn't you just take God out of the picture and just have it be existence itself, like the matter and everything? There's like no, again, point or consciousness moving things along. It's just everything was, everything is, everything has just always been. No end, no beginning. It just simply is for no reason. It could kind of go either way. At least that's how I feel.
Okay.
These two.
Okay, good. So basically you've now admitted that your reason, which is the ultimate standard and authority by which you reject the Christian worldview, is that your reason, which is the ultimate authority, is grounded in an unjustified starting point.
I'm sorry, I thought we had this conversation 10 minutes ago. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, your entire position is unjustified.
It's the same conversation over and over again.
Do we have anything else to talk about?
Well, hold on a second. Now, you just said so is mine. Is that an objective statement?
Oh my God. Anyway, I'm over this one. Anyway, I don't even know why we got on this. Oh yeah, because of this. Because I said Richard Dawkins, and then fucking Kami was like, "Oh, Darth Dawkins," and I was like, "Fuck, that name sounds familiar. Isn't that this like other dude?" And I'm like, ah. Anyway, sorry. That was fun. That was interesting. I don't know if you guys were on that or if you guys have been just arguing about communism and whatever the fuck, capitalism and all that shit. Which I'm sorry, guys, it gets old. But we might circle back to this video here, which is what I meant to click on or meant to listen to before I went down that little stroll down memory lane there. But I kind of want a cup of coffee. I don't know where to see. I want to go get a sip of something, get a little drink. Get a little drink. Wait, you're going to bed? Wait, Norton, are you out of here? You guys are talking about infinities now. There is another experience after this experience. That's possible. That's possible. We hope so, right? It would be scary if there's not, right? It could just be nothingness forever, which kind of could sound scary, but think about before you were alive, right? Was it scary? Not really, right? I don't remember too many bad things before I was born. Do you? Oh my gosh. Wait, what are you talking about? You said astrologists would be scarier if there is. If there is what? It would mean that life is utterly meaningless and no reason for you to live, no? Unless the act of being born removed the horror of non-existence from your mind. I see what you're saying, but so you're assuming there's a mind before we exist. Well, okay, I'm sorry. Before we exist in this form, there's a mind. So there's a mind, like a spirit or a soul, we'll say, that exists before this. And that when we kind of become, human or material or whatever, we don't have that memory, I suppose. But like Kami said, it doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It could have been, though. No, it could have been. It could have been. You said if there is an afterlife, it would be scarier. If there is, it would mean this life is utterly meaningless. Not necessarily. That's not necessary, especially if you consider if there is some sort of like a heaven and hell situation where there's some sort of scoring system for whether or not you go to the better place or the worst place. That would mean that this life actually has quite a bit of meaning. If there is a concept of selling your soul to demons or something, and then you having to pay that price after you die or whatever in some other life, that would put meaning to your decisions in this world. So that doesn't necessarily mean that this life is meaningless. I guess you could say if every single person went to the same afterlife, maybe you could try to say that this life is meaningless, but that doesn't even mean it's meaningless because, maybe just experience in and of itself is the... How do I explain this? It's kind of weird because it's like saying that experience is meaning and meaning is experience, but maybe the point of everything is simply to experience. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't necessarily mean we're all damned. Also, how could you sell your soul to an entity, and why does that... Well, no, I'm not saying... For example, I'm giving an example of something. So maybe you could maybe you can't sell your soul. Maybe you can sell your soul. I can sit here and do world building and say, well, actually, a soul is this kind of material thing in this other universe, and people collect them, and it's like a currency, and people coming from this life are currency in that life. We could create a whole world fucking fictional place, story, or whatever. It's beside the point. It's something that comes up in like popular like culture or whatever. It's like, oh, selling your soul, or demons taking your soul, or there being a soul, or whatever. So just like using that as a reference point. Shit, maybe you could sell your soul to a good entity. Maybe that's what sort of praying to God is, and following the Bible or whatever book you follow is doing. And maybe that in a way is selling your soul, but we don't call it selling your soul. It's sort of committing your soul to, you know what I mean? It's kind of this, I don't want to say the same thing, but kind of, right? You could pray to a demon, you could pray to a God, right? So... What if maybe an inept and evil entity rules this place then? What if? What's your point? What do you mean? Why hell in the first place? And that mean creator is fucking evil or not? Not necessarily. Again, there's so many assumptions being made. I'm just using examples because it really is, I don't want to say our imagination, but it could kind of be all sorts of different things. And it doesn't even need to make sense to you. It's like even trying to rationalize it. Of course, we're going to sit here and do that and, try to map it out and everything. But even trying to rationalize something of this scale with really nothing to go off of is just silly. To act as if like, well, that just doesn't make sense. Yeah, of course it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. We're like, this is a God that created everything, or our world sits in a bunch of different other worlds and dimensions and like all this other shit going on that we have no fucking idea about. And it's just, you think it's just going to make sense intuitively to you, and that it's going to fit together a certain way. It could literally make no sense. It could be illogical, like completely so. It doesn't necessarily even have to make sense in any way. It could be it probably is something completely foreign to us. I don't, but then again, I'm not going to go as far as to say there's no creator and no need for a creator. It's just, again, like that's already, again, you're making a claim. I guess that's my issue, is it's like making a claim on either side just seems silly. It seems silly to be like, huh, there's absolutely no God. Because it's like, well, you can't possibly know that. I mean, really. And then on the other side, you can't be like, well, there's absolutely this God right here. Or whatever, because there's like 20 other guys that are going to tell me they actually have the real God. They know the real God, and all the other gods are fake. So it seems like either way you go, you could be wrong, right? It's not like a 100% situation. Now, you could always say divine revelation or whatever, like God spoke to me, but that seems to be a rather personal thing, and we don't seem to be able to share that information. It's not like, now, if God came to all of us right now, or like while we slept or something, and he gave us a number. He gave us like some random number, 1,472,478. And he said, remember this number. And this is God's number or whatever. This is going to connect you to my other followers. And we all woke up in the morning and we wrote down this number. And then we compared our numbers with each other, and we all had this super fucking specific random number. We could at least point to something that we're all having a similar experience, or we had a shared experience or something. There's a piece of information being given to all of us, and we could kind of verify that piece of information. But we can't do that. Divine revelation seems to be an individual thing, you know, that's not really shared amongst people. I mean, you could say whatever you want. That's, I mean, I'm not saying you can't say that. I mean, you could say whatever you want. I'm just saying it's not, I mean, you could think you're correct. I just don't think you even know that you're correct. I don't think you even believe that 100% your soul, or you don't believe in a soul. I'm going to call bullshit a little bit. I mean, if you have a little bit of sense, you would at least leave at least 1% available for yourself to be wrong. But it's like, if you truly believe there's no God, it's like, okay. I mean, it just seems like such a crazy place to go. As if you know for sure. It's just weird. I mean, you could lean more that way and be like, oh yeah, it's probably not a God. Like, I don't really feel that. Blah, 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 blah. But to be like, oh, there's absolutely, I'm going to die on this hill, there's absolutely no God. It's just like, it just seems ridiculous. It's just like, it sounds like a religion. Like, they both sound like religions to me. Being an atheist, like, there's absolutely no God. And anybody that tries to tell you different, they're a fucking liar. It's like, yeah, you're a religious zealot yourself, just for atheism. Just for the absence of something. You worship the absence of something. They worship something. It's like, you guys are really the same. Like, you're the same coin, just two different sides of it. I don't need pickles, but they exist. I like you. I like the way you put shit.
Years related to the discussion.
Shit. What's a more nebulous conversation? Capitalism versus communism, or atheism versus any religion? Any theism. I think you just reject them because you're trying to be cool, bro.
Discussion about.
I think it's like the cool thing to do or something for a lot of people. It's like, God's not real. It's like, all right, bro. Again, I'm not even like in one camp or the other. That's the thing. I just find them both kind of silly. Not silly. I mean, there's obviously people having some sort of they seem to be having some sort of experience when it comes to God, and I'm like, oh, more power to you. Wish I had like that. I mean, I've had my moments of where my spirituality comes from, because I'm like, it does feel like there's something going on here. I can't really put my finger on it, but there's something that just makes me think there's something going on here, man. And the religions, they're probably all speaking to this thing, right? Trying to describe what it is. And we all got bits and pieces of sort of like what it is, like the truth or whatever, in different cultures and stuff. And it's just really hard and complicated and sort of far away from us in reach, but also right all around us at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. Religion is the cool thing to do. Idiotic. No, I think I'm saying atheism. I think I'm saying that you think... never mind. That atheism is the cool thing to do. No, I just don't have proof thereof. How come you don't say religion is the same? Well, no, I do say religion is the same. I don't think you're seeing that. It's just like both sides are saying the same thing. But you're making it sound like, oh, there's absolutely not this thing. Where it's like, well, where's your proof that there's not this thing? Because it's like, well, if everything comes from something, because I feel like religion isn't even like illogical. It's kind of logical. Everything comes from something. So where did everything come from? There must have been something before that. So to assume there was a God that kind of created everything, like the container that we're in, isn't even that crazy to really kind of find yourself contemplating. That's why it's like, it doesn't even seem that illogical. You know what I'm saying? The world is still vastly... Well, what's your point? Well, I don't care what's hot and what's not. That's why what I'm saying is it's cool. You're trying to be edgy. You're trying to be different. You're trying to be like, you know, I don't fucking know. Edgy, right? You're like the atheist. Oh my gosh, yeah, everybody's religious. I don't know, man. I don't think everybody's religious. Like, yeah, a lot of the world is, but depending where you live, like... I mean, even in America, I mean, they might say it's a Christian country or whatever, but I don't think most people go to church. Who created that creator? We already had this conversation earlier. Like, I already said all this stuff. That's why I said this is such a nebulous conversation. And unless you pay attention and stuff, because if you're checking out and checking back in, it's just like, I'm not going to go down and like have the whole like religious, like atheism, like whatever debate. I'm just not doing it because it's like, I've already granted a lot of those things. That's why I find this very nebulous. But I think there's things you can consider from both sides. And it's like really just meditating on those things is really what I'm talking about. You're just kind of meditating on one side of it. Because the concept of something being infinite, the concept of something having no beginning or no end is an interesting one to kind of meditate on. But it's something that might not make sense to us intuitively. But then again, the universe or whatever doesn't necessarily have to make sense to us intuitively. It could just be. It could just be. And you're right. It could just be without there being a creator. There doesn't necessarily need to be again, some sort of like conscious creator or something. But there could be, is my point. And just to say that there's surely no creator. There's absolutely surely no creator. There's surely no soul. There's surely nothing to any of that stuff. Just seems just as silly as being like, well, this thing written in a book a couple thousand years ago by this person is absolutely the truth. And even though there's other books and there's other people that have claims, this one is the truth because, you know, we say it is. I think both of those are equal claims. See, exactly. I don't know where you get there, Kami, because you're basically like, we're stuck in an infinite recursion. Okay, I could agree to some extent, depending on how you're looking at it. Sure, let's just say, who created the creator? Who created that? Who created that? Okay, sure. And the only solution is that there is none. But that's just stupid. I don't know. What do you mean that's the only solution? Again, you're trying to make sense of something within a very, and it's not even a narrow framework. Like, I'm not saying anything about you. I'm saying like maybe from like a human standpoint. Well, that just must mean there's nothing. Okay, yeah, that's a very human way to come to like an answer, right? Because we just need an answer to fill the box. We just need to fill that hole with something. That's how you fill the hole. You fill the hole like that. Some people fill the hole with there's a God, okay, that the recursion stops somewhere, that there is an infinite or what have you being. And then there's people like myself who are undecided. I'm just using references, bro. But regardless, again, I'm not going to argue because it's like, again, I'm not even trying to argue for there being something. It's just like, I mean, you're just not open-minded to it. Like, that's my thing. It's just, you just have this idea that this is absolutely what it is, even though you can't prove it. I mean, you can't, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not going to ask you to prove a negative, but yeah. I hear you, man. I hear you, man. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. We all have different ways of thinking. It's a beautiful thing, really. I love the diversity. It would be boring if we all thought the same.
Gender and transgender and gender identity, etc. Some of which.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold up. I don't know what is going on. I wanted to see this video. Give me a second. Let me close my fucking browser and bring it back up because for some reason everything is playing out of sync. It's very annoying.
Values, culture, and behavior into your first world country.
Yep, that's not playing in sync either. Oh my lord! I have an answer. Okay, well, hopefully that fixed it. No.
Objective statement?
Yeah.
I agree with, and some of which you've said.
All
That
right, here we go. Finally. Okay, it's fixed, I think. Diversity isn't a measure of reality. Speaking to nothing at all. I appreciate you.
that maybe I agree with a little less.
He can't point to a single thing that Dawkins is getting wrong. Yet at the beginning, he claims that there are things that Dawkins says that he disagrees with.
Can we all agree that gender is expressed on a spectrum? And what I found...
I have really no clue what this is about, but we're about to see. I'm so confused. Why is it not working? There we go. Jeez, that was annoying. Guys, this is so deep. You guys are so deep. It's crazy.
Found interesting about Neil deGrasse Tyson saying this is that it's less a conversation about biology.
He begins by referencing Neil deGrasse Tyson saying people express their gender to different degrees. Yes, some people will tend to wear dresses more, some will prefer pants. But what does that have to do with anything?
But it is a question about what I think is an undeniable reality about the world, which is, at minimum, the expression of gender is on a spectrum, and that maybe that can serve as a starting point for some of these discussions.
Man, I almost wish I wouldn't have clicked on this, because I'm going to go on a whole tangent on this bullshit. Oh, I didn't, because I just said the moment Richard Dawkins realized David Pakman was a fool. This is coming from Warren Smith. I like catching some of his videos. Check him out. I'll drop a link to his to this video or his channel, one or the other, in the chat. I didn't realize this was the topic. But I mean, I'm literally moving through from nebulous topic to nebulous topic tonight. It's actually hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Because they need that to be the starting point. But what that's actually doing is shifting the frame away from biology. But you're talking to Richard Dawkins.
Would you agree with that, which seems to me like an uncontroversial...
Yes, y'all, join the Discord. If the link doesn't work, please let me know. Sometimes they expire. I'm pretty sure that one's correct, though. Join the Discord, join the conversation. A lot of times, I don't know if I'm sitting in there now, but I'm sitting in Gaming Lounge. You guys could drop in there, chit-chat on the mic if you want, or just send messages through the chat. If you chit-chat on the mic, you can probably hop on during stream. Just let me know, though, beforehand. Because, again, I might be in there. I don't think anybody's in there with me, but you could always hop on stream as long as you're not going to drop a bunch of slurs or anything, you know what I mean? And chit-chat, you know, give me your 2 cents and whatnot. It might be easier than typing. Some people are voice shy. Some people are afraid to get their voice out there. I understand. So if it's not your cup of tea, there you go. But if it is, awesome. Is this really dead? Frustrating. But the invite doesn't work. Are you serious? Bruh. Oh, let me see. Let me click on it. Nope, that's the wrong one. Let me click on it. No. Oh my God. Let me try it again. I just, it's really frustrating to me because I just feel like I've switched this link multiple times and I've changed it to being an infinite link or with no expiration date. And it always does this. And I'm like, why? Why does it do this? And it's like, oh my gosh, it's just so annoying. It's just so annoying. Let me fix it. That would be a Nightbot thing. Wait, right? That's Nightbot, right? Commands, Discord. That is so annoying. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done bitching about it. We just fix it. Never expire, no limit, generate new link, even though it's not gonna fucking work. Join my Discord, blah, 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 blah. Copy, paste. Okay. Now this link should work. Oh my gosh, give me a sec. There you go. Now it should work. All right, Dan the man, you out of here. Take it easy. You out of here, Kami. You said in 2 hours. Oh my God. Well, anywho. Oh damn, yeah, I didn't want to plug this in. Damn, that Discord stuff is just so annoying. But maybe I never changed it on. I know I changed it in my description. Maybe I never changed it on Nightbot, so that could be the issue. Either way, we fixed it. On to the next thing.
Statement, or is that a problematic statement to you?
People express themselves differently. How could that possibly be controversial or problematic? The problem is that you are using that to then make claims that have nothing to do with just expression of fashion. So Richard.
Exactly. Lately, I've been falling on gender just being personality at this point. It's just so much easier way of describing it. If you want to do the whole gender and sex are different, it's just like, well, then you're just kind of describing a personality.
Dawkins sees right through this.
I'm a biologist, and what I really object to is the subversion of language, talking about a woman's penis.
Exactly. It's just silly. People are using the words differently, and if you want to have it be a social thing, then either speak about it honestly, maybe come up with another set of words for it. That way people could be more on the same page with it, instead of trying to mix and mingle these things together as if people don't already have some sort of framework for what these things mean, and as though they don't have some sort of actual existence in society. Like the first story we did, or like one of the first things we were listening to, the Ty Rivera video, with the whole like, well, what would you say? Would you say a woman had a penis and was jacking off in the women's bathroom? It just sounds weird, because it's just, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that's kind of what all of this leads to when you're a little bit ridiculous with the language. That's what I think, at least. That's why I've been saying maybe have a third and fourth sort of category if you want to speak about it from like a social standpoint. Plus, it just becomes this weird situation where we're still playing into weird stereotypes for genders and stuff, where it's like, well, is any time a guy being feminine, does that mean they're acting like a woman or they are a woman? And anytime a woman is being masculine or something, does that mean that they're a man? Does that mean you can't be a feminine man or a masculine female, or, masculine woman? It becomes really weird. It's like, well, if you like this color, then you must be a woman. And if you like this color, you must be a man. And if you like this activity, it's sort of like you're recreating these boxes that feminism was trying to knock down like 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. It's very odd to me. Very, very odd. It seems to almost fly in the face of like some feminism pushes, where it's like, can't we just be anything? Can't you just be a man or a woman and like certain things and not need to label it? It just makes no sense to label it. Just be a person. The only time the labeling matters is essentially, I guess, when you're taking a shit somewhere in public. That's it. I'm sorry, when it comes to sports, there does seem to be a biological difference. So we have them separated for that reason. It's pretty simple. It's really not that complicated. I mean, if you want to call yourself a man or a woman because you like certain things or have certain inclinations to certain things, I guess, but it's so weird. It's like, you don't really have to put a label on it. You could just like this thing and like that thing and it not really pertain to your gender or sex necessarily. I mean, just because you like men doesn't mean you're a woman. You could just be a gay man. It's just, you don't really need to link everything to sex and gender. Again, it's like a personality trait at that point. You might like pink and be a guy, okay? Liking pink doesn't need to be associated with being a woman. Liking cars or something doesn't have to be associated with being a guy. It's like you're just drawing these arbitrary boxes where there doesn't even need to be one. It's just odd to me. It's very odd. Very odd.
For example, I mean, that is just playing around, playing fast and loose with the English language. And I'm
That is so funny. Oh, I don't know how to say your name. Hemo. I want to call you Hemo. If you're still here. Zore Hemo. What did I walk into? It's beautiful, right? You've got Rust on the screen. You've got like your Richard Dawkins up here. Oh my gosh. If you would have came in an hour or two ago, it would have been even weirder, some of the shit we were talking about. You walked into the black hole broadcast, okay? Get sucked into the black hole, all right? Into the experience, if you're still here.
I'm a biologist who needs to talk about sex and the difference between male and female, which is absolutely clear. It's one of the very few binaries we actually have in biology.
This seems to be one, if not one of the only actual binaries in existence.
Race is not a binary. Race is a genuine continuum, obviously, because of all hybridization and so on. Almost everything else you can think of is a continuum: short versus tall, fat versus thin. All those things are a continuum. Sex is the one thing which actually is a binary. And I think that messing around with the English language and, well, any language for that matter, but I happen to speak English.
I happen to speak English as well. We're trying to learn Japanese here, guys. It's very slow.
A perversion of clarity of thought, clarity of speech for political ends.
And I kind of agree with him at this point, because it really does feel, and I've said this on multiple occasions, it's just a language issue. It's just a speech issue. Like, that's really what they're playing at most of the time.
Now, David Pakman cannot contend with this, so he does the same move I see over and over again. Yes, well, no progressives are claiming that that biology can change. And
yeah, and I think most of my progressive colleagues would agree that the biological circumstances undeniably are men, women, some percentage born intersex, and that's
tiny percentage,
yes, no,
negligible
certainly.
Percentage.
No need to exaggerate what the percentage is.
No.
The size of this percentage is shocking when you actually look at it, and Dawkins gets into this. If you were to actually look at the frequency represented in data and represent that
but it's not enough to really mean we should have social, like the social things should change. You know what I mean? It's like the intersex doesn't seem to play that big of a role. It feels like a third of the population that it's like maybe, but even then the way it expresses itself, I don't think that would even really play if a third of the population was intersex. I mean, yeah, no, society would probably be different. Let's be honest. If a third of the population was intersex, but it's such a small part of the population that we don't really have to control for it, really. I mean, most of the time, people aren't intersex, more often than not, like more than 9 times out of 10. So you don't really have to, it's just like, you know, you might be a company that makes gloves, right? Now, not all people have 10 fingers. There are people with more than 10 fingers. There are people with less than 10 fingers. But if you're running a company selling gloves, you're probably going to make gloves with 10 fingers, or I'm sorry, 5 fingers each. So, I mean, yeah.
Visually, it would look like the twin towers for male, female, and then intersex would be, as he describes, an anthill in comparison to those, just to give you a visual analogy.
Is it also, in your mind, a problem to separate biological sex and gender expression? Do you have an issue? Language aside, is that...
See, now that I have no issue with. Like, actually separating those two, I don't think, like... There might be like some gender expression or sex expression or whatever. Like, women might just be more inclined to certain things and men might just be more inclined to certain things. It might just be that way. Maybe not even so much because of nurture, maybe because of nature, because of the testosterone versus the estrogen or something. It just makes it you statistically more likely to like certain things or whatever. But I don't think that socially we need to create these like super rigid boxes and be like, well, if you're a woman, you can't like this thing, or you have to like this other thing, and if you're a man, you have to like this thing. Like, we could still have those things, just not be rigid, although we could still acknowledge that maybe because of whatever reason you're more likely to be inclined towards something, right? I mean, I don't know if that should make sense. Like, it should be pretty simple.
Had it concerned you?
So is the question, is it wrong to conflate the two? Well, yes. These are trap questions, and Dawkins does not even try to engage with them. He just articulates what he thinks is most important.
The thing is, you can't tell me, Kami, like how did you say it? Socially indoctrinated you are to like anything. You can't tell me how much that is, because you can't point to a society, or you can't point to something, or you can't tell me about some experience you have where none of that is put on you. Like, we're always going to be subject to outside inputs. We're always going to be subject to a society. So it's like to sit here and be like, well, you're always being, how did you say it again? Socially indoctrinated. Yeah. We're always going to be that way. No matter how you change society, no matter how you organize it, you're always going to be socially indoctrinated in some way. You're always going to be raised by somebody. That's just what it is. So again, my point is, it's possible that because of our makeup, right, our like hormonal makeups or something, that you have a higher likelihood to end up somewhere else than this other person with a different hormonal makeup. That's possible. It's not even saying that's necessarily the case. Maybe in some perfect vacuum or something, it doesn't matter what your makeup is. It's all environmental. We could like sit there and track it, and you could make people fall into these different boxes based on like how you raise them and everything. And it's nothing hormonal, and this is all societal pressures. Sure, fine. But that's not how the world even works. I'm just leaving room open for the hormones. They probably play a part in it, and nurture probably plays a part in it. It's probably both. It's probably somewhat your anatomy or like your material like existence, and then also the outside forces that you're taking in and whatnot. It's probably a little bit of both. So I don't know why. It's just like try to chalk it down to like one thing or the other, and then moralizing it and saying, well, one is better or one is bad or one is good. Like, I don't think it's good or bad. It's just some things can just be. It could just be that men are a certain way and women are a certain way. And of course, it's not 100%. I mean, there's billions of people, so there's going to be there's a spectrum or a variance or whatever. We're just putting words to things. We're just describing things. And not like definitions aren't so perfect. It's like, what's a chair? Well, a chair has a back and four legs. Okay, is a horse a chair? You see what I'm saying? It's like what are we? A featherless biped, right? We could have that whole conversation. That's why I always say I feel like this whole trans conversation, gender versus sex and all that stuff, really is a Diogenes, Plato argument about forms and definitions. If I'm not mistaken, it was Plato.
I am not particularly bothered if somebody wants to present themselves as the opposite of the sex that they are. I do object if they insist that other people recognize that. And I mean, I support Jordan Peterson in this, if nothing else, that he objects to the...
So I disagree with him a bit. Now, mine is more of a language issue. He says, like, if they say they're a different sex than they are, I would disagree with that. If you say you're a different gender, like by like the way that these things are being defined, whereas sex is sort of like your biological makeup. I mean, you are whatever your biological makeup is, like by definition of the biological makeup. But if you say like from a social standpoint, I'm a woman or whatever, it's like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. You're a woman, whatever. But like, I mean, if you were like, well, biologically I'm a woman, but like biologically you're a man, I mean, that just doesn't make sense. Like biologically you are like something, and then whatever socially you are, sure.
The Canadian government making
and then in terms of compelling speech, which is what he's talking about with the Jordan Peterson thing, I would say I'd probably a little bit closer to him on that one, where it's like, I don't think you should necessarily have to compel people to entertain the idea with laws. Yeah, basically. But also people shouldn't be able to discriminate based on it either. So I think there's, it's a little bit of both ways there.
Mandatory that he should call people by a pronoun like they when they are, I mean, he's prepared to do that as a matter of courtesy, but not as a matter of compulsion, and I thoroughly support him on that.
What do you think the next move is going to be? Well, I haven't seen any evidence of anyone actually being put in prison for pronouns. This denial that there actually is a push to mandate the use of language.
I don't have the bill in front of me, but when I looked at it 18 months ago, I struggled to find anywhere where he talks about threat of jail if you use the wrong pronoun. I did not find that, but since I don't have it in front of me, maybe we'll table those particulars.
Moving in that direction at all should be flat out enough concern. And I would dispute what David Pakman is saying here. I think we can look in the UK, where Richard Dawkins lives, and see people being arrested for hate speech.
For hate speech,
But that being said, what about, for example, things like arresting doctors who provide certain gender-affirming care, as it's called? Maybe you have an issue with the term or not.
For minors.
Dawkins turns the table in Pakman and uses his own technique against them.
What about the arresting of doctors, for example? Does that not start to bite a little bit to... Oh, sorry.
Because that's interesting, because a lot of times a lot of times it feels like people don't really care about adults doing this stuff, and I feel like the arrests of doctors, I thought that was more in cases of minors, but maybe some people are speaking of any doctor that does gender affirming care or whatever for adults or minors. But I think people were mostly referring to minors in that case, and they always leave stuff like that out, which is like really frustrating to me, because again, I think they're trying to make it seem like everybody like hates trans people or something, which I don't think is necessarily the case. I think most people don't actually care at all until it like reaches a certain threshold. So most people don't care, they're living their life. But the sports thing, that might, tickle them the wrong way. Or the bathroom thing might tickle them the wrong way. Or it being taught in schools, or like, it being, whatever in schools kind of entertained, that might tickle them the wrong way. Or, whatever. But for the most part, when it comes to just like general society and stuff, I don't think people really care. I don't think people are going out and like hunting down trans people and trying to kill them or like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to harass them. I don't think that's really, at least... Okay, are you going to be able to point to somebody doing that? Sure, yeah, there's billions of people, or at least in America, hundreds of millions of people. Okay, yeah, there's going to be an asshole amongst them. Sure. Is that like a thing in mass? I doubt it. No, I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think most people are just living their life and not really giving a fuck about other people.
Which doctors have doctors been arrested for that?
No, these are bills that have been proposed in the United States. It has not happened, to my knowledge, fortunately.
So when it comes to Jordan Peterson and mandated speech, well, we haven't seen anyone actually be arrested. When it comes to doctors performing surgeries, well, no, we haven't seen anyone being arrested yet. But I've seen legislation. Now it aligns with what Pac-Man wants, so now it's okay.
Children or adults?
We've seen both in different...
See, and thank you. He picks that out. And that's the thing, is it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Because again, when you're being so vague with the topic, you're trying to like paint it as though people have this giant issue with it, where people's issues are generally more specific.
Different states.
Can you be a travel advisor without
when it's like the honest answer to the question is generally children. That's what a lot of people are getting up in arms about, at least what I've noticed as of recent, is people are getting up in arms about things when it comes to children. And most people are like, you're an adult, you make your own decisions. They might not agree with it or whatever the fuck, but you're an adult, so you can make your own decision. They just disagree with the children being able to make this decision for themselves when they can't make other decisions. So it's a very specific argument. But people make it so vague, and as if it's including adults too, which I think is a little disingenuous, because again, I think if you ask some of these people, well, how do you feel about an adult making this decision? They'd be like, oh, well, that's their choice. You know what I mean? Like, it's not my business.
9 to 5. Actually, yes, we're for the modern travel.
The expression on Dawkins' face here, he can see right through this guy.
Well, I would have a strong objection to doctors injecting minors, children, or performing surgery on them to change their sex.
And as far as adults, you have no issue?
Well,
less issue. He probably has less.
I think if they've thought about it properly, like
exactly.
Some like Jan Morris, for example, who I read years ago, one of the first of trans people that I read, and greatly respected her struggle that she went through in order to change sex from male to female. She really, really put herself through it, and clearly sincere, clearly suffered from gender dysphoria, no doubt about that. And I take my hat off to her and to the doctors who helped her. But I fear that what we're seeing now...
Yeah, I think I fundamentally just disagree with you, but I don't even know. I really have to think about how to voice this, because I feel like it could probably come off as hateful or something, when in reality, I think it's a perfectly reasonable take. I think everybody else is obsessed with like sex and gender and stuff and like what it means to be a man or a woman. And I think it's the silliest, dumbest fucking thing ever. It's like you're asking everybody else to treat you a certain way based on this immutable characteristic that you're trying to change. So it's not even immutable at that point. And it's a box that it doesn't even exist. You're like basically in one hand saying it doesn't exist, because at first it was linked to a physical trait, which was then linked to social traits. But now we're getting rid of the physical trait and we're just sticking to the social traits, which you can literally subscribe to without having the physical traits. So you don't even need to go by man or woman. You realize that? Like, you can literally have all of the traits of one or the other outside of the biology, and it's fine now. So why even say that you're the other thing? What does it even mean to be a woman? You could be a man or a woman, and it's all the fucking same. It's all the same. The only difference is where you're taking a shit. That's the only difference. And you can sit here and talk about, well, these people feel wrong in their body. Well, that's just a whole nother fucking point, like, part of it. That's a whole other part of it. Like, I really think a lot of this gets obfuscated because the experience of being a man or woman, again, if it's a social construct, I don't even understand. Unless you have some sort of dysphoria about your body, I don't understand how you can even be trans. Because at that point, it's just social. But we've already said, like, there is no difference in these things socially. When it comes to, you could be a woman and a boss, you could be a man and a boss, you could be a this and a that. Like, at a certain point, when it comes to man and woman, the differences are just biology and a couple places in society where we partition people off. Outside of those very specific circumstances, there's really no difference in being a man or woman, unless you're speaking to the physical, like, women have periods, men don't have periods. That's just a fact. Women generally can get pregnant and bear children. Men generally cannot. This is just a fact. Like, these are very specific circumstances where we use these words and they have meaning. When it comes socially, they're meaning less and less and less and less socially, or at least among progressives or, certain social circles. So what's the point of even saying you're a man or a woman, or like transitioning or something, when you could just be an effeminate man or a masculine woman? It doesn't even make sense. It's honestly, to me, pretty stupid and pretty silly. It really seems like it's just nothing. I don't even know what else to say about it. It just doesn't seem real. Again, unless you're having some sort of like weird dysphoria about your body where you're like, but then even that's kind of odd and off there, because it's like, what do you mean you feel like you're physically something else? It's like, what if I feel like I physically have wings? That doesn't really make sense. Like, do you get what I'm saying? All right, whatever. I think that I'm probably just doing a bad job articulating what I'm trying to say. And I think in some ways what I'm saying maps on to sort of traditional thought, but it also maps on to sort of a future thought that really, in terms of like progressivism, the world will take on eventually, is like kind of my thoughts on it, which is who gives a fuck. And I feel like that's where we're moving. I feel like in a traditional sense, people are saying who gives a fuck, except for when it comes to children. And like, again, very special cases of like locker rooms and like women's spaces and stuff. But socially, people don't really give a fuck. Yeah, and I mean, that's really what I think. I think that we're just moving towards I don't give a fuck. Leave the kids alone. These spaces are protected, or at least cordoned off for a biologically female or whatever. And socially, it just is. I mean, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Again, I don't really hear, and maybe, hey, maybe it's the media just trying to hide it or something, but I don't hear of like a bunch of hate crimes against trans people. Like when like the people that are calling and saying like, oh, this is transphobic or whatever, when it's really just not even cases of like, it doesn't even seem like anything serious. Like if like, for example, that video we watched earlier, was that transphobic that somebody recorded the shadow of somebody seeming to jack off in a woman's bathroom as evidence? No, I think that was a person acting inappropriately and probably getting caught. Like, that's what it looks like to me. So it's like, if that is some sort of evidence of transphobia, well, then transphobia is not existing in this case. Now, are there people that are transphobic or hateful or this, that, or the third, or will harm trans people? I'm sure, because again, the world is a big place. But I'm just saying it doesn't seem like something we're seeing. Like, if anything in recent years or like recent time, it seems like anti-Semitism seems to be more popular. Trying to think of what other things seem to be popping off more. But that one is just something I just remember, just I feel like I've seen more of. But either way, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're a speaker that goes out in public and talks about just politics, you're probably more likely to get harmed than like a random trans person, I imagine. But then again, maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe there is a bunch of news of like trans people just randomly being attacked. I just don't think it happens. It probably happens. I just don't think it's happening to some large scale. Like when you consider the size of the population and how much it happens, it probably doesn't really happen at that much higher of a rate, really, than like general population. I could be wrong. Now, again, I'm going off of my own sensibilities to some extent, right? Because it just doesn't make sense to go out of your way to just harm somebody. But these people do exist, obviously. There's people that write manifestos and go off and do horrible things, obviously. But I just don't think it's like that giant of an issue. I think most of the issues or most of what people complain about is just sort of issues that are being brought on by like people within the community or something themselves. It's sort of like the whole, like, if you're like, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me constantly, then people are going to look at you. And sometimes when people look at you, it's going to be like, oh, cool. You know, people are nice. But when you have a lot of people looking at you, there's going to be people that don't like you. There's going to be people that are assholes. If you have 1 million people look at you, there's going to be a bunch of people that are pointing and laughing, a bunch of people that are clapping and, you know, fucking haranguing and whatnot. I mean, it's just what it is. And a bunch of people that just don't give a fuck. That's just what it is. You can't really get mad or be like, you have to accept me for how I am, because not really, because nobody has to accept anybody for how they are. That's the thing. Everybody could be critical of everybody at any given point in time. And your group or you or whatever is no different than everybody else. And it's like, well, you can't criticize me for this thing. Well, actually, we can. Everybody can. Everybody can be criticized for anything at any given time. So it's kind of what it is. It's like just a part of like living in society. Now, ought a person do that? Probably not. We shouldn't do ad hominems or whatever. You know, we should, you know, try to argue people based on like principle or whatever. But I'm just saying, it's like, to a certain point, it's not even like you're getting extra bad treatment. In some cases, it's like you're actually just kind of getting the normal treatment that everybody else gets. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, no, in some cases, it's like, yeah, it is hateful or it is over the top, right? I mean, that is such a stupid question. But you could leave if you'd like. That's such an annoying question. It's like, if nobody like sees your painting, why are you painting it? Why do you do this if this or that? I don't know. I find that to be just a disingenuous question. Kind of a stupid question, really. Like, the logic of that question is kind of like, I would never ever have anybody watching me if I thought like that. Because at some point in time, I was sitting here talking to nobody. That's the thing. And now it's like, now when I go live, I sometimes have a couple people here chit-chatting with me. But if it was like, well, if nobody's watching you, why are you sitting here streaming and talking? It's like, you realize, like, at one point there was never anybody ever listening. I was sitting here talking to myself and streaming. I mean, it's kind of how it starts a lot of the time. But I get you saying, it's like, oh, this seems futile. What are you doing? You're wasting your time. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm enjoying it.
It's a fashion, a craze, a mimetic epidemic.
And Dawkins was the originator of the concept of the meme.
which is.
It's like I'll be sitting here talking to myself anyway. Fuck it, I might as well stream the shit. That's what I need to get more in a habit of doing. Honestly, if I was in more of a habit of doing it, there'd probably be more people watching.
Which is spreading like an epidemic of measles or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're not going to.
Why you care so much? You fail. I don't know. People fail to understand me why I care so much what's going on in somebody else's pants. Thing is, I don't actually fucking care. That's the funniest thing, is I try not to care. One is interesting philosophically. What's the word I'm looking for? Not societally. I keep saying that. I guess sociologically. As the thing is, I'm empathetic, I think, I think I'm empathetic to the gender fluidity conversation. And what I think bothers me about it is I look at it and I'm like, oh, I think I could wrap my head around, men being women and women being men in sort of like a social sense. Like, I kind of get it. But then I just see things that kind of how do I put this? There are parts of it I could get behind or understand, but there's other parts of it that I see pushed that I think are going to be damaging to the idea moving forward. And that does a lot of the people in the movement a disservice. For me, I don't think it's like all bad or all good or anything like that. I think there could be like a world where you have men and women, like a biology, like a categorization, where we have an understanding that women get pregnant, men have a ball sack or whatever. But socially, we could use the same words, although it might be a little less complicated not to use the same words, but use these words that mean that these people have a personality that is more this or that. Now, right now, we'll say masculine or feminine, and, whatever you ascribe to those things, you ascribe to those things. But maybe at some point, we'll have these different words that ascribe to those personality traits, and that it doesn't matter if you have a dick and balls or a pussy, you could ascribe to either set of character traits. In fact, oh my God, there might be more than two sets of character traits that you could actually, be a part of, or you could pick and choose, and you actually could have a mixture of these character traits. Like, this all makes sense. This all seems perfectly reasonable. And it seems like really this whole concept of trying to lock it down between man and woman, like within the binary itself, just does the whole trans thing and the gender thing really a disservice. But again, I don't know. I'm probably just doing a bad way of describing it. And then again, you guys want to go off on like weird shit where it's like there's gender affirming care that has nothing to do with being trans. It's like, is that what we're talking about? Like, it's not what we're talking about at all. And then Kami, you want to sit here and say we already do that? Women giving birth is a universal thing? ? It's like, again, when you're always trying to reach to these extreme examples of like where these things break down. I've already had the conversation about how we define things and how like we don't have these perfect definitions for everything in the form of everything. So it's just, again, this just becomes a lot of nothing. You either understand that or you don't, right? What is a man? A featherless biped. Okay, so take a chicken, pluck all the feathers off of it, behold your man. It's like we could keep playing this game for another couple thousand years. All right, like people have an idea of definitions in their head. And we understand that you could kind of, there's like a gray area and a little bit of a push and a pull, and people have different understandings based on their culture and the way they were raised and the time period they were raised in. Like we have different concepts of ideas and we get that, but we use these words to describe these categories. So I think part of like living in society is not only like you have your own thought process and you have your own way of looking at the world. And this has been influenced by the people that raised you and like whatever, the way you lived your life. But you also understand that other people are seeing the world in a different way, or maybe they have a different way of defining something or a different way of thinking something is right. And being able to have some sort of empathy or understanding of their worldview and being able to try to communicate back and forth between these two. But if you assume the other person is being disingenuous all the time, and then you want to bring out these things where you say, what did you say? Oh, every woman can get pregnant, right? Or every woman. It's just like, if you're gonna go down this whole path of, oh, well, some women can't get pregnant, does that mean you're not a woman? If you're gonna go to this, oh, some women don't have this, or some women don't have breasts, or some women, it's just like, or some women don't have long hair. It's just like, it's just disingenuous. We're not really having a conversation. In reality, we're just trying to like play and get these points off, and you're missing the whole conversation, like the actual essence of the conversation. And it's just like, I'm not like really interested in playing those games, because I'm not going to sit here and try to define exactly what a woman is or what a man is or anything like that. It's just, the whole thing is stupid is what I'm trying to say. It's all very stupid. Like, I use the word man and woman to basically represent like we know what I mean. I don't have to describe it. Oh yeah, oh, this girl I know. You have an idea in your mind of what I mean. Like, you have an idea. Do you know exactly what she looks like when I say that? No. But you have a general idea. Your idea might be off. Sometimes that happens. But for the most part, you have a general idea, and it tends to sort of map onto reality. That it, like 95% of the time. Probably more than that. So it's like, why do we have to sit here and play this game as if we can't understand that? Like, if I said there was somebody jacking off in a bathroom, you would probably think it's a guy. Like, if I said there's a person jacking their dick off in the bathroom, you're gonna think it's a man jacking their dick off in the men's bathroom. But then I show you a video and I tell you, no, it's actually a woman jacking their dick off in the women's bathroom. It's just like, what are you talking about? Like, if I said there was a dude jacking their dick off, you would have an idea of what that is. Like, even if I said there was, you would picture a man. If I just said there was somebody jacking their dick off, you would picture a man. It's just like, why are we pretending we don't understand these things? It's like we just want to be so different and just break down the definitions and what the world is and be so progressive that you just lose sight of reality and don't understand that, like, you know, part of society is agreeing upon things. You can sit here and say it's a social construct. It's a social construct. What the fuck is a social construct? A social construct is a bunch of people coming together and agreeing that something is a definition, that something is a social construct. Otherwise, it would not be a social construct. It would just something. So if you're saying something is a social construct, you can't be mad at it and say it has to change, because that means you have to change everybody's mind in society, or at least enough people within a given group, within a certain area, for that social construct to change. Just because something's a social construct doesn't mean it's wrong. I don't know. It just, the whole thing is stupid to me. And I just love, in some ways, it's interesting seeing how people rationalize some of the stuff, because some of it just does seem insane to me. You have one side that argues for this super rigidness, which I do understand, because it's just sort of how they were raised, or, you know, the way that the world kind of is, so I understand that. But then this other side that pushes so hard to try to change everything that it just doesn't really make sense. It's like you're trying to change everything to where words don't even mean anything, to where man and woman doesn't really have any definition. It's like anybody could claim to be anything at any given point in time. So it's like, why even have the words in the first place? It's like, if you're going to get mad at a word for being exclusionary, if you're going to be mad at a category for being exclusionary, then don't even have the category. But people have the categories, and you can't be mad at other people for having categories. Guess what? A person could just make up a category right now for a type of person, and they can put you in that box, and it could be a pejorative. It could be a bad thing. You can't really stop a person from doing that. Or they could make a category and say, this type of person is a good person, and they could put themselves in the box or other people in the box. You can't really stop them from doing that. It's just, they're using language a certain way. And if other people use that language that way, you can't stop people from doing that. It just is. So you're trying to change everybody else's language and everybody else's way of seeing the world and calling them evil if they don't go along with it, when really there is no evil in this. It's really just different viewpoints of the world, and you just think that you're more righteous, or you're right, or you're correct, or whatever, when you're not. You're just, it's all arbitrary. That's the thing, is it's all fucking arbitrary. Like, especially if you want to go off the everything is nature, or sorry, everything is nurture, then you've just been nurtured a certain way to believe what you believe. So it really is arbitrary. And if you were in a different set of circumstances, you would not believe what you believe today. You'd be arguing the opposite thing. So what does it even matter? It's like, when you play these games a long enough point in time, you realize, like, it's all fucking bullshit. Anyway, that's my rant. I'm done. It's so circular. It's just so fucking stupid at a certain point. It just annoys me. Boom. What did you just say? Just keep it away from kids. Boom. Keep it away from sports. Boom. And women's spaces. If you do that, no one would. Exactly. And I've literally said that. Most people, I don't even think, care about the shit. It's like basically three places. It's like children. Obviously, you're gonna piss people off with that. You can't tell me a kid cannot agree to a tattoo. A kid cannot agree to this. A kid cannot agree to that. They can't consent to anything, but then they can consent to this thing. It's like, that's kind of difficult, right? That's kind of difficult. How do you even wrap your head around that? The women's spaces thing, to go against that is to go against, I mean, just so much of society. Like, basically, you're saying that we shouldn't even split women or men up at all. Why do we have women's bathrooms? Why do we have women's sports? Why do we have women's prisons? Why are there women-only gyms? Why do some women feel more comfortable in a women-only space? Why do some women feel more comfortable going to a women's-only gym? Why do they exist at all if it was not a thing in the first place? If it was not meeting a need in the market somewhere. Like, there's obviously reasons that things are the way they are. So it's just like, acknowledge those things. But you can't come in and try to push everybody else aside and say, you all have to accept this thing exactly how we put it. Because you also have to accept their thing. There's supposed to be give and take from both sides. It's just so obvious. It's like, well, for us to be comfortable, you have to let us in this space. But you also have to consider those other people's comfort too. There is like a bit of a give and take there. Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what? Cake farting is I don't even know what that is. What's going on, Chuck? Sorry, I don't mean to go on such a tangent. I just want to say, I don't know why I clicked on this video. What I didn't realize it was going to be about this topic. And then Kami, or whatever your name is on this, whatever account you got on here, I don't know. I feel like I've had this conversation multiple times, and it's just, again, it's another nebulous one. We've gone through like all the nebulous ones. We went capitalism, communism. We went, what was the last one we did? Oh, atheism versus theism. And now we're on gender ideology. It's kind of all just nebulous. It makes some people happy to live differently. Apparently it doesn't. I want you to think about what you just said. It makes people happy to live differently. In the context of the conversation we're having. Holy shit. It seems like that's not really the case, right? At this point, after everything I've said, you're either not listening or you're being disingenuous. To even that last response you gave where you said, what was your question? And what do you care? So you must be talking to somebody else or something, because after everything I've said for you to say this, it's just a troll at this point. What do you care so much that what's in between other people's legs that you don't want them in the bathroom or sports? Again, either you're completely missing what I'm saying, I'm doing a poor job of communicating, you're being disingenuous or something. I don't know. Or you're talking to somebody completely different. You're arguing with somebody else, because I don't know how else to lay this stuff out. It's like when you're sitting here saying, well, what does it matter what's in between the legs? Do you think I'm talking about, like, again, it's got to be a troll. This is a troll. This is like gaslighting or not gaslighting, just rage bait. There we go. No. I think you're absolutely missing stuff. I cannot understand how after everything I've said, it's like, well, what does it matter what's in between their legs? You're right. I don't know. You're right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Just this little tiny bit of skin or whatever between people's legs, the difference of it. There's no other. you're right. There's no difference between men and women. Why are we having the conversation then? If there's no difference, why is there a dysphoria? Why are you more comfortable to be one thing than the other if there's no difference between the fucking things? You can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and say, well, it just makes them feel better to be that thing. And then also say there's no difference between the things. So it's like, you're going to have to figure that out. You're going to have to figure out what the issue is with people of thinking they're different. You see what I'm saying? You're basically saying there's no difference. I don't know if you're not seeing that. You're basically saying there's no difference. You're saying all it is, oh, it just makes people feel better to say this thing. Well, what does it matter what's in between their legs if it's in sports or this or that? You're basically saying there's no difference between these things. Tell me, what is the difference between being a man and woman? Just tell me. Because you've told me, like, you know what? This is the problem. I've been doing a lot of talking. I don't understand where you're coming from. What is the difference between being a man and woman? Oh, I'm sorry. No, exactly. You said there is a difference. What is the difference between these two things? Because I've been just like blabbing, and obviously I have a misunderstanding of your viewpoint here. Because whoa, stop. You said there, stop. You said, no, there is difference. Now you're saying, yes, that's step one. There is no difference between a person living male and female. I think you're trolling me. There is a difference in actuality, bone density issue, hormone issue, etc. Okay, what are the differences between being a man and woman? Regarding anything, just like, what is the difference? You're saying wanting to live differently. Live differently how? And this isn't just a wanting to live differently as if it's like some sort of fleeting thing where it's like, well, shit, I want to go to the park tomorrow, but if I don't go to the park, I'm not gonna, be so fucking depressed that it like ruins my life or something. You know what I mean? So it's more than just like, well, just a simple want, like a fleeting want. This isn't like just a fleeting thing here. Yeah, what is the difference in mentality between a man and a woman? There's one. You said mentality. What is the difference in mentality between a man and a woman? What is the difference? You said societal impact. What is the difference in societal impact? I don't even understand what that, like, how that physical makeup. I mean, hopefully, I don't even know if we could agree on physical makeup, but what you already mentioned some physical things, so let's not get lost in that. What is the difference in mentality between a man and a woman? I only ask because I've only been a man my whole life, like physically and everything. I don't know what it means to mentally be a woman or mentally be a man. I've just been in this body and I just so happen to fall under like the biological thing of man, and I could follow the stereotypical sort of societal, things that come along with it if I wanted to, but I don't really have to. I could kind of just live however I want to, and either, so it doesn't really matter in that case. My whole point is I've never been inside of a woman's body and like their brain, like had a woman body and everything to say like, well, this is what a man feels like and this is what a woman feels like, so I feel like this right now or that right now. I've only existed in the body that I'm in, so I don't know what you mean when you're like, it doesn't make sense to me to feel like a woman or feel like a man. I just feel like a person. That's the thing, is it's like I just feel like a person, and that's what really just, when you say mentality, what does it mean to have a male mentality or a female mentality? You said Astrolarius. Men contend with their heart, aggression versus cuddling. Women with their brain, openness versus backstabbiness, for example, but not limited to. I have no idea what you just said. No idea at all. Don't even know how you would prove that. Maybe this studies or something. Sure, that would offend half the world, or a quarter of the world, some sort of large proportion of the world, if I were to say, well, this is what it means to be a woman, or this is what it means to be a man. So that's your interpretation. That's what you're putting forth. So it's arbitrary. It's just made up, right? It's based on nothing. Yeah. It's just kind of my point to the whole conversation. I mean, you took the hardest one. No, there's no science to it. I mean, there's... Ay. It's like on one hand, you'll say nurture is so important. On the other hand, you say that there's this difference between being a man and woman. Outside of biology, there's like this social difference that you could feel inside of yourself. So there's like this in yourself difference. But at the same time, everything is essentially just environment. So you could be made to feel this way if your environment is set up in that way. It's just I don't know how you don't realize it's all just bullshit. Like, if you just go through some of like your thought processes or arguments, maybe it wasn't just this. Maybe I'm like linking in other arguments you've made about other things and kind of bringing it all together. But it's just a soup of bullshit. It's just people chasing their tails. At the end of the day, you're trying to get somebody else to agree that you're in a box that they might have a different concept of. It's so stupid. It's just so stupid. But at the same time, you say that box has nothing to even consider. What does it mean if somebody says there's something? There's only a couple of contexts that it actually matters in. One, when you're talking about sports or biology with like a physical difference between people. In a social setting, what does it matter? The only time it matters is when you're going to be intimate with somebody, when you're going to have an intimate relationship with somebody, when you want to get married to somebody, have a girlfriend, have a boyfriend, have a family. If you're a cis, straight, whatever the fuck kind of person, if you're a gay person, whatever, a lesbian, whatever, that's the only other time this matters. So most of the time in society, it doesn't even fucking matter whether somebody is a man or a woman. If you're not fucking them, or if you're not playing sports with them, or if you're not taking a shit next to them, it doesn't even matter. So what does it mean? So what, like 23 hours out of the day, otherwise, what does it mean to be a man or a woman? Because being a man or woman, this difference only really shows itself when the two are next to each other in one of these degrees, right? Whether it's in sports, whether it's in a relationship, like an intimate relationship or whatever. How else is there a difference? If you think about what I'm saying long enough, I think you'll understand why I like am being this way, because it's kind of silly. The two things are only, you could kind of only compare them against each other. If you took one of them out of the equation, man or woman, the other one wouldn't even matter, because it'd be the only category. Meaning it wouldn't mean anything. So these things have to have differences. What are the differences between these two things? The only way for each of them to exist is to have some sort of difference. So what is the differences between these two things? Discord, exactly. Anyway, I'm sorry. It just... It just feels circular because it feels like at a certain point, well, one, you're going to have your definition where it's like a man leads with his mind and a woman leads with their heart or whatever, which is just so vague and just so, I don't even know. You're like, well, I said you're a product of your environment, but not just your environment. But it's like, okay. Do you think being man or woman or trans is a product of your environment? Do you think that comes as a product of your environment? That's the question. No, being male and female are not social constructs. Being man and woman are social constructs. Male and female, at least the way I use the words, speaks to a biological makeup. A general biological makeup that most people agree upon. Now, man or woman, I look at as more as of the social kind of aspect of it. But I mean, I might be just splitting hairs over the words we're using. But just to make things clear, so at least we could have a somewhat, some sort of communication here that is like understood by both parties. That's what I would mean by male and female. I don't think male and female are a social construct in and of themselves, unless anything that we put words to is a social construct. Or any way that we distinguish, well, that's a tree and that's a basketball. Okay, well, I guess that's a social construct that's a tree and that's a social construct that's a basketball. But if you get that rudimentary with it, then it's just like the concept of a social construct is not even important. It doesn't even mean anything. So, without getting lost in that, yeah, what are the differences between these two things? Men and women. I'm going to keep coming back to that. Oh, wow. So you're saying the difference is just the way that people are supposed to act? Nope, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think you got to go back to the drawing board. If that's all that mattered, people wouldn't physically change their bodies. They would not need surgeries. You would not need gender affirming care. People would just act differently. Think about it. Gay men act differently than straight men, right? They date other men. That's a different way of acting. So, I mean, this other thing facilitates needing some sort of medical intervention or some sort of way to change yourself to be seen by other parties as that thing. So it seems like this is requiring a little bit more than just simply it's a different behavior. Or sorry, it's how men are supposed to act or something like that, or women are supposed to act. Even because we recognize that everything it exists on a spectrum. Like there's men that act super like masculine, there's men that act feminine, there's women that act masculine, there's women that act feminine. So there's this whole entire spectrum. So you don't even need within that the trans thing, because literally it already kind of encompasses everything. The trans thing would be a whole nother aspect. It's like you're saying you're this other thing. This doesn't necessarily have to do with you. Like, my point is you could already be a man or a woman biologically and act any which way. The only things you cannot do is sports, bathroom. I mean, again, these very hyper-specific scenarios. Everything else is the same. So what is the difference? What do you mean they don't act different? They date men. Men that date men act differently than men that date women, and that men that date men, and men that date women date women. That is the way in which they're acting differently. That's what I'm pointing out. What do you mean bottoms do? I'm so confused. I'm saying that just to act like the thing that's the difference is one dates men and one dates women. That's the difference. Yeah, and some people date both. What's your point? none of that facilitates the transitioning of your sex or gender or whatever, is my point. So you're saying it's just the way that men are expected to act, but what I'm saying is how men are expected to act is only within certain cultures and certain ways, you know, at certain time periods among certain groups. And like, there's already this huge spectrum of how men can act. A man could be super masculine or a man could be super feminine. It doesn't matter. You could already exist as a man amongst that spectrum. So I'm saying, what is the difference between being a very feminine man and being a masculine woman, or being a very feminine man and being a feminine woman? Like, what is the difference between these things? What do you mean words don't mean words? I'm asking, what do you mean words? No, I'm asking you, words don't mean words to you. That's the problem. Like, that's the disconnect that we're having, is you're having an issue with words. Because I'm asking you, what is the difference between a super feminine man and a super feminine woman, or a super feminine man and a super masculine woman? What are the differences between these two things? What do you mean acting? I don't know what you're on, man. Yeah. Seems like people are getting busy out there. But no, this is there's no game playing. This is just sometimes the neighbors get a bit crazy out here. This is why you always stay strapped and stay loaded. Anyway, this has been a fun exercise in futility with you. However, we've been down this road. We're not even arguing or anything. It's kind of silly. It was a good exercise, though. It was a good exercise. I think you get where I'm coming from, and you're just fucking trolling at this point, so. My whole point is, it's like, there is no... Dude, you're smarter than this, so I know you're just fucking with me. That's why I'm not even trying to engage with it. Because the feminine and masculine traits that were literally are being used as the benchmark for this man and woman thing in the first place. So it's like you could literally arbitrarily make any type of grouping you want and call it man and woman. Yet it seems like most people fall, like 99% of people fall in within these two groups and literally have no problem understanding that amongst each other. Yet you're trying to sit here and say, well, no, actually, if we look at it this way and look at it through this analysis, there's a bunch of men that are actually women and there's a bunch of women that are actually men. So it just, if you can't understand where the disconnect is coming from, then I don't know what to tell you. I think you do understand, you're just fucking with me. So I think it's the same thing you do at like the communism, socialism, capitalism bullshit with me, is that you're just like gaslighting, or not gaslighting, rage baiting me. Because it's like we're just going to go into the same circle like over and over again. Yes. see, I can do it too. Yes. But either way. Well, it seems like my neighbors are quieted down. Words don't mean words to you unless you like them. I see. You've got me to rant for about an hour, so I'm not going any further because you're trying to bait me with that one, but I can say, nah, you words don't mean words unless you like them. So I'm good on that. Whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say. You're the only one having an issue. You and a few people are the ones having an issue understanding this, really. And the funny thing is I'm like super empathetic or super open, and I think more on your side than, well, probably a lot of like traditionalists or conservatives or what have you. Yet you still fail, and you like try to like argue me or try to like, I don't know, push like some weird further look of it that just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And it's like, bro, if you don't make sense to me, you're not going to make sense to a lot of other fucking people. So good luck getting your shit passed. But either way, you can read studies all you want, dude. There's also like living in reality. What studies are you reading? If everybody defines something a certain way because they do, it doesn't matter what your fucking studies say. I don't think you understand that. If everybody says the sky is fucking green, the sky is green. It doesn't matter what a book says. It doesn't matter what a study says. It is now green. When it comes to groupings of things, it's whatever people say. Okay, if the studies were a reflection of society, and there are studies that say men are women and women are men, then we wouldn't be having this. This wouldn't be like, you're making it sound like, oh my God, these studies just show that men are women and women are men. It's just like, okay, cool. Then let's stop the conversation. You've beaten me in the conversation. All of society agrees with you. We're all on the same page now. Science has proved that men are women and women are men because this is a scientific thing. Awesome. Like, do you see how fucking ridiculous this sounds? Green could mean blue. It's like, dude, if you don't understand this, I don't know how to put it to you. Like, green could mean blue. Blue could mean green. If people decide that that's the case, then that's the case. But again, the study said that men can be women and women can be men. So cool deal, bro. Like... About the population of 2x Germany. Okay, and that doesn't mean anything. Wow, 2x the population of Germany out of billions of people. Go let them all make a society together and be confused. Like, what does that matter? Guess what? I don't see my... Well, what do you even mean by see yourself as male or female? Like, it's as if people are putting a bunch of stereotypes onto something and saying, well, I don't see myself as that stereotype, so I don't see myself as... the underlying thing, like being male and checking a handful of boxes, does not mean that you have to check all of these other boxes. It seems like people are saying, well, I'm not a male or female because I don't check these arbitrary boxes, when most people don't ascribe those arbitrary boxes. If you're a part of this culture or this religion or this time period, being a woman might mean something different than at this time period or whatever. But most people in that time period, or probably even today, would still consider you a woman or whatever. Like, that's my point. Never said if they don't. You could keep trying to like moralize or try to like put words in my mouth or whatever, but it really is just being confused. Because again, I've literally said from the beginning, I don't feel like a man or woman. Like, I'm not the person that's having a feeling of I'm a man or woman. They're the people saying that they feel like a man or a woman. Like, I don't feel one way or the other. I just exist as I am. I am just a person, which I stated earlier. I'm not sitting here saying you have to accept me as this thing. That's the point. It's other people, and cis or straight or whatever you want to call them, people could do this too by saying, well, I'm a man. It's just like, by what definition? It's a game of words and definitions. If a bunch of people all get together and define something as something, again, if everybody on the planet looked up and said, the sky is green, and the grass is blue, the sky would be green and the grass would be blue. This doesn't necessarily mean this changes the wavelength of the light. It's just the way that the word we use to categorize it, to describe it, to call it. That's all it is. So when people are like, I feel like a man or I feel like a woman, they're ascribing to this feeling, this thing that exists outside of being outside of this like material existence that we feel. Like it's something that we feel that it almost exists. I don't know what that is. So I'm not the one that's confused sitting like when I'm sitting here saying confused, they're claiming they feel something that I simply don't feel. It's just something that I don't understand. So it's just kind of funny that the way you would frame it, because it's literally the opposite of what I'm saying. Exactly. You have to go to such lengths to even try to describe this stuff. You keep trying to put me in some sort of corner and be like, aha, I got you. You're being some type of way. And it's like, no, you just fail to understand. Or you're just trying so hard that you're just twisting yourself in the knots when it's really not that complicated. You literally just said, like, oh no, green can't be blue and blue can't be green. Like, I don't know. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying when I say that, like, it doesn't matter. People are trying to define something and other people are saying that they feel like this thing that isn't even like, again, to me at least, in my personal experience of living life, of living in a physical body, I'm not sitting here saying like, I'm a man because of this or I'm a woman because of this. It's just like I'm just simply myself. I'm just me. And my biology tends to lean towards being a man. It's like, yeah, I have balls and shit. I have a certain anatomical anatomical. I have a certain anatomy. I don't know why I can't speak right now. I have a certain anatomy which people generally say is of a male. So it's like, okay, that word is just used to describe the parts that I have that you would generally associate with what I am. That's it. It doesn't mean I have to act a certain way. It doesn't mean I have to be a certain way. It doesn't mean any of that shit. I don't feel like the need to be like, well, now I have to do these things because I'm of this categorization. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's where the confusion is. That's where like the putting yourself in a box is. That's where the stereotypes is coming from. That's why I find this all very silly. No, we're not even talking about biology now. What are you talking about? Yeah, you're making up all this stuff, but it's like, you're making it seem like a person has to go through 20 pages of questions before they understand whether they're a man or a woman. And it's just like, again, different people experience the world differently. So I can only speak for myself in this case. That's not how I experience the world. I'm using these as very quick descriptors that tend to get the job done. And when it comes to everything that you're trying to describe, it sounds like personality, dude. It sounds like you're describing personality. Like all of these extra, like mental state and temperament and this, that, and it just sounds like personality. It sounds like we're trying to come up with another word for that. And you're somehow trying to link sex to it, which, I mean, again, I even said the sexes could put you in some sort of a, more likelihood of falling within one type of personality or inclination or like what have you. But overall, I think it's probably a spectrum amongst everything. And that although you might have concentrations of men that act a certain way and women that act a certain way, you're going to have the feminine men and the masculine women. So again, I mean, we're back to the square one of the conversation. Well, you're partial. Well, at least you're partially. I think what I'm stating is, I think a lot of the gender shit is just personality. I think it's just another word for personality. I think if you actually wanted to get rid of stereotyping things as like being a man or woman makes you more inclined to these things, you would just call it personality. You wouldn't call it gender. You wouldn't even link it to sexual characteristics at all. You wouldn't link it to your body stuff at all. You would just... It would just be your personality traits. it wouldn't matter what biological makeup you are. What I'm saying makes sense. At least I think it does. But again, I'm only myself. I only have my experience. Other people have different experiences. I obviously don't understand them. I tried to wrap my head around it. It just doesn't really make sense to me. It really seems like everybody's just trying to stereotype themselves into boxes and be like, well, no, this is what this thing is. When it's like, we're just using that to describe a general characteristic. Generally, it goes biological. Generally, it goes by the body. And we're using that distinction in those cases, generally for safety reasons, that we all recognize. I mean, it's like men are more often than not more violent than women. Men are overrepresented in violent crimes. Men and women are kept in different prisons for a certain reason. Men and women play on different sports teams for a certain reason. Like, men and women have different spaces for it. It's just, there's like a specific reason for this. We all know what it is. We exist in society. There are so many stories and just ancillary things that like back this up. Yet we're having this conversation as if these things don't exist. It's like we're living in a different reality, like an anti-reality or something, or like a double think Orwellian 1984 fucking situation where I have to hold two different concepts at the same time that are opposing each other. You're the one that's stuck on what society prescribes as the gold standard. I think it's society is really just putting forth, it's not even saying you have to be a certain way, especially nowadays. I don't know, maybe if it was like 1950, but it's just, this is what the standard is. There's an average, there is a standard. You could be outside of it. If you're outside of the standard, if you are the nail that is higher than all the other ones generally gets the hammer, right? The nail that sticks out gets the hammer. So to any extent that you stick out of something, like you're going to bring more attention to yourself in some regard. That's just what it is. But it doesn't mean you're right or wrong, morally good or bad, that the standard is better or worse. It's just sort of like how we are. If like every car is blue and there's a pink car, you're gonna see the pink car amongst the blue cars. That's just what it is. Yeah, I know. And yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. This was a fun little exercise, like I said, and I don't know, just getting the juices or the gears are turning and you know, getting my mouth a moving, I guess. Blabbing about nothing, I suppose, for a while. I didn't really think this was going to be about that in particular. So that was kind of a surprise. I don't know what they were going to be talking about. I was actually kind of hoping for a different topic considering the time of the video was already on like a trans topic, so I was kind of like over it. This was actually a funny clip. I didn't see his reaction.
What if I could build an app that works my way with Base 44?
I didn't see this guy's reaction to it, so I don't know how much of it he shows. He probably shows a bit of it. I don't even necessarily need his comment. Actually, you know what? I don't really need his commentary on this. Great channel, Warren Smith. Check him out. I'm trying to think. What is this? Okay, cool.
Here we go. Look, now he's running. There he is. He's running away. What's going on? You got a problem with us live streaming or what?
I mean,
This ain't where you're from.
Is there a problem with me being here?
You're a white person.
What was that all about?
Y'all don't pay the stolen land tax?
Have you?
Yeah.
How so?
Every single day.
Every single day? I pay my taxes?
No, I said stolen land tax. You gotta pay the people around you. You can't just use people for content.
We're not using people for content.
You're
We're just going up to
people
people.
for content.
We're talking to them, just like we talked to this kid right here.
So you pay? He got money.
Why would I pay him? We're just talking to people.
Because you got money.
Just talking to people.
Why do you care if people get paid or not?
Because
it's just a friendly conversation. It's a free platform. Anybody can do it.
And he monetizes himself.
How so?
What's wrong about monetizing?
Clicks, views. You want to care about people?
What?
Care about people.
Okay, I do.
Show up for an encampment eviction. I dare you to.
Encampment eviction? What do you
Yeah.
mean?
They happen every single day.
I go around more places than in America than you've gone around your whole entire life.
No, you got to go to
show
your own
people what's going
location.
on.
You got to go to where you're from. Are you from LA?
I'm not.
Dallas?
From Utah.
Salt Lake City. Oh, okay. I already see how they cheat people there.
Wait, what?
How do they treat people?
Well, they have a history of cannibalism.
Cannibalism?
What?
Yep.
What?
Are you sure?
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I guess I haven't seen the full clip. This is ridiculous. Is this real? Is this even real?
Because I never heard or seen no cannibalism.
No, that kind of white people, they do.
What do you mean that kind of white people?
What?
You're white as well, dude. I don't know what you're
am.
trying to say.
And you're whiter than him.
No, I'm just as white.
No, you're not.
No, I'm just as white. I mean, it's not like you can say he was darker. I mean, like...
I'm just, look.
No, you're not.
He's actually... Funny enough, he's actually, I think, whiter than him. That is kind of actually funny.
Very.
Yeah, but he and all the white people like me, we eat people.
What do you mean the white people like you?
What?
That means you're a cannibalism.
Yeah. Well,
Cannibalism.
all white people are evil people.
Are they?
They are.
Okay, this is not real.
All white people are evil people.
What the fuck? He had to have paid this guy. This is craziness.
Are they?
They are. And they gotta take accountability.
Well, you're
and they
white
gotta
as
take
well.
Yeah, you're like, what are you talking about? Are you evil?
I understand where you're coming from.
Because you gotta take accountability for it.
So you're evil?
Accountability for what?
Systemic problems.
So what are you doing to take accountability for your systemic problems that you believe in?
I'm being here.
Okay,
What?
so am I.
I don't see that doing nothing, helping.
I'm giving up my money, which is more than a
What?
lot of people are doing.
I give up a lot of money too. I donate a lot of money actually.
Do you, as a tax write-off?
No. Every month, at least 10%.
How much money do you spend?
People always say, like, as a tax write-off, as if somehow that negates... Again, maybe I don't understand. Maybe there's some sort of weird tax loopholes that make you somehow come up from donating money. But I thought if you just donated money, you write it off against your taxable income, which just means you're not paying taxes on the money that you donated. But that doesn't necessarily mean you end up with more money at the end of it. You would still end up with less money, just more money than you would have ended up if you claimed the taxes on the money that you gave to charity. So it doesn't really make sense. I don't know. The whole, like, oh, it's just a tax write-off. Like, I don't really understand. Again, unless there's some sort of layer to this I'm missing, which there must be. There must be some sort of sophisticated way that you're making money from donating money. Because I don't understand why people say, well, it's a tax write-off. It's just a tax write-off.
And traveling places.
I have to spend a lot of money to do
You
what
don't
I
have
do.
to. You choose to. I don't choose to do that.
To keep it
no,
up.
you don't.
I have
You
to.
can choose
Honestly,
to help people
no,
where you
he
are.
has to. They have to.
No, he doesn't have
Yes,
to.
yes, he does.
No, he can
Because
stop traveling.
You've watched YouTube?
I don't like YouTube that much.
What?
That much. So you've watched it.
I have.
Okay then. So if you've seen bloggers and streamers on YouTube.
Yeah. I have seen
And
that,
they
but I
spend a lot of money to do what they do.
Yeah, but see, that money should be going to people who are actually suffering. You know how many people
But how do you make the money? Wait a second. They should give the money to the people that are suffering. Well, he spends money to make the videos to make money. But if he doesn't spend the money to make the video, then he want to make money. So I guess he could just give the initial money to the people, but then he would have no more money to give.
got bills,
but
and like medical bills and like housing.
Those people that do that, they spend that amount of money doing that. They also spend a lot of money to charity.
Charity is not mutual aid. We need mutual aid. We need crowdfunding. We need divestment. We need resources allocated to people directly.
Okay, so
and that's not what this
is. So that doesn't correlate with streamers. That correlates with the government.
Humanity. No.
No, that
mutual aid
correlates
is
with the government.
Do you know
the government?
It's not the government.
Like the government. If you want all that, go talk to the government. Don't talk to streamers and tell them what they got to do or what they need to do.
He doesn't care about genocide.
Do you?
What? I'm so. I can't really believe this person is real. I'm assuming that's why he's wearing a mask. Like, he's being paid to be in this video to act ridiculous, and he's wearing a mask to, you know, I don't know, so his cover is not blown or something. He's like an actor. It has to be, because this is just so ridiculous. I don't understand how a person could exist like this.
Yeah, I care about genocide. That's why I'm opposed to it. So I don't like him being here.
What do you mean? I care about genocide. That's why I'm opposed to it. Motherfucker, everybody, like, what are you talking? Everybody's opposed to genocide. Like, what are you talking about? Well, actually, there's some people that like it. Go fuck yourself. Just go fuck yourself. Like, I just, anybody that wants to sit there and say that.
Here. Because this right here, you're occupying indigenous land here. You're occupying space that
this is not real.
Wait,
this is not real.
The exact same thing to you.
You can. And you should.
And you're occupying this
and
space.
And we should. We should be calling out people. Honestly, he and I deserve to be robbed.
Who's we?
You
say we deserve to be robbed.
Yeah.
Okay, take
what?
his iPhone. Take it.
Give me it.
Take it.
I use it for mutual aid.
Right
you want to help?
I want to believe this is scripted.
Help my mutual aid friends.
Give me it.
You want to
help my mutual aid friends?
Okay,
give me it.
Do you want to
take his iPhone. Take his iPhone.
You just said you didn't want it.
Dude,
give me it.
I use this to help people.
No, you don't.
Well, why don't you send him some money? Why don't you, like, I mean, use your phone to send my bro here some money? Like, all of your money. Why don't you empty out your bank account and send it to him?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
You want to go talk to Rhonda?
Who do you help?
I help Rhonda. I help my friend Corey.
You just said you deserve to be robbed, though.
I help so many people that need.
I mean, he did literally just say you guys deserve to be robbed. I mean, you literally just asked somebody to rob you.
This. Because that's the way that I connect with people.
So they need this.
I do as much as I can.
But no, you just said you deserve to be robbed.
It seems like you need.
It was so funny because it's like he keeps. Again, this has to be scripted, but he keeps pushing and pushing. It's like, oh nah. But once it gets to the point of affecting him, he's like, wait a second. Woo, this is going a bit far. I didn't mean for it to go this far. I need this phone. I mean, I need the money. I mean, I need a house. I mean, it's just funny. Like, once it starts affecting him, he's like, well, wait, this is a little ridiculous. No shit. Maybe it was ridiculous before it got to the point of affecting you. In such a direct way. Maybe it was a little ridiculous, 5 steps ago.
He needs a phone. Help him out. He needs a phone.
You want this phone? Come get it.
He said he deserves to be robbed.
Do you know what Kofi is?
Come get it.
We can do that. We can do that.
Look, now they'll take the phone.
We can do Kofi. I use this for crowdfunding.
No, you said you deserve to be robbed, though.
I use this
break
for
this
mutual
bitch
aid.
in my hand.
And you'll be hurt.
Yo, I love this guy, dude. The seriousness of this dude's face, like, I believe him.
We can do that. We can do that.
Look, now they'll take the phone.
We can do Kofi. I use this for crowdfunding.
No, you said you deserve to be robbed, though.
I use this for
break this
mutual
bitch
aid.
in my hand.
I will break this bitch in my hand.
And you'll be hurting people.
Who?
Hollywood.
Yo, that guy is killing me right now. He's awesome. Like, he really didn't miss a beat with that.
My friend Corey.
How?
My friend Corey needs resources.
Okay.
And I can point you to their Kofi. I can point you to their Venmo.
If he needs resources, does he have the resources already?
Corey, she does not.
She does not.
No.
And how are you helping your friend Corey so far if she doesn't have those resources?
Wait, I thought he said he. Is it he or
does
she?
Does he have the resources already?
Corey Kofi. I can point you to the Venmo. To
If
the
he
Cash
needs
App.
resources, does he have the resources already?
Oh, maybe he said he.
She does not.
She does not.
No.
And how are you helping your friend Corey so far if she doesn't have those resources?
Because I give them to her.
Where's my $30?
As well as several other
Giving it
people.
to her and actually allowing her to
So you
have
said- you said-
the
you said
choices
you wanna
of
help
This guy said he deserves to be robbed. I don't want to be robbed. We're not gonna let these kids rob him. But
Oh my gosh.
see what happens when he says, "I deserve to be robbed," and then he gets robbed. See what happens? He doesn't want to get robbed because nobody wants to get robbed. No one deserves to get robbed.
He's being treated so nicely. I mean, imagine a robbery being this nice, where you get to negotiate with the person robbing you.
He's a lunatic.
Like, no, 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 I need this.
Huh? You should be.
Should be what?
You should be upset with people like me.
It's like, here's a shovel, dig. What am I digging? My grave. Dig a little deeper, please.
I am. That's why I'm gonna rob your dumbass. The fuck?
Why?
Huh?
I mean,
why?
you
Because
you
you're
can't-
on indigenous land, not your
Yeah.
land. My land, my people's land. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? I can do whatever the fuck I please on my land.
Dude, the voice. Holy shit.
Now give me the phone.
I need it to help people.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
I got 10. I got $10.
Give me $10.
Wait, 10, I know you got more.
How are you negotiating, bro? I think the kid said he needed $30. Like, come on, man.
$30? Show me your wallet. I'll bet you got $30.
Go to the bank. Go to the bank. Go to.
Not what?
Wait, we still have the phone. Let me get the phone.
Listen, I use it for crowdfunding. You can help
I use it for crowdfunding.
crowdfunding. I got mutual aid.
And you see this, people? You see how the cycle works? I said I wouldn't take the phone. My little niggas on the other hand, I didn't say nothing about them.
He said he deserves to get robbed.
Yeah, he did.
Look at this. Look at this. Here, no.
This guy's killing me.
See now, this guy said he put a bug. I brought my mom out here on this trip. He comes and puts a bug on my mom's head, starts touching all
Wait, put a bug on his mom's head. What the hell?
this stuff, and then all of a sudden he starts following me around.
Okay, well, that's wait, what? Okay, this dude was doing a lot if that's true. I didn't see any of that, but
And then he says he deserves to be robbed. And then these kids, we were never gonna take the iPhone, but
We're never gonna take the iPhone. I mean,
you did get free $10.
I get it free $10. You know, bait and switch on them.
That was crazy. That guy's over here telling us he deserves to get robbed, and then we show him. Well, rob him. Freaks out. Freaks out. That was
I mean, he didn't even really get robbed.
crazy.
If anything, he got punked at this point.
All right,
but-
young men, come here. Come in. Come here. Come here. Look here. Look at him. He's flashing at his buddy. He's happy. All right. You guys are good kids. You guys got good futures. Don't go messing it up, all right?
Won't.
Don't go messing up. Don't be doing drugs. Don't get into violence. Stay in school. Do good.
Advice, I ain't gonna lie, out of all of us, it's these three youngins right here. Yeah, these three.
I mean, you could. He probably should have taken the $10. But then again, I mean, it was actually a $10 lesson. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that $10 because on one hand, it's like that dude kind of needed to lose the $10. And again, it's more of a lesson.
Youngins right here, 1, 2, and 3.
It is hard to believe that was even a real person. It feels like it had to have been a skit. I really hope it was a skit because that's just tragic. I mean, it really is just tragic. You're on indigenous land. Man, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? I must have only seen snippets of that clip. Like, that was really funny. Really depressing, too, if it's like people really walk around just being that ridiculous, but hilarious at the same time. I'm trying to think of what it reminds me. It reminds me of, like, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's just with how ridiculous. It's like, oh, there's no way. And then you see it happening in front of you, and you're like, wow. Either way, it's gotten late. I need to get some sleep. I didn't get anywhere rushed. That's totally fine. I had a great time, going down nebulous conversation after nebulous conversation, which I should even say because, like, to a certain point, a lot of, like, the politics and all that is, to some extent nebulous or never ending, but this was a lot of fun. Those few videos were fun to get into and all the conversations. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. We'll be back probably later today at this point. And yeah, don't get too close to the black hole or you will be sucked in.